and the family. I've got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about then and when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, it's time to invest. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Go fix someone cool with a vet. I just can't be tamed, that I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't comprehend. I turn a skeptic to believer. I am a leader resurrected like it's Easter. If you step to me, you'll get the misdemeanor. They can't defeat her, they can't connect the reader. Can't decline, don't worry, I'll be fine. Cause all I see is ups in the line. Did I plan this? Is this by design? Come reflect, my light can't be denied. Come correct, cause this moment is mine. It's mine. Tell me you're feeling the. Tell me you're feeling the. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, back to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling the. Tell me you're feeling the. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, back to the finish line. I got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about then and when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, it's time to invest. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Go fix someone cool with a vet. I just can't be tamed, that I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't come. Tell me you're feeling the. Tell me you're feeling the. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling the. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling the.
Soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet. This is what we came for. Watch out. What we got you can't handle. Step out. Cause we don't ever stand still. No doubt. I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet.
Yo, I switch, I swerve, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match now. Blasting off, I rock it, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the sense of grade. Come now, don't be phased, follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Give an arm of that third degree on the kerosene, and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1,
Ready for the gamble. I keep feeding the flame, chasing the flame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Lights out. This is what we came for. Watch out. What we got you can handle. Step out. No, we don't ever stand still. No doubt. I'm ready for the gamble. always go 100%. Start to end, to the end, out or in. No between, you gotta go 100%. Click to win every single moment. Caught up in the motion, got no use for caution. Hope you're ready for a fight. I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up complete and repeat it. I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Waktu yang bergulir takkan kembali tertawa menangis. Jangan lupakan hari ini. Ingatkah pertama kita bertemu, membicarakan mimpi-mimpi semu, memecah hening malam tanpa ragu, bernyanyi lagu Blink-182. Tak ingin berpikir akhir perjalananku. Waktu yang bergulir takkan kembali, namun memori kan tetap abadi. Tak tahu apa yang akan menanti, tertawa menangis karena kau tak lagi sendiri. Tak ingin berpikir akhir perjalananku. Tak usah berpikir akhir perjalanannya. Waktu yang bergulir takkan kembali, namun memori kan tetap abadi. Tak tahu apa yang akan menanti, tertawa menangis ku terus bernyanyi. Waktu yang bergulir takkan kembali, namun memori kan tetap abadi. Tak tahu apa yang akan menanti, tertawa menangis. Jangan lupakan hari ini. Say down measure. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But I'll be better to prove it to you. Those words you threw away at me, those words that underrated me. Good that peduli, apa yang kau bilangku? Tak peduli semua ceritamu. Stop, pretend like you care.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Call Dizzy, let's take the kill back. Selamat datang di playoff hari yang kedua SPS Mobile Masters 2025 dan aku sudah bersama dengan para super fans. Siapa yang timnya udah pulang? Ya ampun. Apa yang mau disampaikan nih untuk tim kesayangan kamu yang udah pulang?
Lebih semangat lagi aja sih untuk kedepannya ya. Ya mungkin itu aja sih dari aku ya.
Oke. Kalau gitu untuk tim yang masih tanding, kebetulan ada tim Liquid yang masih di sebelah Kolius, ada pesan-pesannya?
Ya semoga menang aja lawan RQ sama konsisten terus.
Keren. Kalau gitu ya bakal nyanyi bareng SPS Mobile Masters 2025. Yeay! 30 detik lagi kita masuk. Ayo.
Selamat datang kembali, welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters 2025 di hari kedua babak playoff. Wow, it's Monica Ko and of course it's Rose here. Dan tentunya kemarin kita sudah melihat ya, di hari pertama babak playoff ada dua tim yang harus rela pulang. Ada Bigetron Esports dan juga Onyx Indonesia. Tapi tentunya Rose, di hari kedua kali ini kita akan melihat dua match yang begitu seru yang akan nantinya kita mengetahui siapakah dua tim yang akan melaju ke babak Grand Final, Rose.
Yes, you are right, Monica. As a short recap, yesterday we have sent two teams home, and today we will be witnessing the semi-finals matchup, where it's actually the best of the Filipino teams and the best of the Indonesian teams. Now, our grand finals is guaranteed to not have two of the same regions. However, it's going to be an intense PH versus ID moment, and I honestly cannot wait.
Yes, of course. Tentunya kita akan melihat bagaimana hari ini kita akan melihat Indonesia versus Indonesia dan juga Philippines versus Philippines yang nantinya tentunya grand final bakalan seru karena akan memperhadapkan dua region yang berbeda. Ada Indonesia dan juga Philippines. Dan tentunya sepertinya Rose, we need to see, refresh our minds. Kita refresh sedikit bagaimana perjalanan keseruan di hari pertama babak playoff kemarin. Kita lihat bersama.
Biar berasuk ya the Lord. Bapak, apa sih bapak? I'm good. Siapa? Ya, boleh silakan berikan pose terbaik.
Breathe it in slowly, feel the heat burning, dust it off, shake it out. This is the time, let's burn it down. Ain't nobody hold us, nobody. We was burning fire, winning by design, yeah. You know what we came for. We came for the glory. We came for the power. We came for the glory. We came for the power. Nothing in the world gonna stop us. It can try, but they make us stronger. You a fighter, you a winner. We survivors, we go higher. We came for the glory. We're here for the glory, you for the glory. We came for the
Day 2 has been kicked off. We saw the recap, we saw all the energy and also the painful losses in day number 1. 2 teams have already left us, leaving the top 4 to battle it out on day number 2 at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. Welcome everybody for day number 2 of the playoffs. My name is Getting Q. This, of course, is going to be our EWC specialist, LaFell, making sure that he is ready to break these games down. But we've got 2 more professionals at the set. We've got Husky and as well as Miracle ready to keep you guys company on the mic. Day number 1, boys, already complete. Moving on into day number 2. How are we feeling about this?
First of all, walaikum salam to you, brother. You know, thank you.
Salam alaikum.
Yeah, in case you guys are wondering, I misunderstood because the manager said, you know, smart casual. And because this is a button up, so I thought this was okay. And plus, I feel like people will not be able to differentiate us because we all look Chinese.
You're right.
Yeah. Like people might think I'm Chinese. I want that ni hao energy, but I need to separate myself so that people know that you know I'm not Chinese.
Yeah, to be fair, I think it's casual. It's pretty casual.
Right, it's pretty casual.
I don't know. He's got the leather shoes.
I got
jeans. He's got the jeans underneath. Okay, I can respect that. And all of this because thanks to you guys at home giving us feedback on what the show needs. And of course, we had to put a little bit of that Habibi energy into it. Speaking of which, for you boys, I mean, Husky, it was your first time coming in onto this set on day number 1, just to, well, be part of technically a side, technically. Yeah. But in all honesty, what do you think about the games coming into from day number 1, bleeding over to day number 2?
I think day 1 was pretty straightforward. We had Falcons PH against BTR. That one was kind of a disappointment for the bigger troopers. You could say the same for TLID against Onyx. I personally expected a lot more from Onyx. We saw some big blunders in Game 1. Game 3 was a masterclass from TLID. And then Game 4, Onyx just kind of dropped the ball halfway through the game. So overall, I expected the results, but I'm also a bit disappointed because I felt like I ended day 1 wanting more.
Yeah, honestly, like TLID and Onyx was very special to me because I've not had many games where I'm disappointed in both of them.
Why so? How so?
Oh, dude, game number 1 and 2 of TLID, dude, that game made me feel smart as hell. Let me tell you that.
Look, usually I don't like being the desk coach, but after that series, I was like, thank God. I was like, woo, dodged a bullet on that one. But speaking of which, since we've already moved from top 6 over to top 4, I think a majority of these teams are going to be taking it very, very seriously. I think these are the teams who are going to be the most polished amongst everybody else since the group stage up until now. Let's pull up the schedule for today. We've got civil war all across the borders. PH versus PH with the Onyx PH versus Team Falcons PH. And then we have TLID having to face off against RRQ.
Just to kind of follow on what I was saying just now, right? I think
my name is LaFell, by the way.
Yes.
This is Gideon.
Hi.
He's one of the coders.
I felt like I ended day 1 wanting more is because I looked at the matchup for today, and the first thought that went through my head was, is this going to be a sweep? It didn't give me confidence that we are going to go 5 games, maybe 4 at max, and that's what I'm worried about, right? What if we get a sweep today and we end tomorrow with like a 4-0 and Onyx takes the whole thing, whole challenge final repeats again. So today is important for teams like Falcons PH and TLID to really step up their game.
I don't know. As an Asian, I feel like it's going to be an all-yellow day.
I don't know if it's going to be an all-yellow day.
Unless I'm colorblind and I don't know which one is yellow, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a yellow day.
Let me ask the mildly Asian person who's got painful abs after yesterday's punishment. Mirko, what do you think about today's games? Do you think it's also going to be a sweep? Because, I mean, there's a very high likelihood because RRQ's looking really good. Onyx PH, best team in the world.
Yep. I made my predictions before we got to playoffs. So far, all accurate, and I did say in that prediction video that it's going to be 3-0 for today, for RRQ Hoshi and for Onyx Philippines. So, especially after yesterday, I mean, we were already talking about, you know, we were sending criticism toward TLID, Onyx, Falcons, TR. Yeah, they didn't really have the best of showings on their play-in day. I think right now, especially Onyx Philippines and RRQ seem to be on a whole other level compared to the rest of the competition.
They look good, but at the same time, I feel like Team Falcons probably would have a good chance. I mean, we're going to talk a little bit more about this in just a little bit, but we need to focus on the meta as of right now. From group stage all the way for the day 1s of the playoffs, our biggest problem has been the unstoppable Suyo. So we went into the numbers and started to look at some of the counter picks, potential counter picks, who have done well against Suyo, and we even have the win rates accordingly. Now, boys,
Yeah, like win rates, but like Lucas is 90%
Yes.
against Suyo.
Yeah, Lucas jungle, by the way.
Naruto power. brother.
Naruto better than Sasuke.
That's lore accurate.
Main character energy, dude.
Yeah.
It really is main character energy, but that's not all. He's the only outlier bringing that 90%. For those above 50%, we've got Hayabusa, Hilda, and as well as the Jawhead.
Yeah, we have Jawhead twice.
I think it's surprising that we didn't get to see like a Badang or a Cho come in, because I think it's the same kind of idea as the Jawhead, right? You want to have lockdown up against the Suyo, who's very, very easy to catch.
They're talking about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Next time, LaFell, you got to do the mouth movement.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's like I make the movements, you make the sound, like that meme. That whole trend.
You gotta dub it. You gotta dub it. But generally, as we move deeper into Mobile Masters, I feel like the disruption is so important here. I think there's a lot of times people respect the Suyo kind of just getting these combos for free when all you need to do is kind of CC the guy, and now you force a cooldown almost straight away.
I have a friend that plays Suyo, and I've seen him getting CC'd multiple times, and he still survives. And trust me, I tried to let him die.
that guy is pretty elusive.
Yeah.
Pretty good at his
1
job.
HP.
Pretty slippery.
Got a savage just now. But yeah, do you feel like CC is really enough to deal with a Suyo?
Obviously, not just CC. You need CC, but you need damage too coming in as well. And that's why I think that's why the Jawhead comes in as the top guy when it comes to CC and damage. That passive allows anyone to follow up and anyone to be, especially in the early game, have enough damage to follow up with the CC.
Yeah, I think the justification for the Lucas 90%, even though we don't see too much of that matchup, is also he's one of the few current junglers that can man-fight a Suyo, right?
Oh, yeah.
Suyo gets in your face, you pop your ultimate, you man-fight him, and you beat him actually 1v1.
Well, what's interesting about the Suyo is whenever you're going for these tap skills, when you get CC'd by the Lucas, it actually does cancel it. So it's another big advantage that the Lucas has when you're just going straight in, diving on a Suyo.
And you were saying 1v1, I would actually argue that Lucas is better in a team fight because then he gets more heal from the War Axe.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but this is under the assumption that people are like clumping up together, or you're in a position to kind of like displace them. And I think that displacement is already a really big plus during those team fights.
Yeah.
Well, as the meta continues to develop here, our best of fives are only going to get more intense. For these upcoming matches, you predicted sweeps, Miracle, but what about you, LaFell? Do you think that it's going to be? Because I feel like at least for the matchup of Onyx PH as well as Falcons, I mean, Falcons have beat them before in their own local league.
I feel like Falcons can take one game. I feel like they will take one game. I don't think it will go the
distance.
I don't think it will go the distance. I feel like one game, either Falcon will be, the one like creating that opportunity, or Onyx PH just comes up with a very weird draft and then just Falcons take advantage.
It would probably be something like yesterday when BTR took that one game with like a Selena.
Yeah,
maybe that would be like the game that Falcons can take from Onyx PH. But aside from that, I think it's gonna be a sweep. I think
we're all wearing white, by the way.
Yeah.
Gotta stay on theme.
Even Monica. Shout out to Monica. Monica's wearing white. Rose, what's up?
Big shout outs. Yeah, Rose, didn't you get the memo? Look, let's look at the MPL PH rankings, because this is a third place team versus the fourth place team. And obviously it sounds like, yes, this is not taking into consideration the accolades, so on and so forth. We hear you, PH community. We know, and we've witnessed these teams at their peaks before. It's just that locally, this is the current standings. And I think that most people who were kind of confused as to why Onyx PH was in this position of like kind of finding themselves all over again could be just due to the meta. I mean, even Team Falcons have mentioned like the meta is actually pretty difficult after we took a break and came back. It's a little hard to adapt to.
I think they come into this tournament at a time where they just broke the win streak of Aurora, right? Like Aurora went on like a 8-series win streak, got broken by Onyx Philippines, and then Mobile Masters happened. So if anything, I think they're coming in at a very good time. The morale is very high. They've adapted. I think on Stream C, we even talked to King Kong, and he said that they're continuing to learn and adapt, but they've gotten used to how things work right now.
I agree. I think they're picking up the momentum, right? And we've seen this from Onyx Philippines before. They would start with a slump sometimes. Just earlier, previous Snapdragon, we saw them lose out against TLID in the group stages, and then they came back. They gained back their momentum, and then they were able to shock a lot of people. Now, there's not going to be a lower bracket here in the Mobile Masters, but still, I feel like it's great for them because they're already up against Falcons PH, a team that they know they've gone up against already in the Philippines, and they're already very used to going up against them. They know their strategies, they know their cheese picks, and that's why I think it's going to be sweep, even though we were talking about possibly one game being cheesy, I think they know the cheese.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they had dinner together, you know?
Probably.
Yeah, so they should
breakfast
know each other
together.
well.
Discriminate against each other, shake hands, and be like, okay, see you all tomorrow. Best of 5 ready to go. But single eliminations is kind of interesting, right? Now, looking over to the MPL ID rankings, this is 1st versus 5th. TLID not exactly looking too hot in their own local leads, but RRQ on the other hand, and I think this is what everybody is trying to figure out. In that grand finals, we're expecting RRQ to actually make it there. Is it going to be enough to take on either one of these PH teams? Because TLID, coming off of yesterday, weren't looking that great.
Yeah.
Maybe you take this one.
They're super messy. I agree. But this has always been TLID style. I don't know. You can bring it back all the way to, again, previous Snapdragon, previous M6 as well. They would look very shaky in the group stages of M6, in the playoff run of the Snapdragon Pro Series just previously as well. But then up against the other teams, they would look really good. I would say they match their opponents really well. They rise to the level of the occasion. So that's why, for the longest time, Team Liquid, they would lose out against RRQ in the regular season. But then in the grand finals, when it mattered most, they would step up.
I mean, especially on home soil as well. I don't know if it's going to be enough of a momentum boost, considering that this is a single elimination bracket, no double eliminations.
I would say if we're talking about home ground advantage, I feel like RQ got it.
Anywhere they go,
exactly,
it's RRQ,
right?
dude.
So it's like, you know, it's Indo versus Indo, but it's like, it's RRQ, you know?
Yeah. Even when you look
the
at
whole stage is RRQ.
Even when you look at record, TLID technically made it further than RRQ, even on the M6 stage, right? Now, the tables have turned a little bit with RRQ still undefeated since Valentine's Day.
10-0.
10-0.
In the groups.
And right now, I think we haven't seen a team, at least in their current bracket, that can take a series off of them. Hopefully TLID is that team, because yesterday when they faced Onyx, the only 2 ways that they've been winning is, number 1, we snowball, and if you don't snowball, we go macro, and we out-macro our opponents. But what happens if the opponents can match that? And if RRQ can match that, what is plan number 3? We haven't seen that yet. We haven't seen TLID being pushed to that level.
Actually, I hope RRQ wins.
I mean, considering that RRQ
I want more
has,
people in the crowd, you know?
I mean, there'll always be people in that crowd, right? If de facto Indonesian RRQ goes down, they move on to the next Indonesian team, right? It just goes down. It just bleeds down the line. Now, we need to talk about the time. It's a matter of time for the average game times, and I like that Husky brought up the snowballing effect coming in from RRQ, because they've got the fastest average game time here at the Mobile Masters from group stage and over all of their games. Second, actually being Falcons PH and then Onyx PH right under them. And honestly, it's like roughly 20-ish seconds difference between the two, but I don't think they're too far apart.
Yeah, it's just interesting. Number 1 till 4 is roughly the same, but then you have TLID. It's like 17 minutes, 53. Like the jump between 4 and 5, that's massive.
It's so weird to see TLID rock a average almost 18 minutes game time. It doesn't feel like them at all. Usually they would end like 12 to 14 minutes, right? Like first, second Lord, it ends, and you would think that with the current Lord changes, that it just runs into a turret. With the first spawn, TLID can take advantage of that, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
I think it really depends on how you look at TLID, right? If you take a look at TLID through their wins in during their prime days, then yes, this is very uncharacteristic. But if you take a look at their early season, when they just joined this roster of TLID in MPL Indonesia Season 14, this is how they played. They would just look to out-macro their opponents, look for trades on the map, and I think in the group stage of M6, it was also pretty much similar. Xavier.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the heroes. They use Novaria. Yeah, try to end the game in 15 minutes.
That's why this team is a little unpredictable, right? We heard it from Onyx Esports themselves, from Keyboy. He was just like, I don't know, sometimes this team is kind of weird, kind of jank sometimes, but it works. Regardless, by the end of today, we will be seeing 1 PH team and 1 Indonesian team get eliminated to bring us to our grand finals. Remember, you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, our very first matchup of the champions of the world, Onyx PH up against former champions Team Falcons PH. We'll see you right after this break.
Stop.
Tingin ko yung rason kung bakit dominant kami, siguro yung lagi sa amin tinuturo ng coach namin, si Coach Tony at si Coach Chase, yung consistency, tapos yung tiwala sa isa't isa. Tapos hindi rin kasi nawawala yung yung band sa amin, yung banding, kahit lose streak kami sa scrim, ganun, banding lang, ganun.
GG, kaya nga, tulog na, good night! Sana kill! Nice man!
Siguro yung na-feel ko ngayon, sobrang excited ako kasi may chance na ulit kami para bawian sila eh. Kasi yung last match namin, tinalo nila kami. Kaya bawing-bawi ako eh. Parang gusto ko sila ulit durugin. Ganun.
Tingin namin pala as a team, yung Falcons, parang systematic sila maglaro. Minsan lang mangyari yung depende sa mangyayari. Kumbaga sila. Naka-pattern yung playstyle nila, ganun. Tapos tingin ko yung difference ng playstyle namin sa Falcons is yung playstyle namin, kaming Onyx, parang sige, tapang lang lagi. Tapos basta may utak, aggressive lang maglaro. Tapos madalas yung mga solo play.
From his life right now. Oh, he goes in for the kill!
Tsunami Slam! Tombstone pile driver into the ground!
Yung playstyle siguro ng Onyx PH ngayon, parang sobrang linis nila maglaro. Ganun, parang. Pero at the same time, parang medyo magulo rin yung laro nila. Parang ang chaotic.
The kick onto light implosion, the answer. Kurt, the only victim. And now in the backline, Annabelle trying to blast Super Frizz with the dance.
Sa tingin ko yung nag-shine sa kanila lagi. Sa paningin ko si Prince. Kasi lagi siyang na-connect sa mga teammates niya. Tapos on point yung mga skills niya.
Tingin ko silang lima eh. Silang lima yung star team, ganun, kasi ang tagal na rin nila magkakasama eh. Siguro sobrang solid ng nabuo nilang chemistry, kaya tingin ko kung wala yung isa, ganun, parang may kulang. Kaya tingin ko silang lima yung star sa team na yun.
Good luck, Onyx. Dudurugin namin kayo.
Sa Team Falcons, sorry, nagkatapat tayo sa international.
Masters 2025.
Okay, how do you feel? Ano pakiramdam?
Muntik na ako maiyak. At ngayon nga parang tumutulo na luha ko eh.
He said he nearly cried. He's so touched. His tears are dropping.
Jadi tadi Ros tanya gimana nih perasaannya Kelra setelah mendapatkan awarding mekanika. Tadi dia bilang, gue benar-benar tersentuh banget sampai dia hampir nangis katanya.
Okay, who do you want to thank for this award?
Maraming salamat sa teammate ko. Sobrang kundi dahil sa inyo, hindi ko makukuha to. Salamat sa pamilya ko, sa inyong lahat, sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta.
He said, thank you to my teammates. Without you guys, I wouldn't get this award. To my family, to all the supporters who are watching. Without you guys, this wouldn't be possible. Wow, Oscar worthy.
Jadi tadi dia bilang kayak ada yang mau disay thank you nggak karena udah dapetin ini awardingnya. Terus dia bilang ya thank you buat ke teman-temannya, buat keluarganya, buat supporternya. Pokoknya tanpa kalian dia nggak bakal dapetin hadiah ini. Gitu.
All right, wear it, okay? Wear it for this matchup. And thank you very much, Kelra. Good luck for your match up against Falcons Philippines. And without further ado, let us throw it back to the panel.
No surprises. Kara, Mechanic God, I mean, come on. If they were going roll by roll, it would have been the exact same thing. Keep me holding up 2 badges at that point. Welcome back, everybody. We're already done with the break, and our best of 5 is about to begin. My name is Gideon once again. This is LaFell. This is Husky, as well as Mirki. Boys, as this game is about to begin, what are we feeling like right now? We heard it from the interviews itself, the pre-show content between Team Falcons and as well as OP, Onyx PH. They've beaten them before, and honestly, since they play a double round robin system, I think that this has been, the score is 1-1, technically. But in the best of 5, the systematical approach from Team Falcons has always been so reliable. Is that going to be enough?
Actually, if we call each other by our IGN, only me and Mirko will be different, huh? Because we don't use our names in the ML game anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
You use Riku, I use Rui.
What is Rui?
Rui's my cat.
Oh, it's a cat's name?
Yeah, it's my cat's name.
That's the portrait. You didn't know that?
Yeah, that's
the
Rui,
same one. That's the same one.
But yeah, anyways, going back to this one, I don't know, like personally for me, it's really incredible, like watching even Onyx PH once they start their own MPL, you know, lost some games, but after interviewing them, they kind of felt like it's a good wake-up call. So they feel like they legit won't lose to Falcons anymore because they're like, you beat us once with that, it's not gonna happen again.
Well, let's look at the faces of those who have woken up. OP, Onyx PH. And world champion class team. Made it look easy last year. Coming into 2025, they did struggle in the earlier stages of their own MPL, but now it feels like they're getting back into the thick of it. Onyx, PH, with the lineup of those who should know them: Kirk, King Kong, Super Prince, Brusco, and Kelra.
You know what? Talking about Kelra's mechanic god, I casted one of the games. You know what he did on the Beatrix?
Oh, was it that one? The one with...
He had 1 HP, and he dodged the far side.
The far side.
Yeah, by not moving. I love it when people dodge by staying still.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
I don't know, man. He's just done so many crazy things throughout his career. I remember Season 7 MPL Philippines when he made it to MSC, won it with Execration on the Lunox, on the Harriet that season as well. And then my favorite Kelra play of all time is the Beatrix Savage when he was waiting for Haji, when he was trying to wings by wings out of side of the map. He stayed there and he predicted where he was going to blink back.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
So good.
Oh my kind of god.
He is an absolute beast. So reliable in that gold lane, an absolute pillar. I mean, he's the insurance policy at the end of the day, something that you can rely upon. But OP has always been a team that works together as a team, and that's what we saw why they were so dominant last season.
Yeah, I think Kelra, he's on his personal side quest, he's collected all the
finals
official
MVPs.
league trophies, you know, MVP trophies. He's got a world championship, he's got MSC, got MPL. Now he's looking to bring the rest of his team on that journey, right? Golden Road for OP, that's what they are aiming for this year. You can start with the Mobile Masters because they've won Challenge Finals. They are the team that came in all the way from the Open Finals. Let's not forget that, right? And when that was happening, they weren't even world champions yet.
Dude, I mean, it's just going to be like from one finish line to another, right? You've already won the World Championship last year, and now you're going for MSC, and then you're going to round it up with another M-Series victory. That would be the story to tell. I don't think anybody could top that run.
I mean, like, to be fair, because it hasn't been done before, right? This is kind of what makes ML interesting, is that whoever's at the top doesn't stay there for very long. So we do want to see if Onyx PH can actually stay that long.
Now, talking about staying that long, this is a team who has been in the top before, but has fallen from grace ever so slightly in a very tough competition that we know as the MLBB competitive space. With veterans and as well as good old youngins, we know that the mechanics are at the top level. Some of the best in the world with their brains to match those bronze. You should know them by name. It's Flap TZ, Kyle TZ, Few, Ogwin, and Super Marco.
If Onyx Philippines prove that a team can only get better and there's always a ceiling to break through, some of these players from Falcons PH prove that you can be a world champion more than once, right? Two-time world champion, Flap TZ in the roster. There was a few years gap in between, but if he can do it, if it has been done, who's to say that other people can't do it?
It's the longevity of this roster that is just so surprising to this day. And with the longevity, it comes with chemistry, but it can also come, it's a double-edged sword really, right? Because chemistry could be really good, but we've heard from just so many coaches, so many analysts as well, that when you're in a team, when you're part of the same team for more than a year, that already gets difficult. You put on another year and then now add on another, what? It's been 3-4 years with the same exact lineup, only having like Ducky swapped out with Trevor.
Some relationships don't last that long.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Honestly,
most don't.
The funny part, if you really think about it, right? Considering that Few and Flap TZ, obviously the Go Carl TZ being one of the few greats amongst them who has gotten 2 world championships before. If you really think about it, when people were watching during the early days of MLBB and saw Few and Flap TZ, and now the idol of the kids, idol of your kids alongside it as well, it's 2 generations have already passed, and I think that this team, if they were able to make a 3rd one through, this is like the penultimate legacy team.
Yeah, I went through 3 exes and they're still together. I'm just saying, dude, there you go. These kind of...
Wait. Feels like a you problem. Why have you had 3 exes in that time period?
Oh, boy.
Hey, he's husky, you know, there are 2 Ks there. It's for each X. No, 3.
No,
3 girlfriends.
Anyways.
So 2X. Yeah, 2X.
If we talk about Kera, man, Super Marco, if they can shut down Super Marco, I feel like Falcons gonna have a hard time winning.
Look, now the teams are gonna be walking out. Let's throw it over to Rose and Monica to greet the teams as they head on over to the stage.
Family is here yet again to challenge another championship. The M6 World Champions, hailing from the strongest region in the world, Indonesia. Give it up for Onyx Philippines!
kemarin hari telah terlebih dahulu menunjukkan skill mereka dengan memulangkan Megatron esports. Tapi hari ini mereka akan bertemu tim dari region yang sama, Philippines. Ini bisa dibilang saingan kelas berat mereka, Onyx Philippines. Apakah hari ini dengan permainan agresif mereka dan juga koordinasi yang solid tentunya mereka bisa mengklaim kembali dominasi mereka di region Philippines? Please tenis indoor Senayan, inilah tim Falcons Philippines. Rose, kita sudah melihat dua tim dari Philippines di atas stage ini. Tapi kita harus perlu ingat karena ini hanyalah single elimination. Ini berarti mereka hanya memiliki satu nyawa dan hanya satu tim dari region Philippines yang akan melaju ke babak grand final. Jadi tanpa berlama-lama lagi kita akan melihat bagaimana mereka menunjukkan aksi mereka di Land of Dawn. So, para panelis, silakan take it away.
Thanks, Rose, and as well as Monica. Both teams are setting up at their battle stations. Indonesia watches these two teams go head-to-head. The civil war begins.
Let me just say, during their walk-in, Flat was trying to touch the flame. And obviously, you guys can guess. I'm one of the investors for Team Falcons. I'm like, bro, you're going up against Onyx PH. Like, don't touch the fire.
You need that. You need that hand, brother, man.
Exactly.
The first started praying the moment he saw that.
You know. Oh wait, I was speaking in Malay. They couldn't even understand. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Flap was just... he's so inconceivably hot. He's stopped comparing himself to other people, and now he's looking at something that are technically intangible. It's like, are those fires hotter than me?
I just need to feel something.
He's literally playing with fire.
I just need to feel something.
I think that should be what they have to do in the game as well. For Falcons PH, they need to play with fire. They need to try to match Onyx Philippines at their game, because for the longest time, Onyx Philippines have just been able to outmuscle their opponents.
Yeah.
I think with Super Marco coming back in form, just what we saw yesterday, and some of these other members as well, Kyle TZ coming back in form, even Few on the Ferrum is doing a really good job.
Dude, Olga with the Kufra is actually not bad.
There you go. They are getting back in form. Maybe it's due to, again, them having quite a few matches here and there to actually improve on every single time.
I give them encouragement.
I don't know. I feel like it's the opposite here, right? As much as you want to come, muscle them as much as possible, I think that's counterintuitive for Team Falcons because they're so systematic, right? I like their systematic approach. I like the checklist that they have because it's so effective. Now, we do have the report card. Let's pull it up on the screen real quick because reporting in, coming class of Mobile Masters report cards, we see the strengths here being Super Marco as well as Kaltizi. On the opposite side, it's going to be Kelra and as well as Super Fritz. The biggest problem between both of these teams half the time is usually themselves.
No, same. Honestly, even for me.
Yeah, I think sometimes when
other people don't mess with me, I mess with me.
Like when you look at OP, like when we say about them out-muscling other teams, sometimes it's not them kind of brute forcing their way through. Sometimes they challenge you to an arm wrestle match, but they ask you to ball out your fist, and then they let go when you're at your maximum energy, and then you hit yourself in the face, right? That's kind of how they outwit you every now and then.
Well, I mean, every now and then it does get a little rough to watch, I will admit, but I think this time around, especially when it's Civil War, that mutual PH respect, it always goes a long way. The draft is about to be starting real soon here, and I'm curious to see how they're going to play this out because if we're talking about blue side, red side, percentiles are still kind of up in the air, but in terms of predictions, world champs all the way through, nobody thinks that Falcons can actually take this away, or at least for
actually because I wear like this, I need to switch it up.
I'm pretty sure
I gotta trust my boy Falcons. Switch it up, 3-1, yeah. Onyx gonna lose.
I'm pretty sure.
Habibi, we got the money. We should be good.
Pretty sure I put 3-1, but either way, Onyx still wins, right? I think results are the ones that matters. But if Falcons take 2 games, I would be more than impressed.
I think it's definitely possible, but it all derives from momentum and how they shut that down. So game one is going to be so important just to see the bench.
I agree with you, Gideon. I think it's going to be 3-0, and I think it's just because, again, you mentioned systematic. I was talking about them trying to outmuscle Onyx Philippines. I think both are flawed strategies up against Onyx Philippines just because of how dominant Onyx Philippines are at destroying systemized teams and outmuscling anyone who tries to muscle up, bruh.
Put them up! Put them up!
You gotta kick them in the ball somehow, you know?
In a boxing match?
In the cojones, man.
Right? It's like if fighting fair doesn't work, then don't fight fair.
You gotta get the low 1-2 combo.
I don't know. That's some alter ego shenanigans right there, boys.
That is some alter ego.
Boy, all right. Onyx PH going to be on blue side, first pick, with Team Falcons on red side as second pick, and the draft has begun. So we come to the final band of the first phase. I'm seeing that Suyo being banned out. Yes,
Love
it's
it.
gone.
But now Louis is open. I wonder if Onyx wants to prioritize that, or they want to focus on the jungle because 3 junglers have already been banned. I feel like eventually we might see the Lucas, especially because Kyle has shown that he likes the Lucas. So I feel like Onyx Philippines is always keeping that in the back of their heads.
I think anything that's not a Hilda Badang XP matchup is good for me. I think my bar has been moved to a pretty low standard after yesterday. I would say that Falcons might also want to look at Flap's hero because we looked at the report card, right? He is the weakness for the team, but also his energy is what drives the team forward, right? So he's going to be a key player in this first game to set the tempo for Falcons.
He's the coin flip player that the team needs, right? Either he makes a crazy big play and the team does really well, or he makes a crazy big play and he dies for it. I think for the longest time in this meta, Brusco got a girlfriend bump, by the way, but in this meta,
when did he get it?
Huh?
When did
he get it?
As soon as she walked into the arena.
Okay.
So,
congrats.
Back on the point, Flap TZ. This meta has just not suited his playstyle. It's more on like the very I'm a tank XP laners. He needs those Arlets, those Lapu-Lapus like back in the day. So maybe try to get Badang over for Flap TZ later on, but they do go for Kalealoi first.
Actually, right now I feel like we want to talk about the draft here because we got to talk about the relationship where I feel like taking the Granger away, number one, amazing on Kara, but number two, just taking away from Super Marco because I feel like Kara, even if the matchup is bad for Kara, he will win it somehow. So giving something that will for sure make sure that he wins is amazing. Falcons, I feel like this is where we're talking about the disruption, right? Where with the draft that they have, it's like they're trying to out-systematic what Onyx PH is trying to do. Like they're trying to outsmart them. Let's see if it works.
Husky, cover your eyes. I got a feeling Hilda's coming up, man. You're not going to like this one.
Oh no.
But this is
wait. We haven't seen the Badang.
Yeah, but hey, before we see the Badang, I think if Falcons go for the Badang, this is going to put Falcons in a bad spot. Remember, Super Marco and Falcons, they win when Super Marco gets a Moscow, a Granger, even a Harith here. But they can't get the Harith, right? But comfort pick is crucial for Super Marco.
Personally, I love the way that this drafting style has kind of begun. Like the openers alone, just to say, hey, we want you to be in an awkward spot. We want you to choose between the Loyi or that Granger. Either or is fine. And personally, for me, I was thinking that the Loyi would have been a higher priority over this Granger just in general. But now that we've seen the entire draft sort of play out for the first half, I feel like the Valentinas, the Tell Team Falcons, we know what you're trying to set up for, and just in case we have a deterrent, even if we don't have that valuable of an ult.
I mean, that also, they are also telling Falcons that we generally lose nothing by taking Valentina. You give us, you overloaded his ultimate, but don't worry, we always have diversion as an option, right? And that enables Super Prince to do whatever he wants with the diversion and basically be a second Loyi for his team.
Yeah, honestly, taking the Valentina makes it so that without banning, you're really making it so that Team Falcons will have to think twice about picking up that Lucas. And right now, honestly, I'm really thinking about Super Marco. Like, what can he pick up at this point?
Aside from Super Marco, I'm thinking about Onyx Philippines, right? I think Super Marco, obviously, we're going to see the Moscow banned out, probably the Irithel as well. But in Onyx Philippines' struggle early on in the season, it was King Kong who was criticized heavily. And it wasn't just because, you know, he was playing bad. No, it was him getting banned out in the drafting phase. And right now, we're seeing a Hanzo, Fanny, Suyo already banned out. I think Falcons will go all the way because they have first pick on red side now, so they can deny another jungler possibly being a Lucas, but that's why Onyx Philippines have already picked up the Valentina. They have that net.
Yeah, like Joy was also banned out by Onyx themselves, right? So like Merkel mentioned, there's the Lucas left. We also have the Alpha that hasn't been picked yet. Fredrin was a pick that we kind of like I did talk about during the group stage, but we haven't seen it. Maybe not from the Philippines team.
Have you played? Why did you say Fredrin?
Just
how is it
because
strong?
The blueprint is basically from the ID teams, right? Like, there it is. We've seen TLID, RQ do it. The Baxter was also there, but it's a very niche playstyle, right? You need a very specific team to make it work.
Remember back in Johor, this is what they used, almost defeated Onyx Philippines, right? Except, a different healer, but Kalia can heal, so it's more or less the same idea.
So what Leo said yesterday about Kalia, she shines the most when you have a team that can keep on going, right? You keep on utilizing the passive to sustain. Fredrin, CC, you can consistently stay in front. It benefits both of them, and it allows Kalia to keep on topping them up. You don't really have to kind of recall for it. More like a 5-man death ball combo.
Yeah, I think that generally the way that this draft is panning out is really interesting, right? Because it's the only time where Fredrin is going to be very relevant despite having to deal with not only the Valentina, but the raw range from Granger. We see the Lucas come in, but that was already taken into consideration with the CC lock-in from Team Falcons. But most importantly, that ban, it could have been the Irithyll, but instead they went for the carry. So it is the green light for Fredrin.
Right now, Falcons, they kind of do need damage, right? So really, whatever Super Marco picks up here, not only does it have to survive in lane, but eventually when it comes to the team fight, has to be able to do something. Fredrin can buy you time.
You need to have a person that can dive and fall back. Oh, 2 debut picks for Team Falcons. Fredrin and 1-1 for Marco. All right, 1-1 in the lane against Granger. It is a skill matchup, but the Granger should have the advantage. Again, range usually does better up against the 1-1, so
I don't know about this one. I really don't. I'm a little iffy on this. What about you?
Onyx Philippines has the more meta, more straightforward draft. For Team Falcons, this must be some kind of secret sauce that they've been R&Ding for quite a while. This is game day. We got to see if it works.
Let's let the boys have their taste test. It's going to be Husky and as well as Mirko to take you guys into the game.
Thank you, Gideon Lafell. Yes, game 1 in the PH Civil War, Onyx Philippines against Team Falcon Philippines. Mirko, I think we have the same reaction when we saw that 1-1, right? I was thinking of a Claude, but I guess they don't want to overcompensate for that safety net. They pick a 1-1, they go into the skill matchup between Super Marco and Kelra, but now all eyes are going to be on Super Marco.
Definitely. The Claude would have been the normal choice again, right? I mean, the Claude up against the Granger in the lane, it's all right. Against the Tigro, you can bring Purify. But the main problem is when you're in the team fights up against the Lucas, you're going to get shredded down.
He's going to run you down. I think even OP has came up with solutions. The last 2 picks clearly to answer what Falcons want to bring. Even mid-side. That's the first blood on the Friends.
First blood, Team Falcons. I guess this is what I was saying earlier. My idea of Falcons trying to bring the fight to Onyx Philippines is you got to play with fire. You got to try to outmuscle your opponents. And sometimes just getting picks like this, these cheesy ones, even though I said maybe you can't really cheese Onyx Philippines because they should know what you're doing, I think they're doing a pretty good job. But also, lack of respect from Prince there early on. Just going up against Kalea Loyi.
Yeah, I thought maybe Ogwen cheesed it by taking the title strike, but didn't do that.
No, King Kong at level 4 already. Wants to go in, perhaps. Sacred Beast form. Going to be ready here as he gets the full rage on him. Ogwen gets out, just a successful invade. And I guess one thing we can talk about here is Fredrin being pretty bad at clearing the jungle.
Yeah, compared to the Lucas. And that hasn't even taken into consideration that when these team fights break out, you've got so many AoEs to deal with.
They're really good at fighting though. Appraiser's Rat not landing. Good flicker out from Brusco. But just like that. Oh, in the bottom lane, Kelra doing a good job. Ogwen taking real low. Kelra holding this wave now, just freezing it up against this Wang Wang.
Doesn't feel good for Ogwen. I thought he would recall, but he didn't. Topside, they want to invade King Kong once more, but this time Kirk able to protect his jungler. King Kong finally gets a safer clear. It's going to be down to 50% health as Kautiti starts to turtle.
That's the advantage of the Fredrin. If you don't do too well when it comes to clearing, holding out neutral objectives is great. Kirk walking up already. Flap TZ going to join in the fray as well as Ogwen goes over to lockdown, and that's the Appraiser's Wrath. Big bong on the Kirk. King Kong still on it. Good shove from Brusco.
Yeah, Brusco is going to keep them all away and allow Onyx PH at least to get the turtle for themselves. They had to trade 2 people for it though. Kirk and Brusco both going down. Falcons willingly taking that trade.
So is that worth it? I think it's worth it for Falcons. 3-0! Yin Yang reaction from Few. Super Prince low. Ogwen needs one more shot. Needs to peel for Few as King Kong dives in.
And King Kong wants to look for the kill, but Phil will get the shield in the end. Falcons once more with the punish mid-side.
Woo. Action all across the board, but the Falcons have been the ones flying high in the sky as Onyx Philippines are trapped, grounded.
And this is going to open up the jungle for Falcons once more, which goes back to the point you said, right? Brethren might not be fastest in the clear, but in this scenario, Kautizi feels incredibly comfortable with Ogwen controlling bushes, which is Kalea's strong suit, and Super Friends not being able to get out of the mid lane. Falcons also makes life for Super Marco so much easier bot side.
1,500 gold now, and this is also the hero that, you know, got King Kong a lot of criticism. When he went for the Lucas pick in MPL Philippines, that was the pick that ended up with them losing. It's not the natural King Kong super fast clear, super fast rotations on the map. He's much more one-dimensional, right? You go for neutral objectives, you get it, you win, you snowball, you win. But if you don't, Lucas no good.
Yeah, it's like, I want something like a Suyo Joy, right? I get to fight at level 3-4. A Hayabusa works as well, but if it's a Suyo or Hanzo, even Hanzo to King Kong, he did mention it's a very weird hero to play, right? You don't really get to go fast like the Suyo. Doesn't play into what the King Kong DNA.
You just gotta go in. That's what you do on the Hanzo, right? And I think that's pretty similar again for the Lucas. You just gotta go in, and then you rely on your team to follow up. You're not really a hero that can make a lot of outplays. It's kind of like an alpha? It's an alpha.
It's an alpha with a bit more crowd control, but the conditions are the same. You need to have War X stacks, you need to be constantly fighting.
And the collab skin coming. He's a main character, y'all. Kaltizi on the turtle. Brusco holding it out as well. Ogun walking up, getting the passive Tsunami Slam, locking him down as well, but he gets the implosion! And the flicker in the back! Crossbow tagged out from Super Marco. Brusco taken down! Turtle also out as Brusco won't be able to survive. Kaltizi was the one to win out that red tree battle, and now they continue the chase on Prince.
So at the end of the day, it's the roamer for a mid laner. Team Falcon still walk away with a bit of a plus just because they got the objective, but that's the caveat that we are going to experience more and more as the game progresses. Oni PH, they have big wombo combos. You let Brusco get an implosion off, you let King Kong hit the backline, and suddenly this whole Falcon Deathball comp falls apart. You want to stick together, but you don't want to be vacuumed in by a big Brusco Tigreal ult.
And now it's an even bigger problem for Onyx Philippines. That implosion looked so good, we completely forgot Mr. Marco, man, was inspiring on that crossbow attack, right? He was dealing so much damage, and Kyle, this is the thing about the Fredrin. If you're able to match up against your opponent, if you're not too far behind, red tree battles will always go your way. You have a big, stab before you go for the red tree? And for the longest time, that's been how, you know, junglers just win out red trees, steal objectives.
Even for OP, another challenge they might face is who is going to eat the crossbow tank. There's only two people who wants to do that, or it has no choice but to do it, Kirk and Brusco. But Brusco is going to be busy trying to get a combo off. Kirk, he has to somehow disrupt Falcons. So whoever Marco catches, if it's not the front line, they are all going to get shredded.
Taking a look at it again. Now backing up Kelra in the bottom lane, Brusco will be able to get him some space. The fact that Super Marco is a level ahead of a Granger, Kelra, not any Granger, and is steadily, I mean, that's a pretty good lead to have on the 1-1. Corrosion side already on the way to the DHS, a turret down below. Man, so much tempo for the Falcons.
And Kautizi solved the resistance problem for at least the next 5 minutes, right? Dreadnought armor into a Garden Helmet. Good luck trying to take him down with Kelra and King Kong in the near future. They're not going to have enough damage for now. Super Prince on the Valentina isn't exactly the most bursty mage either.
Turtle. This time, Turtle number 3, final Turtle of the game. That's a diversion into the back. Brusco will be the one sent to take it. Super Marco in the bush. Brusco, he can go for a big implosion, but Super Marco has a free Purify. Kaltizi walks out. Flat TZ to be zoned away, but he's able to get away. Ogwen, Tsunami Slam over to King Kong, locking him down. Implosion into the back. Cancel out instantly as Kaltizi now walks in forward. Yeah, reaction from View. The front to back is beautiful for Team Falcons.
That implosion needs to catch Phil somehow, because if Phil is in the fight, then Onyx PH gets the taste of their own medicine from that duality, and now diversion to try and catch Kelra, who will escape, but purple buff is gone, dude.
The turtle is gone, 3 members are gone, and the purple, will follow. As a young man from the Philippines will say, Mr. Daniel, that's Grand Theft Purple.
Yes, Grand Theft Purple. Falcons now amassing a 4K gold lead. It's a 2K spike just off of one team fight at the Turtle Pit. 7.5 minutes in, Onyx PH, they are going to lose both side lanes tier 1, and so far Falcons structures have not been touched.
And we gotta talk about this. This is the glaring problem now for Onyx Philippines. Their composition is not made for the late game. Lucas Valentina? Yeah, I think Falcons will have a better time as we get to scale up. My question is, have they already outscaled Onyx Philippines? Because, Gwen, able to find them again! Tsunami Slam! Brusco able to get out with the help of his team, but still it's a free turret over to the Falcons.
You know what, Brusco got help from Flap TZ of all people. The current call actually cancelled out the Tsunami Slam, but diversion play!
Oh, King Kong shredded down by Flap TZ! Orange buff taken, TZ wants to go for the lockdown on it. Kirk will be able to get the taunt down, and a big bonk. Actually, just it's an average bonk.
Yeah, it's not as big as you want, but they did get the big back King Kong, and bot tier 2 will also go down. Flap TZ easily gets away. I think that was Grand Theft Orange. Kyle TZ got the buff from Oni PH. Another 2K injection for Team Falcons. 20 seconds for the Lord spawn.
At this point, Team Falcons, they're playing Grand Theft HP bars. Really? When a CC can burst your mage like that, brother Super Friends, every time he walks up, he has to recall again.
I think Falcons can basically pillage whatever they want. Just to answer your question earlier on, have Falcons outscale Oni PH? I think for the next 6 to 8 minutes, yes. Oni PH, if you want to get that late game, Kara has to get full items, get enough stack, and then you pray for a big Brusco combo to end it off. Because if not, Falcons are always going to win these fights.
Oh, you can see it again. Tsunami Slam coming down onto Kirk, bringing him back as well. Flap able to go for the Purify outside. There's Kelra and King Kong still waiting there. Kyle TZ in a 50-50 against King Kong now. A big fight again. Implosion. Kyle TZ wins out the red tree. Now they dive in the back.
Yeah, in the back, like completely separated from the front. They needed Brusco and Kirk, but both of them absent. Falcons will get a triple for Super Marco.
Oh, the cancel as well up top. Kelra not able. Diversion play. 3-man gang on Kelra. It's a full dive. He's still able to escape. Good read with the Death Sonata too, but it's just 2 members with a respawning Kirk to deal with 3 waves coming down their way.
I wonder if we have a replay for the Lord fight, because it was it was crystal clear for Falcons' game plan. They saw Oni PH frontline run in, and they immediately cut through to the back. And now this Lord is gonna slam the tower. Another fight.
Another Tsunami Slam, bringing him back all the way for the crossbow attack to be used up now. Translated over to Kirk. Very low, taunted up, locked down for Flap TZ to shred him down. Base turret down below, taken out.
And King Kong is not gonna do much. They steal a Tsunami Slam underneath the crystal.
Flap TZ goes in again, curtain call! That Super Fritz taken out! Kelra clearing the waves, 4v1 now!
Brusco will be back in 5 seconds. Kara, he can hold on, but how long?
Let's see, another dive on Kelra, that's the slam dunk onto him! 10 minutes! Team Falcons fly past the reign of Onyx Philippines. 1-0.
Wow, really defying the average game time. We saw like a 20-second difference, but this was out of this world. Some doubts on the Fredrin and the 1-1, the debut in Mobile Masters, but the execution just like what we thought it would be from Falcons. Fredrin momentum death ball completely shut down what Onyx wanted to do.
I just gotta say, Husky, they gotta try to outmuscle him again.
Maybe this was the way all along.
Dear Lord, what a game that was. I was watching it in the back and I was thinking, all right, this could go either way. It's going to boil down to a couple of fights, and it really boiled down to just some strong counter engage and thwarting the counter engage as well. The execution top tier, 17-3 the final score in a 10-minute, 43-second match between Falcons as well as Onyx PH.
I mean, again, we got to talk about this, right? During Johor, this is kind of what they were theorizing. They only tried it for like 1 match, and then I feel like after that, they kind of figure out like, we just missed a little bit of something. Again, bit of R&D, and now this is just how you beat Onyx Philippines. Go back to the tank jungle meta again, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually don't mind it.
Yeah, I mean,
at least some versatility, you know, in the meta.
The golden rule the golden trio of all team has always been the mid jungle and the roamer, and in this case, I think the biggest blunder was Super Fritz dying at level 1.
Yeah.
Should not have ever happened.
Yeah.
Allow Falcons to start moving around the map, and especially unlock Kyle TZ, right? The moment Kyle TZ got a Dreadnought and a Garden Helmet, that game is pretty much in control of Falcon. You have no way to take down Kyle TZ. He is outpacing King Kong, which theoretically shouldn't be the case, and none of OP's engages work.
Honestly, like, we gotta go back to the pre-show where we even Merkel was saying like, this is not Flap's meta, and then Flap's like, you know what? Yeah, that's right. Let me do a bit of damage. Give me a hero that can actually use War Axe, and then look at that. He did 43,000 damage. Not a number that we've seen in a while, at least from him.
Put him on a playmaker. I think both these side laners, right? For Flap TZ, we've seen, actually for Super Marco as well, when they're just not on their comfort picks, it seems like a completely different player. And when you do get him on comfort picks, heck, where does this 1-1 lie in the scale of comfort to meta to... Huh?
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that Super Marco got away with 1-1 here, because it's one of the few heroes where it's like you kind of scale, but also compared to like other marksmen, you're not like the top of the top in terms of raw damage.
The problem with 1-1 ever since the Winter Crown is usually you get your power spike mid game, right? But now it's like mid game to late game. Now it's just pure mid game. If you don't end the game by mid game, those Winter Crowns or Winter Natures will build up, and then you're just going to be kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, but I feel like before that, like, one of the things that makes a 1-1 great is just that how slippery she really is, right? And honestly, looking at this draft, I kind of feel like one of the reasons why they decided on the 1-1 was because of that Valentina. Because they're like, wait, this magic damage, maybe once in a while, Super Prince is able to get me, but that's gonna be very rare.
Well, I think there's a little more to that. I mean, give it up for our MVP. Thank goodness it goes over to Flap TZ. He had an amazing game, 88% kill participation with an 860 GPM, and you don't see that very often on an EXP laner who is now currently in the meta dedicated as the second roam. But from draft all the way into game, there was a lot of back and forth between. I was even talking to some of the Filipinos in the back, both Leon as well as Renmar agree that, again, a lot of R&D has went into this. The fact that there's not a lot of magic damage for Onyx PH, allowing Team Falcons to itemize very much for that mid game, which also coincides with Super Marco's pick of choice being the 1-1. It all leads to one thing.
And I gotta say, man, I already mentioned this, but Few is back in form in the match against Bigatron. Did you see that flicker out from Brusco ult?
Yeah.
Few was clean this game.
He was fast. He was fast. He was looking like back in his good old days when he was all young and saying hi to kids who now have grandkids.
And like, what, 2 minutes before that, I was saying that Phil is the one that Brusco needs to somehow catch. And then the one time Brusco had a chance, Phil denied it. He was just faster. And that was the exact fight that ended the game, right? The split. You saw Onyx Philippines. You cannot have a front line that is not with the rest of the team. Once Brusco flickers and misses his implosion, Falcons just went the other way. They just came in from the side and wiped the back lines.
Even when he got the implosions. Purify on 1-1 built in, Purify on Flap.
Yeah, either way, like this is one of those games where it kind of makes you question yourself. It's like, wait, Falcons yesterday, they look okay. Today they look more than okay, right? Like, what if they just spent their entire time and then they're just looking at the competition? They're just like, it's just Onyx, honestly. So they just prepare for Onyx, so against other people, they're like, eh, but against Onyx, like, they look amazing.
They do. Which begs the question, what is Coach Wynok going to do about this? Because it's like, from the draft itself, it's like, all right, we prepare for the Lucas. We also don't mind if we get the Lucas, and it kind of worked out, and now it's not. There needs to be another plan. But adaptation is going to be the name of the game in this best of 5 here at the SPS Mobile Masters. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to see more Mobile Legends action.
most that I can take? What's the limit? What's at stake? There's a ghost inside of me, pushing me closer. Get me right into the flame. Take me right into the game. There's a force inside of me, pushing me closer.
Hey guys, this is Rose, and right now I am with Flap TZ, the best trash talker, and of course King Kong, who wants to kind of challenge the position. Okay, so since you're the best trash talker, sampulan mo nga to. Go. That's it. What do you want to say? Oh my goodness. Okay, let's take it from the top. One more time. Oh my goodness. Okay, before the match starts, single elimination. Is there anything you want to say? Say ha, not act. King? All right, guys, there you have it. And with that, let's throw it back to the panel.
Thanks, Rose. No words need to be said. Actually, it's the opposite. First person who says something is probably going to be considered the loser in this matchup. First point already in the hands of Falcons PH. We've got the Silent Boys here on the set. Remember, first words, losers. Both teams have already put their hearts and souls out of it. Poses now, perfect. And only Onyx PH, unfortunately, aren't the ones with that very first point. With momentum on their sides, Falcons have an opportunity to turn this around on our predictions. Is CC the new meta? Everybody has boasted about CC for the longest of time, but currently with an 88.8% win rate across 9 games at Mobile Masters, why isn't CC put up more often? Why have teams banned more Phoveus than they have dealing with this CC? I agree with you, boys. No, it's true. It's true. It shouldn't be the case. It honestly shouldn't. And more times than ever, you would hope that you put your headset back on. You're trying to bypass the rules here. Okay, boys, let's get into it. Because right now, after looking at game number 1 and the level of drafting here, we got to up our game as well. We need to be able to see what's happening before it even happens in game number 2.
No, I feel like when we're talking about EXP laners, like Carry is the anti-tank, and CC is fulfilling that role as well, where everyone is just trying to, build as much defense HP as they can, and CC is just like, yeah, I fight through that. Yeah. So, yeah, I do agree. Instead of, like, Phoveus destroys dashes, CC destroys front lines, right? So if you know your opponent is going to play a heavy front line, then just pick up CC. If you know they're just going to have Moskov crazy dashes, then pick up Phoveus.
And that's why it's strange for me when we were coming into Mobile Masters, because in MPL Indonesia, CC is a hot commodity.
Yeah.
We got to Mobile Masters, even the Indonesian teams were like, no, it never. No, they were gaslighting me personally, like saying, no, it's never been meta, brother, man. But now it comes back and it's doing so well. I think in Indo, Tyrant, Ara, everybody. Luke is the only guy who has never picked up CC.
And that's kind of funny here, because especially in this matchup when we were talking about, like, oh man, for somebody like Flap who wants to beat you in lane and then eventually bleed that lead, we got to see that old side of him all over again.
It's the closest you can get to Flap during, I think M5 when Paquito and all those fighters are still relevant, right? CC is probably the closest at this point. I think there are 2 things we might need to start accepting. Is the fact that Suyo not being able to be picked by either team. I think a Suyo ban is is what we've been asking for since yesterday, but it's also a good way to shut down blue side, right? You open up the blue side pick, but you also make life easier for yourselves.
Yeah, but just to say, this is something that we mentioned during the... Okay, it looks like Falcons is first pick, but okay. This is what I mentioned, where Falcons will get a game out of Onyx PH is where they're being too cheeky in the draft. Like we saw the early Valentina pick, trying to solve a problem before it even starts and all those kind of things. Falcons did the same thing by picking up the Cho yesterday, right? So something about them trying to predict the future, and then the opponents are like, wait, since you picked that allows me to use something else, like the Fredrin. So I feel like Onyx PH needs to respect Falcons in that way, and not trying to feel like you know what they're doing before they do it.
Actually, no, I disagree. I feel like putting them in a deterrent position was actually very good. I mean, the Kalia was already shown, so worst comes to worst, you've got two valuable ults to work with, and you disincentivize your opponents from actually picking up the jungler, picking up, you know, an EXP jungle flex, when you can pick it up yourself and do the exact same thing.
So now that Onyx Philippines are on the red side, do they want to ban the Suyo or no, right? They want to just trade it out because maybe they might just want to go for the Jawhead that has been doing well, or Lucas.
Tell you what, if we learn anything from the last game, there is going to be a back and forth, right? They banned out, I mean, Falcons banned out the Harith, be like you either get Granger or Loyi. This time around, I think they're going to do the same thing, more ideally pick up the Harith.
Yeah, you force a winning trade regardless, right? And in this case, I think Prio pick, now the Harith is on the board for Super Marco. They sure as heck is not going to let Kelra get his hands on the Harith unless Onyx Philippines right now tells Falcons that we are willing to go for the trade. You take either Harith or Granger.
It's Team Falcons are the ones to ban Suyo on blue side. They just do not want to play Onyx Philippines game. They don't want to play this meta game.
I think that's totally okay, because now this opens up a lot of opportunities to maybe even play through EXP and maybe have more interesting picks coming down to even the gold laners, arguably. And now with Fanny gone, that does still, it fits the bill that Onyx PH want to be talking about. Hey, gold laners, which do you want?
It has to be a Harith first pick,
I agree.
Right? The Harith's way too good to pass up on.
And I think it's why you would go for the Harith over the Grangers, because we did see a stat regarding 100% win rate for Mr. Man Kelra's Irithel. You go for the Granger, you're technically enabling the Irithel, right? So going for the Harith would definitely be the best choice. They do go for the Harith now, and it just forces Kelra to not go for Irithel. He has to go for, I think, a trade on Granger, Moskov maybe, but not Irithel.
I think they'll be more than happy to do so. But with Harith on the side of Team Falcons, at least it allows Few to kind of play a more utility role. He doesn't have to be like that hard damage, magic damage carry, and they can actually spread it out in terms of damage profile overall.
This does deter any tank jungler shenanigans, you know, the Juicin and the Granger. But if we've learned anything about these two picks is that they are very vulnerable to assassin picks, right? Despite there not being any Fanny, Suyo, or nor Joy, Hayabusa and Hanzo now are the next two on that list.
I think for Onyx Philippines, they need to get a jungler in the first phase here. They've already picked up the Granger and the Juicin. They need a jungler. If they don't pick up a jungler here, it's just going to be deja vu all over again.
They're going to lose one of the jungler picks like right now, right? If I'm Falcons, I'm taking Chaos Hero immediately to threaten this Juicin and Granger. With Hayabusa comes out. We've seen examples of that. I have to bring this out again. It's a broken record. TLID against Supermassive. Hayabusa, great solution to these backlines. Early, mid, and late game, and now you have a pick-off with that Ogwen Cho.
The first phase already complete for Team Falcon's side. Does Onyx PH want to get their Flex Jungler on King Kong as well as Kirk? Give him the Lucas again, or just lock in the jungle straight away?
I think jungle straight away is a better choice.
All right, 16-16 with a 50% win rate overall. It's Hanzo. That's the very first phase here, LaFell. Anything to keep in mind, because so far it feels like the draft is kind of even.
Yeah, I feel like this draft is very honest by both teams. They're not really trying to hide or flex a lot of things. Like we've seen yesterday Flap using the Cho on the EXP. Not sure if they really want to go for that, because I feel like against Onyx, it's one of those things where you do it once, fine, you may get a game off of us, but you can't do that multiple times.
Yeah, no, it didn't even work against Bigatron when they did it, so I don't think it's going to work against Onyx Philippines. It's Sicilian banned out. That's something the Falcons did go through with as well. The Sicilian pick got gets taken out.
So for 2 games in a row, Falcons have essentially put King Kong on a jungler he's not as comfortable on, right? Like game 1 was Lucas, game 2 was the Hanzo that he himself also has expressed that if I have a choice, I wouldn't want to play Hanzo. I would much rather play like Suyo or Joy. So in this case, you can sort of say on paper, Team Falcons will feel a lot more better in the jungle now that Kao TZ has a Hayabusa. This phase 2 is to shut down whatever frontline peel that Onyx has so that it allows Team Falcons to hit that backline hard.
Oh, that's a Hilda ban as a follow-up coming in from Onyx PH. Team Falcons, the fact that they got rid of Gatot makes me question whether or not they're thinking about like artillery, whether they're thinking about just pure raw engage, Farsa, the Yeeves, something along those lines.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely need some kind of range. If not, they're going to get bullied out, because look at the Granger as well as the Hanzo. If Onyx PH, they're able to stall out long enough, it will be a case where Falcons, they're going to have a hard time fighting around Lords, because at that point, they don't have to force anything. They can just chip them down, little by little, and then just play the long game.
How crazy would it be if Falcons go for like a Lunox mid, something like that later on? If they don't pick up the mage instantly here as we get into the second phase, this is something that I've seen in Indonesia. Gotta think about the team. I think it was Dewa. Dewa United really like to go for these kind of compositions when they already have a lockdown hero like a Cho. They go for another initiator up top in XP, and then they play for the Lunox.
What about Selena?
Selena's actually not too bad.
Yeah,
I think for Team Falcons,
Yeah,
more
for Falcons,
over
yeah.
Onyx.
I'm also thinking how you need a plan to peel the Hanzo away eventually, right? Like if the game somehow goes late, these three current heroes, they don't really have the best way of peeling the Hanzo away. He can easily run you down. So these next two picks, like that mid lane, has to have some crowd control ideally. And then regardless where this Cho goes, that last pick also has to be someone that can kind of front line and eat up all that damage.
Is this just not another CC for
Flap?
For Flap, yeah, gets the winning lane, but to be fair, it is still flex, right? So I guess
Yeah.
you don't want to rush into
I
it.
think
but
either way, it's either CC or going into Badang here. One or the other feels completely fine
I
with
agree.
me. That way you can. It depends. Like it's either you want that team fight prowess, or do you want to just like absolutely like try and smash Kirk in lane itself. Worst comes to worst, it can be flexed on over because Phoveus is still available, but CC deals with that pretty well too.
I much prefer the Badang.
Yeah.
I much prefer the Badang. You have a snap engage with the flicker, right? Like
There you
compared to the CC, you have way better setup, and it kind of it eliminates the condition of my mid laner needs to have some hard CC, right? Now I have a Badang that can set up to allow this Pharsa to bombard Onyx PH, right? You technically have longer range compared to the Dusin by default and degrade it to a certain degree. So this Badang is going to be very valuable, helping Few shine.
Yeah, I also like the fact that Team Falcons banned out this Edith. This is like the go-to switch army knife for Kirk. He's a monster on it, and it provides everything that Onyx ever needs while still having a bit of a sandbag lane generally. But it definitely influenced how the second half of the draft is gone.
Yeah, looking at Falcons here, the draft is pretty solid, but again, like Onyx PH so far, again, I feel like has a draft that is very straightforward. I feel like Hylos and Jushin, if this Hylos is going to the roam, it's going to be very difficult for you to get priority on this duo mid lane.
Phoveus is led through though. There is a universe where that Phoveus goes over the OP. I wouldn't be surprised, right? Plenty of dashes for him to kind of reset that passive over and over again.
Yeah, this is going to be quite an interesting matchup here. Let's just take it as it is. Phoveus does inevitably get picked up by the side of OP. I'm not even 100% sure how this matchup is going to be played. I would assume that battle spells will be taken into consideration, but with that being said, it's going to be Husky as well as Mirko taking care of you guys for game number 2.
Already in 20 seconds, so just in time for the buff takes Mirko. Obviously, Hanzo getting a bit of a head start, but after game 1, this is a way better adjustment from Onyx, right? Getting King Kong, a jungler, not the most ideal, but it is something. And of course, having more control in that mid lane.
It's so crucial for Onyx Philippines to play with their trio mid, right? Because yes, it's cool and all when you have Kelra on a Granger. Usually that's already like an insta win. But up against a team like Team Falcons, you might need more than just Kelra in the gold lane, especially considering Kelra's up against another monster. That's Super Marco. Right before the Kelra era, this was the guy who was just unbeatable in gold.
Yeah. It was kind of the era before Kelra, right? You're looking at two different generations. I would say that there is a lot of pressure mid-side, so Phil will have to flicker, get a bit of health back from the healing orb and the camp.
Walks up. Oh, Super Prince gonna be caught now. Shadow kill. Good flicker out from Super Prince escaping, but it did force out Brusco and Prince to use both their resources, both their spells.
Both junglers and both mid laners are now very vulnerable to the enemy jungler. That's for sure. Kelra did end up freezing that bottom wave just to stabilize the state a little bit, considering that he did get jumped on by Ogun at level 1, who, understanding that Dusin Hylos is going to push that mid wave anyway, makes an early rotation bot just to give Super Marco a head start.
Very slow game this time around. No first bloods. Both of them learned from their mistakes. No crazy brawls at the start. But it really feels like with this draft, Falcons are going back to, all right, the meta. We're not going to try to go for these cheese picks every single game, right? We want to catch you off guard with it. So if Falcons get a game here, I think it'll be quite troublesome for Onyx Philippines because they're just going to have so much to think about in the next draft.
Yeah, and it's also impart to Onyx having some deterrent with that first 2 pick, right? Jusin herself is a deterrent for any, beefy immobile front lines. So I would say that this turtle take is going to get delayed because both junglers, they don't really have the best ways to take it.
Okay, Ogwen's going to be chunked quite a bit there. Gets picked up again by Lantern Flare. And this is the thing about why the Hanzo has not really been the best of picks in the Philippines, right? We actually got the interview with King Kong, and he said the teams are just so much slower. They don't rush into fights. So Turtle 1, you can see King Kong, he's not even in his shadow form. Just goes straight for it with the rest of the team. And Team Falcons are in no rush to match it. They know in the bottom lane what happened to you. And again, it's Telra who gets a 2v1 win. And Onyx Philippines get the Turtle. Now it's a lockdown over to Calteezy, who went in with the quad shadow. Now the shadow kill over onto the revitalized members.
Oh!
They're healing on that damage.
It's a set from Flap, but there's no damage. This was the time that they needed Few to be around. Ogwen does find a kick.
Way the Dragon, locking him down in the base. The pin down to Kirk. Still able to get away. Has the Infernal Pursuit.
Marco.
Gets the jump down to Super Marco. Rotates over. Saman Force and Brusco shall be taken down. Kirk is running away.
They need to get Kirk better airstrike. Kirk buys distance with the demonic ascent, the chase, but still traded. All things considered, not the worst for Team Falcons. I would like to say that it's probably an outplay from Kara down bottom because they wanted to put pressure on him. But Few going down definitely sucks, and he might die again.
Oh no, another dive over from King Kong, but Few gets out of the range just barely. Now it's a fist crack from Mr. Manflap Teasy on that Playmaker.
Yeah, give it a Playmaker, and he will keep doing it. Shadow Q used by Kyle. He will get away, and Flap ensures that Falcons retreat.
They really are trying to outmuscle Onyx Philippines here. It looked so good for Onyx Philippines, but then you slow down a bit. You see the gold lead, you see that kill lead. It's all still Team Falcons.
Still Team Falcons, for sure. But I mean, at least the important members are getting the kill, right? Marco, Flap, Few, most importantly, those 2 big magic damage dealers. And it's so hard for Super Friends to catch Ogwen, at least. I mean, you can lift it every now and then, but he has low cooldowns on his abilities. And Flap so far has been phenomenal, right? Game 1 CC, Game 2 Padang. These sets are very dangerous, especially when Onyx Philippines drop the Glorious Pathway. You want to ride in a straight line, Flap will welcome you with open arms.
Wow. Now in the bottom lane they go. Another slow few seconds until we see the turtle. Super Friends gaining control. Again, Few gonna be engaged on this time with the Glorious Pathway. Surely he shall fall. Feathered Airstrike used up. Flap all alone gets brought by. Infernal Pursuit has the fist crack, but the Lantern Flare is perfect from Fritz.
Bit of an error from Flap to just walk up. Maybe comms broke down a little bit, and it is going to escalate more. Onyx PH getting a free turtle and a free mid-tier 1 5 minutes in. I would say Kyle would probably get the top tier 1, which is a bit of an exchange. But with Kirk arriving in time, they're not even going to lose that bottom though.
Uh-oh, so Marco forced to flicker out as well. Jumps back in with Zaman Force, back and forth over to King Kong, who has the Soul Snatch. But there's not enough damage to really threaten Marco. Still, an amazing trade, baiting out Flicker out from Marco.
This would probably prompt Flap to start sticking with the rest of the team, even though he wants to stay in lane, get some resource, but seems like that timer has been sped up a little bit. Luckily on the Badang, you do have ways to set up without needing much levels, right? It's all about that crowd control with that Flicker Snap Engage alongside Ogwen.
Now, Onyx Philippines are definitely the ones in control. They've been able to, again, create a chaotic environment for this Hanzo to thrive in.
That's the best case scenario. They've been forcing Few's hands every single time. They see him, they jump him, they force his flicker out whenever it's online. Few so far has not been able to comfortably sit in a fight and contribute.
Unable to get the G-Kundo away. The Dragon Ogwen now forced to flicker out. Few also another flicker. 3 flickers down now. Onyx Philippines, they're baiting this out like it's nothing.
Yeah, they do it. They are going to keep doing it over and over again. They see Flap and Kyle topside, they start running at Team Falcons. It's not about necessarily getting the kills. That is always going to be a bonus at this stage of the game. But you force out important resources is akin to winning that macro anyways. You take control of jungles, you take the camps, you reset the waves. And now, Falcons, you really got to start thinking of how you want to move Flap and Kyle around the map.
Glowing wand already for Mr. Super Prince. I think Kelra already has a Sky Piercer too. He's building towards a Sea Halberd actually here, ladies and gentlemen. A Sea Halberd for more burst. I mean, obviously up against the Harith, sure, but man, even these frontliners won't really be able to take that damage once he gets Sea Halberd plus Malefic Roar later on. Marco gets traded in the bottom lane. There's going to be a turret falling, I believe, up top as well. Turtle number 3.
Timing for the Sea Halberd is going to be just nice because Flapteezy is going for the Oracle, right? So that reduction will come in on time. So in the case, whatever advantage Falcons wants to get for themselves, it's a 1k goal lead, but you look at the bigger picture, it feels like it's more than just 1,000 because of how much control Onyx has.
Good rush, by the way, from Kirk. Radiant armor rush here as he gets a Dreadnought. Also the tough boot, so a lot of emphasis on just that magic damage. They know that this Hayabusa, if it doesn't get kills early, won't really be too big of a threat. And you can see again the slow take from Onyx Philippines as they have Brusco on it. Purple buff taken by Mr. King Kong earlier. Glorious Pathway just a zone, a free turtle. Neutral objective for Onyx Philippines.
It's a vacuum, a constant vacuum. An Area 51, Falcons just cannot walk up. They have to full commit. They're thinking about it. Seems like there's no opening though.
No, it's just, they can't do it, right? They show up, you get the Quad Shadow on, but if it's on Kirk or Brusco, you're putting yourself in danger.
Your best bet is Kelra or Prince, but then if Kirk is standing nearby, there's no chance at all.
Yeah.
He just tracks you down.
His shoulder bashes you, man. Bodies you. And Ogwen now is really... at this point, they're waiting for Super Marco, right? That's the win condition. And in case you guys are wondering, what are Falcons waiting for? And if they wait, do they have a chance? Yes, Super Marco needs to get to those item power spikes. He's currently standing on a feather of heaven. So Holy Crystal should be the timing where you would see more fights for Falcons. But knowing Onyx Philippines are going for so much magic defense, I might say Divine Glaive.
I was thinking the same. But looking at the components he has, he's probably thinking about the Holy Crystal Rush. And he even had to stop halfway, right? Stop by a gas station and buy that leather jerkin just because of the trade early on. So does slow him down set him back by a couple hundred gold. That means they are going to keep losing more and more control on the map, right? The Onyx PH just measly 2k goal lead at 9 minutes. Doesn't seem much, but it essentially slowed down Falcons for at least 5 minutes.
Flapseas, King Kong with the munch on the purple. You can't really say he stole the purple. He just ate it, man. He just consumed that purple. But up down,
no.
Flicker again. It's just the name of the game at this point. Like for Team Falcons, it's all about distracting, getting space, so that up top you can have Super Marco freely farm. Good move by Flap there, pinning King Kong down, making sure Few's safe.
It's like every flicker on the PH Force is a 2-minute window where they can play a bit more aggressively, where they feel a lot more safe, knowing that Ogwen doesn't have a snap engage. Flapteezy doesn't want to do it right now. They're gonna try though.
Okay. Flapteezy's actually giving the one caught Sky Piercer. Not even, it's Super Prince who picks up the kill.
Just say he doesn't want to do it, and he does it anyways. The team wasn't even ready. You can see he gets the engage off, and Falcons were like, we can't, sorry man, you gotta go. And it's at a pretty bad timing. Lord just spawned, Ogwen might go down.
Yeah, it should be Ogwen taken down, this time by King Kong. Free Lord over to Onyx Philippines. Team Falcons have been playing an anti-fight kind of game for the longest time, but you're eventually going to have to fight. Onyx Philippines, no, it's either for the Lord or you just lose it out. Few. Connor the Soul Snatch still has the wings by wings, gets out, but this gold lead is going to build up, as you saw Kaltizi earlier, unable to get a trade.
And this is going from bad to worse. Ogwen needs the flicker to function, and without that, only Flap has to wait, has means of engage. But I feel like if you are Flapteezy right now, you don't want to be the primary means of engage, right? Ogwen has to be the distraction. You know, you force some Onyx PH hands, and then Flap comes in as a second layer. But now, it's another 50 seconds on the clock, because Flap doesn't have his flicker, and they have to contend with a Lord crashing in topside.
So this Cho, right? Who do you kick at this point, right? I guess Kelra, but how do you kick him when there's so much peel? And even if, let's say, you do get the kick on Kelra, the rest of your team will have to deal with King Kong Prince and Brusco, who's diving in. They just have so much dive, so much peel. Everything is very well planned right now. Lord charges up top. It should be dealt with. This is not going to be the end just yet. There's still going to be holy defenses to keep Falcon's base intact. But hold up. Ogwen going to be stunned up as well. Super Prince goes up the Crimson Beacon. Now the Feather Airstrike into the back. Ogwen almost getting that kick, but Kelra gets the shot down. Super Marco going back and forth.
Even when fighting underneath the inhibitor, Onyx still went even. Kelra somehow escapes once more. Few. Once the kill, couldn't fight it. Kelra finally goes down to Marco. But Super Prince should be chased down. Flickers to safety.
So Marco on the chase with Few. Looking for that chase. Doesn't have the flicker, but Prince is sandwiched. Synchroficient, Super Marco, Zaman Force, that's a kill. Right as the Holy Crystal comes up, it's Team Falcons who ride that team fight.
So to answer your question, ideally they want to wait for Marco and Few to have more than enough damage. So if I kick Kirk or Brusco, we can burst them down in an instant. But hey, they have a 6-man, right? They had the inhibitor turret to help them out in that fight. Kyle should survive this, thankfully. So Falcons won because they had that inhibitor. Even then, it was a hard-fought battle, but it did give them breathing room. Onyx PH now shrunk to just a 1,300 gold advantage. The inhibitor didn't go down, so if anything, Falcons, they're breathing big sighs of relief.
Husky, I saw glimpses of the AP Bren playstyle at M5 yesterday against Bigatron, and now I'm feeling it. Team Falcons, this is the exact same way they were able to get that World Championship. They wait for Super Marco, right? Obviously, they want to win in the early game, but if they don't, they can always just trade on the map, look for farm, and get space for Marco to farm. Once he gets those item power spikes that we were talking about, Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, now they are online. They can start looking for fights. They can start to be the ones proactive on the map because they know they've got a cannon, they got a nuke in that gold lane.
Onyx might have overestimated their battle power, right? The Brute running so deep in. Kao snuck into the backline in that fight, so essentially causing chaos to Onyx PH, the way Onyx PH wanted to do. But this second Lord, now Falcons, they're going to feel a lot better contesting this. Bottom wave is in their favor, top wave as well. Falcons can now walk up and gain presence.
Lord started. They're both just chilling right now, both going back and forth. Bottom lane is still neutral.
Watch out for the flicker engage. Both Flap and Ogwen have the battle spells online.
An intense Lord. Can't even call it a dance. They're not dancing with the Lord. They're just hovering over it. Both of them just watching over this Lord. Both very reluctant to be the ones to start it out, to commit.
If you are Onyx, you want to take control, but if you are Falcons, you have a lot more, slightly more freedom. That bot wave, I think, is a neutral wave. I'm not sure if the wave crashed in front of the turret just now, but either way, it's good news for Falcons, right? They can play this game forever. As long as Flap has vision, as long as they have the flicker back up, there is always an opportunity for Falcons to catch Onyx PH off guard. You don't want a Glorious Pathway into a Badang.
So the bottom lane now is slow pushed into Marco. Bit of poke over to Kirk. King Kong holding on to this Lord. For the airstrike landing on Kelra, taking him to a quarter of HP. Control now given back to Team Falcons, but they are not going to commit. They will wait for that wave down below to continue slow pushing with a crown for Super Prince. Fatizi has the pin down. That's a fist crack from Flat Super Prince, still able to escape.
Yeah, Ogwen will be pulled back, but he has immortality, and he flickers to save the King Kong. Finds Phil and munches him down.
Super Marco brought it again, has the Mind Force, goes back in. Wait, the Dragon Appeal. Kirk taken down. No, he's still able to survive for a bit longer. Kelra getting him down in the back as Shadow Kill comes in. Brusco going for the stun. Ogwen still able to escape, and after all that, it is a 1-for-1 trade.
Mid laner for XP laner. Phil is going to be back in 15 seconds, but I don't think Kao can contest this. He's going to try stuns up, and that is the end of the attempt. Onyx PH gets the Lord off of King Kong's assassination.
A prolonged skirmish, a messy one at that flap, cancels the recall on Kelra. An angle, a window of opportunity. King Kong cancels it out, now walks up over to Flap Teasy. Kelra has to recall. This is another window of opportunity for them to deal with this Lord. Bottom lane, you can see the base turret barely surviving that minion crash.
So fortunate for Team Falcons, for Onyx PH, not losing that inhibitor and now having a chance to get their own. And Team Falcons, they were thinking about dealing with the Lord on the enemy side of the map, but with Onyx PH all alive, they will have to accept the fact that this top inhibitor will be conceded. And all things considered, Marco 5-0-2, he's decked out in items. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, Blood Wings is going to take off his boots pretty soon. And when that time comes, he is really going to hurt.
We're not in the timestamp of the Evolved Lord just yet, so this is still an enhanced Lord, charging up top, getting a turret down already. King Kong walking forward, gets punched in the face by Flap Teasy. Lord dealt with, now the waves coming in.
All Onyx PH is going to get off of this Lord, and it's a weakened inhibitor. So silver lining for Team Falcons, right? You don't really lose too much. And Onyx PH, they have a weakened inhibitor down bottom that is always under threat. But hey, that next Lord is going to be spawning bottom side, so long lane advantage is going to favor Onyx PH regardless.
And you can see this choice now for Super Marco. We've seen, for the most part, Harrods go for concentrated energy towards the late game, and then they sell their boots for Oracle. Here, it's the Blood Wings option for Super Marco. He wants to have that additional movement speed, obviously the shield, but the movement speed too when the shield gets cracked. Because there's just so much chase for the side of Onyx Philippines, he needs that additional mobility, and I think that's why he hasn't sold his boots just yet.
That, and also Phil is working towards the Winter Crown. Because you don't want to get munched on by King Kong a second time. That was how Onyx PH got away with a ward take just now.
And it's also a late game King Kong on Hanzo.
Yeah.
3-item power spike done, plus the Sea Halberd and the Melfic Roar. Even the frontliners won't be able to take his damage. And that's why Team Falcons, they were aware of the Hanzo on the other side. They didn't go for, you know, super tanky picks. They know even if we go tanky picks late game, this man's a monster. And you can see the respect given over King Kong diving in over the flap. So able to escape. That's going to be a fist crack. King Kong low in the back. That should stop Onyx Philippines' attack.
That's the win for Onyx Philippines ready, even forcing out Super Marco's flicker 30 seconds before the Lord spawns. They will have their ultimates, but Super Marco now will be even more vulnerable. He did eventually sell his boots, he just got a Wishing Lantern. So that would be kind of the tipping point, right? Maximum damage. Both mid laners are incredibly worried about the enemy jungler. We saw how Kao almost took out Super Friends if he didn't have that Winter Crown earlier on. Kelra also getting a Winter Crown for himself. It's all about surviving assassinations.
These waves have been amazing, by the way, from Onyx Philippines. Again, they've just been so decisive in their actions. Team Falcons have actually been the ones to win out most of the wave control, side lane control. But Onyx Philippines have reacted so perfectly. When they saw the slow push down below, they decided, all right, it's time to commit, it's time to look for that fight, and then they got the Lord. Now it's similar. They saw that slow push, obviously for them building up top with the base turret. They saw that Team Falcons was trying to just slow it as much as they can with the freeze, so they broke it.
Few, don't walk up. Don't walk up, buddy. Few.
Has to flicker out, but Kirk is going to be following in through. Now Super Marco pops in his bond for Super Prince, forces the Crimson Beacon out of there as Kirk will just be treaded down. Has the immortality, will be able to go for another Inferno pursuit. Wave the dragon over to King Kong, and now it's Super Marco caught!
Yeah, and King Kong takes down Super Marco in the process. Ogwen comes back with the immortality, but he is trapped. Forced to flicker. Winter Crown forced out by Phil, but he's going to die too.
2 for 0 for Onyx Philippines. Waves coming down slowly. How did Kirk get away from that? Baits out Super Marco, and now he's dead for 30 seconds. Flap buys the Winter Crown, has a bit more time to play with, but there's another wave in the mid lane too, coming down. Ogwen, G Kundo, Glorious Pathway into the back. Kaltizi with the shadow kill, brought away from the mid waves, but still has that retribution to go in. Ogwen gonna be caught as well. Goodbye, Kaltizi.
So close, yet so far. Flap is gonna fall. King Kong is just gonna batter the crystal, and we got a series on our hands, folks.
An equalizer from Onyx Philippines, 1-1. It was never going to be that easy.
Honestly, looking at this matchup, I gotta say, this is very few-centric. Like, when it comes to the win and losses, you gotta look at that Farsa. Like, we'll be looking at the highlights a little bit later, but how did Onyx slow down the Farsa? And what Kelra did that made it so that for a good 10 minutes, there was nothing that Falcons could do.
It's all about resource management. This game is a masterclass on basically telling you kills isn't everything. Forcing out flickers, forcing out crucial resources is more than enough to slow down the enemies.
I don't know. The first 3 minutes was kind of telling me that like kills were everything. They were fighting so hard for a lead, but it all comes down to this, right? Priority at what stage of the game really leads you to how these teams are looking and viewing the game as a whole.
So, like, 2 things that I want to talk about. First of all, I want to talk about the gold lane matchup between Harv as well as Granger. Granger is very comfortable in that situation, so we see that Few, I believe, three times or maybe 4 times he rotated to the gold lane. But the fact that Kelra got a kill, like, Kelra was already winning, and then getting a kill onto Few, that basically solves it. Like gold lane, you can't do anything about it anymore. And then after that, because of the depth, we start seeing King Kong on that Hanzo slowing it down even more, because without the damage of the Farsa, the Cho and the Hayabusa is not that impressive. So every single time, King Kong finds the rotation of Few inside the jungle and then forces out. And of course, the Jushin as well as the Hylos has so much kill pressure on a Cho. Without a backup from the Farsa, there was nothing that they could do. So one mistake where Few died in the bottom lane, and then King Kong always forcing it out onto Few, destroyed Falcons for the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, that, and also every single time they see Ogun, they see Flap, or even if King Kong somehow finds Few, it's all about the flicker, right? Every single flicker is a 2-minute timer that Falcons will not be able to make any big moves. That's why you see Onyx Philippines, they get the flicker out, okay, we reset, we take control of the map, Falcons will not be able to start a fight.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, at least for Onyx, they had a lot of resources that are so recyclable, so reusable every single time. It's kind of like Selena arrows, right?
Yeah.
Just throw the Hanzo in there, get whatever you can, and if you don't get anything, that's totally fine, as long as you don't die.
Yeah, Jushin as well. The Lantern, like, doesn't have a cooldown for a 2-minute cooldown. It's like, yeah, like at that point again, the kill pressure is so much for Onyx, and Falcons had 0 kill pressure that it's very hard for Onyx to make a mistake in that game.
It's all about continuous damage versus intervals of damage, right? Because like again, like you said, Team Falcons, they had to wait for the Zaman Force. They had to wait for these very specific moments in the game to be for them to be able to deal damage. Whether airstrike, shadow kill, Zaman Force. Meanwhile, for OP, constant Lantern Flare, constant basic attacks from Hanzo, constant shots from the Rhapsody, and the Death Sonata of Kelra.
You know what's the saddest part? Marco played a near flawless game. The one time he died, his flicker was 15 seconds off cooldown, and that's a callback to that top scuffle, right? Where OP ran into them, Few almost got caught, and Marco had to flicker for that. So again, this incremental damage for resources being spent by Falcons to save themselves came back to bit them in the back, because Onyx Philippines, they don't have to wait.
When we're looking at this 9-14, the final kill score, but if we're looking at the damage dealt, it's actually in favor of Team Falcon. So you could just see how close this game was, on top of the fact that OP's resources really making the difference.
And it's really because of the frontliners being able to frontline.
I can't believe Kirk didn't die in that final one.
Oh, yeah. The immortality, just Kirk being so good at getting those stacks, or getting those the passive, right, for the Infernal Pursuit. He was always jumping.
That kind of game is like, okay, now I get it. No wonder they banned it.
That was also,
no wonder teams ban out it. Like again, like a lot of dash, it was still so tanky.
It was also a minor oversight from Falcons, right? That was the one bush that someone needed to check, but no one was there. Right? Flag was holding a bottom bush. I was holding my breath when I saw Few walk up. I'm like, if you walk out there, this game might just end, and it ended. Yeah,
it's unfortunate indeed, but hey, it makes for a great series. Our MVP of the match going to be Kelra, 8-1-3, having a near perfect score with a 79% kill participation rate, but generally Onyx PH has brought the thunder here 1-1 against Falcons. And I don't know about you guys, but so far Red Side seems to have a better formula as of right now in comparison to first pick Blue.
I mean, if we're looking at similarities between game number 1 and game number 2, it's all about how much pressure that you can keep on applying to your opponents. Because again, game number 1, the Fedrin, no one could kill him. He can just do whatever he wants. Game number 2 here, Onyx Philippines, the mid trio, there was nothing that the Falcons could do to potentially kill them. So I really do feel like whoever has the draft that can constantly be in your face is heavily favored in this best of 5.
I don't know, we might even see more Salinas actually pop up in the next couple games, just to kind of, you know, really lean into that style. Or I don't know, because game number 1 there was a lot of like, trying to outthink your opponent in the draft itself. Game 2, super honest. I don't know if it reverts back now. I would only assume that Team Falcons wants to be on red.
I think Falcons, do you want to be on red? I think it doesn't matter as much, right? I think the only time it matters a lot is when that Suyo is on the board. But when you look at the bans from game number 2, right? 3 junglers banned out in the first phase, and all Onyx did to adjust was to give King Kong his jungle pick in the first phase. And I think that solves a lot of problems. So I don't think it matters too much whether Onyx in that case was blue or red. It matters who gets that sequence right. I think Onyx getting that Hanzo on King Kong and was able to get a very strong, low commitment kind of draft against Falcons, that itself is an advantage.
I agree. I think it's really all about how you play for your win conditions, right? Because in game number 1, we saw a crazy cheese pick. We saw a crazy pick that even Onyx didn't really expect in the 1-1, and that's what was able to outsmart Onyx Philippines. Because coming into that draft, Onyx Philippines were thinking, all right, if you want to sacrifice your best player for our best player, for our win condition, King Kong and Super Marco, we're fine with it. Turns out they picked the Lucas and they saw the 1 and they're like, okay, you got us there. Next time we'll pick up King Kong's pick in the first phase.
With that being said, guys, what do you think about these matches? What do you think about these games, and how can we make this show better? First, follow us on our social medias at ESL, at the X Everything app. Don't forget about Instagram. Don't forget about Facebook. It's all the same. Tag at ESL MLBB. And don't forget, make sure we want to hear your voices. We got the Tobe initially ready for EWC. All our professional analysts.
I think
I don't know what to tell you.
I ran out of budget to wear that, right?
Yeah.
It's like 1 hour rental.
Yeah,
I mean, it is super expensive.
It is.
It is pretty expensive, but we want to hear your thoughts in the comment section and scan that QR code and just let us know what's going on with you. With that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be this match once again. It's 1-1. We've got a series on our hand, boys, as the PH Civil War continues here at the SPS Mobile Masters. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more MLBB action. Our challengers continue to battle it out with an equal score of 1-1. Boys, we have a series on our hands here. Whether or not it's going to go all 5 games is going to be the real question, because right now, right now, Husky's looking like the most correct in terms of his predictions, in terms of trajectory. That could change easily if one of these teams just win 2 in a row. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching the Mobile Masters right now for the Snapdragon Pro Series. We were talking about adaptations in the previous matchups, and also a couple of things that we did notice from Games 1 as well as Games 2. Is Game 3 the time to be like, okay, balls to the wall, let's throw something out of pocket?
I think Falcons did it right off the bat, right out the gates in Game 1. They did the, the Selena effect that Bigatron did to Falcons themselves yesterday. Yep. And right now, Game 3, I feel like you're going to go back to basics, right? The curveball probably is going to come Game 4 for whoever loses this one. But for now, I think you want to stabilize the state of the game a little bit, right? Play back to fundamentals, go back to your basics, and try to win the game the meta way.
Talking about fundamentals, Onyx PH on blue, Team Falcons on red, Matilda, but they also get rid of the Lucas this time around on their side as the Kalia, the follow-up ban for Team Falcons.
Looking at the bans here, I wonder if Falcons wants to get that Louis again and put it on Onyx Philippines. Do they want to ban on something like a Louis or Fanny? Hold on, which one is actually first pick? Is Falcons, right?
No, Onyx Philippines are first pick. They're blue.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you think that they're going to go for the Gamba one more time? It's either they ban out Granger on their... sorry, they ban out Harith on red side, and they'll be like, it's either Loyi or Granger. Which one would you rather?
Yeah, because, again, like, honestly, personally for me, it really is about that, continuous pressure.
Yeah, I think for Onyx Philippines now, they banned Joy Game 1, right? Now they know what Team Falcons are trying to do. Now they're forcing out, either you ban Fanny, I get Joy, or you ban Joy, I get Fanny. So it's, at this point, you gotta go for a trade. Not for the Fanny, but the Joy is gonna be picked up by Onyx Philippines here. And Fanny will be banned.
And the Harith is still on the table.
Yeah.
So 3 power picks.
Joy Harith trade.
Yeah.
Joy Harith trade, or do you kind of convert your comp to be like, hey, if we let Fanny through and you guys don't want to steal anything from us, we just go Cho Moskov? That was one of the few openers that we did actually see against Onyx ID, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the Hilda Moskov, right? That's what TLID did.
No, Cho Moskov. Oh, no. That was different. That's assuming that the Fanny does get let through. Oh,
they let it go.
They do let it go.
Against King Kong, this is...
I feel like it's fine.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I mean, you look at statistics, it does justify a little bit, right? Like, Fanny went banned, you actually have like, what, 40% win rate when Fanny's banned out. King Kong Fanny unleashed. But Joy Harith is there for Falcons.
Same goes for Loyi as well.
Yeah.
Same for, I mean, if they don't want it as well, they could just lean into Moskov, maybe pick up the Cho as like a guaranteed like deterrent for this Fanny, and then decide to play the draft from there.
Yeah, the Moskov would be a great choice here because obviously the choice would be, again, Moskov or Harith. Onyx Philippines, if you pick up Moskov, Onyx Philippines will probably go for the Harith. In the Moskov-Harith matchup, Moskov should get a slight edge in that. So, especially for Marco, that's his comfort pick. He goes for it. Loyi comes around. Onyx Philippines should go for the Harith now. Already, it's same combo. You know, you have physical jungle, now magical in the gold.
How do they play this out from this point onwards? I mean, they're definitely going to get the Harith here for sure for the side of Onyx PH. But what do they pair it up with? Do they want to match with the mid laners, mid laner for mid laner, so they don't get pinched in the second half? Or are they looking to immediately like start leaning into maybe a couple of picks coming in from Flap?
Again, I kind of feel like for Falcons, they're having a lot of pressure on the map with Moskov as well as Louis, a lot of a global pressure. It really does look like Falcons want to play the map. It's going to be very difficult to play the map against a Fanny. But again, I just want to see how Falcons, they just want to put continuous pressure on Onyx, making sure that their mid trio doesn't get to move. Because I feel like, again, against Onyx Philippines, if you find a way to make sure that Brusco and Super Friends just stay in their lane, they're gonna eventually figure out how to shut down King Kong as well.
I think it's a good time to pick up someone like a Phobius, I feel. It is still open, plenty of dashes. You need a sandbag too, because you're not sure where this Gatot is going to go for Onyx PH anyway, so it's a very safe pick for Falcons.
It does mean that Falcons are leaning towards their lanes as of right now. They're like, all right, if you want to ban out junglers, that's totally fine. There's still plenty of options for us, so we're not too concerned about that. But I think the real crux pick is who is going into that. What's the hero for the support? Because now it's about, hey, pressure in the mid lane, can we clear it out fast enough? There's the Gatot, who's technically a flex, but also is really good at supporting the mid lane and clearing it out really fast, no matter what the hero is.
Yeah, and again, the added bonus of just for Onyx Philippines, the added bonus of Falcons not showing their jungler, right now revealing their jungler, means that Onyx Philippines can have a big say here in the bans. They take away those junglers, maybe the Fredgen that has given them problems in the past, but I understand why Team Falcons didn't go Joy. I gotta explain that, right? The Joy is very, very hard to utilize up against the Hereth. Add the Gatot onto that, it's gonna be even tougher.
Yo, plenty of shields to chew through, crowd control too, and it's very mobile targets. The Joy generally doesn't like it. Yeah, like Mirko called it, the Fredrin ban comes through. I do like it a lot. I think Team Falcons have shown some semblance of, hey, if you don't ban the Fredrin, we can run it back again.
Yeah.
So no Fredrin this time. They want to force Kyle into that assassin matchup.
Yeah, they do. But what's that final ban coming out from Team Falcons? And it looks like they get rid of the Switch Army Knife. It's going to be the Edith, which is interesting because CC was still available. So they would rather deal with the CC rather than the Edith.
I think Onyx Philippines shouldn't ban the Hanzo here, because they already have a Gatot and Hereth, but they will just ban it out. So they would much rather go up against, say, a Hayabusa, something that is much more manageable if it ever goes late.
Yeah, especially since it's just, if you need to rely on a particular buff to make, efficient plays on the map, Onyx can then start shifting their composition to just play throughout that mid lane.
I feel like what's important here is actually for Ogwen's pick, because I feel like Ogwen needs to do a lot of things here in terms of protecting the backline. So honestly, he had a pretty good Kufra yesterday.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
I'm hoping for that Kufra, but at this point, who knows?
Kufra plus Phoveus, just anti-dash all the way.
Let's see, they've got 12 more seconds left on the clock to decide on what they want here. And Ogwen's pick is going to be the Crux. And it looks like they're going for the Cho. They want something a little bit safer, something that can at least help out a little bit more, minimize the amount of damage and interaction in case it's just a battle of priority.
I mean, like, they have a pick-off, but what's the payoff?
Yeah.
Like, will they have enough damage? Like, sure, you can kick the Fanny. However, it's going to be much more difficult, but still, it's like, even if you kick the Fanny, if you don't kill her in time, she's just cable away.
And I think right now, Onyx Philippines can go double revitalize now. The Hylos are still up for grabs. There is no way for you to go CC anymore with the Cho and the Phoveus. Or they could just go all in even more, like pick up a damage dealer in the XP. Maybe they go for Badang, could be.
I think Badang was like okay at best, I suppose.
Shouda also, it's not the worst.
Oh, they go Farsa and as well as Jawhead this time. All right, so it's clear that they want to kind of push their enemy.
This is a lot of damage, by the way.
Yeah, that's why.
But also, they're not that tanky.
They're not tanky. I mean, Gatot is. That's it.
Yeah.
That's kind of all they
have. But it is a bit of a deterrent, right? Like,
it's like this is one of those drafts that can look very impressive, or like, bro, what's going on?
They're thinking, we got King Kong on Fanny, we got Kelra on Hereth. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Just win out your lanes, push them under torrent.
Just overpower them, I guess.
Like, of course, are very hard to catch, right? They're very slippery. It's not like you can easily walk up to a Harith or a Farsa and kick them in the face. Not to mention, Gatot, Jawhead, decent deterrent, right? You can isolate these targets. Like, Ogwen's life is not going to be easy. Alpha picked up by Kyle. I was thinking of something like that. I feel like if Kyle was thinking of a Hayabusa, it's definitely not a good idea right now. But if you have the Alpha, it can make up for the whole I still want to be in your face kind of play style.
I don't know. I think this is going to be a hard game for few. Thoughts, LaFell? What do you think of these two compositions?
Onyx PH, that draft is just like their interview. They just want to flex their muscles. So this is one of those things like, will you look very strong or will you get a cramp? You know, we'll see how the game goes. Like, the momentum is going to be important for this one.
All right, it's Onyx PH up against Team Falcons 1-1 as we head on over to game number 3. I will pass the mic off to Mirko and as well as Huskies. They take us away to the land of dawn.
Every time when we look at a marathon, it's about who gasses out first, right? You go for the sprint in the first game and then you gas out by game 3. That is lights out, but the night is still young in Jakarta. Team Falcons, Philippines, and Onyx PH both have thrown punches. It's now 1-1 Mirko. Coming in the game 3, I think we can all unanimously agree that OP's draft looks slightly better.
Yeah, I gotta lead with Onyx Philippines. It's every comfort pick we have learned in the Mobile Legends encyclopedia to fear against Onyx Philippines.
Given the Fanny, the Prince Farsa, the Kelra, you know, one of the strongest gold laner right now. And then they double up with just Gatot and Jawhead. Talk about pressure, making life hard for players like Ogwen to function, and even forcing the alpha pick that I think at the start of the show we even said it's not really the best pick anymore.
Oh. Really good jet damage, dude. This is something that's just so... Oh, hold up. Lethal Wanderer. Few force a flick around already. King Kong with the cables! You didn't call it. Few's gonna have the best of games here up against King Kong's Fanny. Doesn't look like Kyle's gonna have the best of games either. Already invaded. No level 4 for him. An easy lethal for level 4 for King Kong.
I'm trying to figure out how Few is even going to play the rest of the game. The early game looks bad already, now that you have King Kong flying around, but as the game progresses, it's not going to get any better. You're always going to be at a disadvantage. He even took Firmless because he knows that he's going to take a lot of punishment.
Okay, they want to go in again. Calteezy going to be taken very low. See that reaction over from Few, almost taking him down. Still got to respect that damage early on against the Lo Yi. Ogwen going in. Oh, Spear of Misery too.
Look how he wishes he got that beetle topside, because that would have been level 4.
Yeah.
That's the only window that King Kong was able to go that aggressive and not be punished. All things considered, Falcons, but they are running the Lo Yi, so level 4 is not the most important for this hero. As long as you can get that duality reaction, it's good enough. Marco against Kelroy is going to be stagnant for quite a while. Turtle spawning topside.
You can see that Marco is winning more of the trades, though, in the lane itself, just due to the Moscow being able to blink out of the Synchro Fission. Ogwen, again, putting that damage over to Super Prince. You can see Super Prince doing the same thing. Kirk is the one holding it in. They want to wait for King Kong on the purple.
Few is going to feel very uncomfortable trying to cross that mid side. With Prince and Brusco around, Prince even level 4, and this turtle's going to be hard.
Oh, FlapTZ trying to go for the flicker play earlier, jumps in forward. Ogwen goes in, but King Kong's still on it now with the cables one more time. FlapTZ able to dash in, but it's King Kong with a kill. And now for the airstrike with the AOG. Kyle TZ, can he run? Pinned down just by the boys. Unstoppable force, and Brusco is the one to take it. Crazy juggle with Kirk tanking that turret.
Very well done. Onyx PH already starting off on a good note. Duality reaction. Prince does tick down, but still King Kong should be able to get away.
Yeah, might be able to get a kill before he walks out, but now great ejector too. Disengaged from Brusco.
Okay, so Falcons, they did save their orange buff. Meanwhile, Kero is going to start hard shoving that away with the Zaman Force down bottom. Get himself a recall. There is a world where I can see that lane swap coming out. We'll see what the plan is for Onyx PH. They did get the first turtle, got themselves a bit of a slight goal advantage.
Unstoppable force this time. They know there's no flicker on Few. Fed into the feather airstrike, but now Brusco shall be caught as well. But it's a 1-for-1 roam from mid. King Kong.
Still better for Onyx PH for sure.
Yeah.
Marco would get that mid wave, and this push control is essentially given over to Onyx PH. Now Falcons on damage control. Kyle needs his jungle, and of course Marco getting a double wave, a kick.
Oh, good kick in the Spear of Alpha. There's a Spear of Destruction as well. Oh man, 2 spears to the face.
And the punish on Super Fritz. Second death might be hard for Few, but Fritz also not having the best start so far. Both mid laners did go down twice. But King Kong is having a field day, right? 2-0-1, he's level 8, a level ahead of Kyle. And so Falcons have no way to punish him. At least not for now.
Yeah. 1,500 gold lead, 1,700 for Onyx Philippines now. Very slow build. It's not like the build that we would expect, you know, on a Fanny. You would maybe expect even more, but it's steady. It's really good, and they still have very good components to bring them into the mid game. Fanny, obviously, crazy power spec in the mid game, but the Farsa and Harith too.
Kirk feeling so strong. He went for Dalmai's first item. He's already solving problems before they even become a problem. He has a solution to the future 10 minutes ahead.
SOD landing there with the blink backwards. Unstoppable force dodge away from now the cables again. It's King Kong to get a kill on Marco.
Onyx PH just standing menacingly between 2 turrets. Super Marco had nowhere to go. He was trapped. Flicker was 5 seconds away from coming off cooldown. I'm not sure if that would have made a difference, but either way, Onyx PH now shutting down Super Marco. That was the only stable lane left for Falcons, and now it has collapsed.
They baited out the Spear of Misery, and then that's it. Instant kill for King Kong. 3-0-1.
This kind of does feel like game 2 where Onyx PH, for them, low commitment, right? Very low investment for high return in the heroes that they have. But for Falcons, gotta wait for flicker on Ogwen. You know, Kyle needs to be there. The diversion doesn't guarantee anything for yourselves. And Onyx PH is just a way faster pace with the heroes that they have.
And they're denying so much gold off of Super Marco. That initial wave deny. Now you can see again, just with Brusco being hidden on the map, they know something's up. They know something's fishy. And Kelra is just using this to deny as many ways as possible. Super Friends with a good read over the diversion.
Wow.
Wow, good stuff from Super Friends. That awareness of this man.
From the player's POV, he saw nothing and he still got the read off. And that means that Ogwen, he's desperately trying to get intel for his team, but he's getting nothing. And even on top of that, both teams have ways to travel around the map, but caveat is Falcons needs a diversion. For Onyx PH, plenty of ways. Kirk, Super Friends, Brusco, they all have fast movements, right? Even King Kong with the cables.
Oh. Taunt locking him down for their airstrike. Boom goes Ogwen. King Kong walking forward. I don't think Flap wants to go for that Infernal Pursuit. And down below, you can see again Super Marco not given the space to farm up. Oh man, they're really shutting down every one of Falcons' win conditions.
Falcons now have a question that there is not a correct answer to, which is how do you contest bush control against Onyx?
Oh. That was really
the toss?
Good. Uh-oh, ejector. Now it's going to be the Zaman Force over from Kelra. A free kill. He's going to go in even harder now. With the Zaman Force still intact. Flap Teasy going to go down as well. There's no way you would take that SOD, Marco. Onyx Philippines have control. Even with King Kong low, they have Kelra.
Kelra is so strong right now. He's working towards a Holy Crystal third item. But again, who is going to check these bushes, right? If Ogwen is getting blown up like that in 2 seconds, you sure as heck is not sending anyone else to do the job. And sadly, Ogwen is the only guy that can do it, and he can't get it done because of how far Onyx PH are ahead. This is turtle number 3, but Onyx, they're 5,000 go ahead.
It's just so tough right now for Team Falcons. And again, it's also Super Friends with the crazy burst. If they lack burst, they have this ejector from Brusco. Over to Flap Teasy, he goes in front of Pursuit, gonna be cancel it out. That's Ogre, the Jikuno, and the way the Dragon, but it's not enough as a feather airstrike zones them in the back. That damage, King Kong gets a kill, and Kelra is wiping them. Flap low, recalling, doesn't get read out, but now it's Few who gets shot down by Super Friends.
The SOD. It connects. Super Friends wants to get away. That's get picked off by Super Marco. It's a consolation prize for Falcons, right? Sure, Super Friends goes down, but guess what? Onyx just found themselves a Lord. And end of the day, it is going to be Onyx PH getting more and more of a lead. And once again, it goes back to who opens the bush, and it's so hard to catch the cores of Onyx PH. It's so hard to catch King Kong. Close to impossible to catch Kelra. He has to purify. And even Super Friends feeling so safe because as long as Ogwen isn't in his face, he does whatever he wants.
Yeah, it's way easier said than done to catch the Fanny on the Cho, especially this Fanny. We're talking about a Fanny like it's a random Fanny. This is King Kong on the Fanny. It's almost impossible to catch this man when he plays the Fanny. Just so quick on the cables. Watch as I say that, he gets caught. No, it's all good. Okay.
He's almost 3,000 ahead, Virgo. You can even say this civil war goes way back, right? The new gen against the old one. M6 champs against M5, but now the gap is apparent. Bottom holy defense is gone. Brusco is concealed.
Whoa, actually was back there, utilizing the new mechanic on the shove of the holy defense to get out. Yeah, good move to just get more pressure on the rest of the team. Half HP on the base turret. There should be a tier 2 falling in the mid lane. Another tier 2 up top just from the minion waves. And then they'll just wait.
There you go, Holy Crystal for Kelra. Critical Mass, the holy grail of every Harry player, every mage player. They were trying to break down this bottom inhibitor, but it's a good defense for Falcons, so they lose nothing for now. Extend the game for a bit longer. The top holy defense actually blows up mid 2.
Wow.
Okay, that's definitely more damage than Falcons would have liked.
Yeah, they might actually be threatening this by their airstrike. He was able to land the first kill. Now Flap Teasy zoned away completely. One of the frontliners, a turret. Base turret with the first Lord, take it in. Oh, Bruce going to be caught away. The Dragon and the Flicker combo with it all just going to collapse onto Flap Teasy. It's Kelra who jumps in.
Flap just died mid-air. Brusco now ejector. King Kong to the back, slices and dices him, gets pinned to the crystal, but still gets away. Marco fends off the base SOD, completely goes wide. Divergent just come through though. Marco gets brought in. Super Prince somehow still gets away with the flicker.
Turns it around with the feather airstrike. Super Prince burning down. Lethal ignition. And now Kelra is wiping them out. Look at those dashes from the god in the gold lane.
Bring him the mop and bucket, and Kelra will mop the floor with Falcons. Defang them in the process. 9k gold advantage and an inhibitor lead down bot. I don't think they can end this just yet. Falcons are coming back, but they sure as heck can just stand here forever.
King Kong's gonna go and siege that turret slowly but surely. Another feather airstrike. Ogwen taken out again. Oh man, this is brutal from Onyx Philippines.
Surgical precision, just driving in chaos. Marco, he has the help of the Divergent. Kelra caught out. He's gonna try and 1v4 this, but this time it will not work. A punish by Super Marco.
No Zaman Force that time, Kelra. That is the window in which you can punish the Harith. 20 seconds on Kelra, but now it's gonna be King Kong jumping in over the flag. Oh my lord! That was the frontliner. That man has a Dreadnought armor and a Dominance Ice.
You just watch your Bastion get sliced and diced. Julianne by a lady with steel cables around her. That's not good news if you're Falcons.
Gee.
Can you imagine the despair, right? They just found hope. Hey, we killed Kelra, and then Flap just died. Like that solo kill by King Kong.
You kill 1K, there's another K. And then there's Kirk as well, right? Oh, man. And then there's a B.
And then there's the B. Then there's the SF.
It's an SF. Now they're just going to control this. I don't think Falcons have a way to actually contest. If they contest, concentrated energy too from... You know Kelra is comfortable when he doesn't have to go Divine Glaive. That is a concentrated energy in the place of a Divine Glaive.
It's a good time to also mention that the only person that has decent wave clear is Super Marco. Everyone else generally don't have the tools to walk up and deal with waves. That's why that bottom inhibitor still ended up going down despite the Lord being taken care of, way earlier. And now the second Lord will go over to Onyx PH, and this one, worst case scenario, probably taking down all inhibitors. Best case scenario, it ends the game.
Whoa. They're not gonna let, wow, even
King
just
Kong.
the trade of the turret. King Kong walking up, dealing so much damage, baiting out the no Spear of Misery already. King Kong might be able to go for the kill feather airstrike and the flicker forward, landing it onto Mr. Marco. Ejector from Brusco. Ogwen taken down, and Kelra gets that kill.
Had to sacrifice himself, a noble sacrifice to keep the rest of his teammates alive, his comrades. 4 against 5, Lord coming from bottom lane. Ogwen has 20 more seconds. It's plenty of time for Onyx PH to try and end this.
Tier 3 taken down mid. Base turned up top, falling as well. And that's without the Lord. Unstoppable Force. No ejector. Just goes in for the flicker. Black ejector from Brusco. Gets Calteezy and AOG over to Super Marco to bait him. King Kong goes down, but so does the base turret of Team Falcons.
Brusco with the redirect. We've seen the tricks like that. And Unstoppable Force into a flicker ejector plenty of times, but that one was something else. OP, they've woken up. You give them comfort picks, they show you what they can do with it.
That brings the score 2-1 in favor of Onyx PH as they show the Falcons how fast they truly are. What a gold lead. So many resources just unavailable for the side of Team Falcons. This was a pretty one-sided victory for OP.
And again, going back to the draft, that's why the Cho pick was a bit questionable for me, because in the drafting phase, it's kind of like a business negotiation where you want to offer your opponent one thing and then you get back something in return, right? In this case, they let King Kong get the Fanny. That's a very expensive trade, but you gotta win that trade, right? And then they opt for the Cho, which, theoretically, yes, you can kick, but like Mirko said, this is King Kong, is very fast, so you want something a little bit easier, which, not saying Kufra is super easy, but compared to the Cho, it is a bit easier. So it's kind of like the trade really didn't go in their favor where they let go of the Fanny. You would assume that they have some kind of answer. Apparently not.
Yeah, and I think even when it comes down to just like the raw execution, even if Falcons were to outplay like a lot of these scenarios, the profit margins aren't that high in comparison to OP. Like Brusco on that Jawhead alone, if he just goes even a little bit above and beyond, they get so much more.
It's
Because again, like, what balance does Falcon has?
No.
Even if Ogun gets a kick, like, he didn't even kick King Kong. Anyone. He kicks anyone.
Yeah.
Where's the damage?
Where's the follow-up?
They essentially lost a tariff war at the start, right? It's not even close. Like, again, that's the question I kept echoing. Who is going to check the map? Who is going to open up bushes? Like, if Ogun walks in and you watch him get blown up in 2 seconds, you know you have a big problem. And then we saw that solo kill by King Kong into Flap. That's an even bigger problem. And Falcons, they would never have a solution. Funnily enough, in games like these, it always goes back to the basics of which draft is easier to execute. And in this game, it is very clearly OP's draft.
Well, let's also talk about some of the openers that we did see coming in the first couple of minutes of the game. Super Prince is opting to go for Rapid Boots this time round, and notice that he's not trying to get himself killed at level 1. That's already like a big plus. But as soon as he hits level 4, he's very confident in his laners, especially Kelra's side, which is why we see him rotate so very often to that lane. Hey, Super Marco, you may be bulletproof, but if we put just enough damage into you, then we can call in the big guns, King Kong, to finish this off pretty easily, which we saw multiple times.
I think they solved the problems by just not using bullets against Marco. Just magic.
Just nuke the poor guy. Hit him
man.
from the skies.
I don't know. Yeah, when I saw the Fanny pick already, I was already kind of like, okay, because there's no trade there. The Joy, I thought maybe they would take the Joy, but they have to go for Harith then, right?
Yep.
They want to go for the Moskov. We know that. And that just gives the Harith over to the other side. It kind of denies you of the Joy pick that you would rather have over the Alpha, I would say.
Honestly, I kind of feel like I felt a bit weird they didn't prio like the Fredrin early, because we've seen previous patches where if they pick up an assassin, just go inside their jungle, you know, and then just pressure him that way, because Fanny without a purple buff is still terrifying, but less so. But instead, they just wait for the very final pick, and then eventually it's just an Alpha. And then your mid duo doesn't even have prio, so how is the Alpha gonna go inside the opponent's jungle? So I don't know. I feel like it was just a bit of a mess.
Yeah, quite a bit of a mess. I think there needs to be some adjustments coming in from Team Falcon's side. I think even the big issue for me is like even item power spike tempo isn't really there, because you're playing for the opposite lanes rather than your win condition until that Trinity is already built. Even so, it is a victory for OP at this point of time, and it looks like this just might be that sweeping momentum, because the Sonics have built up quite a start now with this 2-1 lead.
They're winning in the draft, right? And that's the scariest part. Both Game 2 and Game 3, Onyx just won from the drafting phase itself. And right now, if you're Team Falcons, I think all hands on deck, right? You throw out the playbook. If there's any cheese, Game 4 is it. Extend this to a full 5 and maybe try to muscle your way with the basics once more.
Just play it risky, just all early game. Like
there's no lower bracket, right? So
I agree.
Might as well.
I don't know. Do you agree with this, Lafel? Is that the way, just to dice roll it, coin flip it from minute 1?
I mean, Game 1 worked, and that's the only thing that worked. So feels weird to me that they don't try it again. Like, even if they lose, at least you can justify to yourselves, like, that's what worked. We tried, but they were able to outplay us, you know? Because at this point, yeah, it's like trying the same thing is just madness.
I think I can see the idea though behind what Falcons want to do. Game 1, the opener, they start with that muscle composition. Game 2, they wanted to win with a meta draft, and then they will close with another. But at this point, they gotta go in.
They gotta get that reset, you know, get that ball rolling once more. I don't know. We'll see how they're going to be drafting in game number 4, but we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, it's gonna be more SPS Mobile Masters. 2-1 is the current score. Until then, we bid you farewell. When we come back, it could be the conclusion, it could be an equalization. Let's see how it plays out. Till then,
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Drop the weight, clean slate, I'm insane. It's giving insanity on a melody, more flow than a manatee. Levels that I reach, man, I defy gravity. Heart so strong like it runs in the family. I've got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about then and when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, this time fit in bed. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Going so sick, someone call the vet. I just can't be tamed, that I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't comprehend. I turn a skeptic to believer. I am a leader, resurrected like it's Easter. If you step to me, you'll get the misdemeanor. They can't defeat her, they can't connect the reader. Card decline, don't worry, I'll be fine. Cause all I see is ups in the line. Did I plan this? Is this by design? Come reflect, my light can't be denied. Come correct, cause this moment is mine. It's mine. Tell me you're feeling the. Tell me you're feeling the. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling the. Tell me you're feeling the. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. I got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about then and when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, this time fit in vet. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Going so sick, someone call the vet. I just can't be tamed, that I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't come. Tell me you're feeling the. Tell me you're feeling the. Do it like nobody does.
Alright guys, now I'm with Dlar from Onyx. So Dlar, how are you today?
I'm fine, I'm good. Yeah, Rencana.
So, the third game just ended and you see that Falcon PS just giving the Onyx PS, especially King Kong, his power hero, which is Vanny. What do you think about it?
I think that's a Falcon mistake because they gave King Kong funny. Yeah, kalau King Kong funny emang ngeri sih.
Wow. King Kong Vanny is very scary. And do you think that Onyx can win on the fourth game?
Ya, pas nila Onyx PH manang nga. Soalnya si Flap TC Dark System. Bisa ka pakibasa Tagalog? Sorry, tropang dikit ko si Flap pero sure win Onyx PH. Yeah.
Definitely it's gonna be Onyx PH who's gonna win in this game because Flap TC is the Dark System. Okay, so do you think that Onyx PH can once against these SPS Mobile Masters again? So they can go to the grand final and later they're gonna meet TLID and RRQ. Who do you think they're gonna meet? Is it RRQ or TLID?
For me, I think RRQ. And it's gonna be a good match, I think. Onyx PH versus RRQ. Yeah. Because RRQ right now is very strong and they're gonna RRQ is a top contender.
Wow.
Yeah.
They are unbeatable right now. So predict the score for this match. Is it gonna be 3-2 or it's gonna be 3-1?
3-1 because I saw the match in game 3. It's kinda the gameplay is so beda banget so different. Yeah. So I think 3-1.
The gameplay is so different on the game 3, so that's why he predict that it's gonna be 3-1. I think that's overall on it, Dlar. So thank you so much for the interview and let's throw back to the panelists. Time to shine.
Words from the general himself, Dlar here, making his opinions known about Onyx PH. He's thinking that this is going to be a 3-1, and he's also excited that RRQ is going to go to the grand finals eventually after they beat TLID. In the meantime, welcome back. In the right hand, Fanny shines because yes, this was a pretty big mistake coming in from Falcon's side. Too many resources and too many ways to try and stop this Fanny. Still not enough.
Sometimes you gotta learn the hard way, right? Like it's like you haven't seen a hero for a long time, and then you think to yourself, what's the worst that can happen? You know, maybe everyone's gotten rusty. Not King Kong though. No, that's the wrong guy to challenge.
Let's go into the game 4 draft. It has already begun, and it looks like the trades are already through. Aloyin as well as Harrod for Onic PH on the red side, and Team Falcons on the blue get Blue Yo.
Yeah, the direction is clear.
Yeah.
Let's ban King Kong. Let's ban King Kong from the game.
Joy, Fanny, and the Hanzo all banned out. Yeah, and then they pick Suyo. So technically 4 bans to King Kong.
It has to be a King Kong pick, like, next.
Has to be. If they don't do it, then they're going to be forced to play Lucas again.
Yeah, but at the same time, at the very least, they have Super Marco back onto the anti-assassin marksman here, the Moscow, but they also get the Jushin this time around, and Hayabusa gets locked in early, so you guys called it here. Hayabusa with a 53% win rate, and King Kong at least has his pick in the first phase.
Not really much of a choice, honestly. If you're King Kong, you're begging for Coach Why Not to just give you that jungle pick, but now they can't focus their attention elsewhere. We're looking at Roman and XP, right? Both teams are still lacking in that department, so it's going to be very heavily contended, especially with Onic PH on that red side. They can definitely go for a flex in that 4th pick.
Let's see how this flex is going to go, because initially I was thinking whether or not they might want to rerun going with the Hilda, but that could, again, very easily punish for the side of Team Falcons, and not to mention now that they have a Jushin, any tanks in the front line is going to struggle overall.
Okay, Phobius is going to be banned out there. All right, they know they have a lot of dashes. They know this Phobius could be a big problem for them. We did see that the Phobius was a big problem to Team Falcons when they had the Harrod and the Hayabusa, so yeah, for some reason, it's so hard to burst down the Phobius with this kind of composition, even though you would expect they should have enough damage.
It's one of those guys, one of those heroes that you feel like you can take him down, but he just doesn't go down.
Oh.
And then it just gets worse, right? You just feel the terror escalate.
Oh.
It's like, oh my god, he's still not dead, no! And then the game's over.
Honestly, looking at the draft right now, Falcons, they also need someone to be able to open a map. Like, if you want to have kill pressure, having something like a high loss with the Jushin is going to be great, because, again, fighting against a Lu Yi, no matter what, you have to think about the macro here. And I'm very worried that Onic PH, even, like, doesn't matter how the early game goes, eventually they'll be able to corner Falcons if Falcon doesn't have a reliable way to really check the map properly.
First got taught for Onic PH. Even more dashes. You know what? It has to be Kufa, right? There it is.
Yes. Kufa gets locked in with a 67% win rate. Is looking pretty good, because Ogwin is one of the very few roamers who actually utilizes it from the group stage all the way up till now. But what do they need? I mean, they now have a way to kind of somewhat open the map and not get punished too hard, but now they have to start thinking about technically their second roamer. Do they want him to do the same thing so that Kufa doesn't have to show himself first?
CC?
CC for Falcons?
For Falcons.
Yeah, honestly could be. It's a good way to use... the curtain call will be great to handle... Oh, actually, all right. They go for the Hylos. I think for Onic Philippines and the Badang would, again, fit this composition, right? They would have a really good CC to handle the Suyo. And again, that fist track is a good way to just deny this Tyrant's Revenge Rage combo.
Yeah, the stagger is very, very disruptive in these team fights. Low cooldown, high impact.
Then you'd have someone to just go in for the Gatot Kacha to get so much value, right? You pin them down, boink.
I just want Falcons to almost force it out, because they have a draft where they can increase the tempo early against a Lu Yi, against a Haya, but I don't know. Seems trying to outmuscle Onic PH doesn't seem like the best idea, but I don't know. If they don't do it, they're just going to lose here.
But this is a comp that can have your mid jungle and roamer kind of walk into the enemy jungle early on, right? Again, low commitment. The lantern is always up as long as you have mana, and then you have Suyo who can kind of speed things up. You have Ogwen as the Kufa as well. Bush control is going to be great for Falcons.
Well, but here's the full compositions for Team Falcons as well as Onic PH. What are you liking, LaFell? Falcons or Onic right now?
Feel like this is going to be the last game.
Boy, that's an Onic PH lean favored from LaFell, our analyst. All right, boys, game number 4 is going to be on its way shortly. I'll pass the mic over to Mirko as well as Husky.
Just like LaFell said, this could be the last game of this best of 5. But a part of me, Mirko, wants it to go all 5 games because it looks great for both teams, right? They got some good signature picks.
It will be great for your prediction too.
It will be great for my predictions as well, even though I did go 3-1 Onic. I gotta get that fixed.
It's okay. It might work out for you if Falcons win it.
The first caster curse that actually comes through.
Hey, maybe it's a cast or bless.
Bless.
What do you guys think back at home? Do you guys think it's going to be Onyx Philippines taking this final game? Or is it Falcons to equalize it on the board to bring us our first playoffs 5-game match?
It would be historic enough, honestly, for this to go 5 games. I don't think most people would expect it the whole distance. And this is the first time we see Suyo getting picked up in this series. Which in of itself is a weird thing to even say, because Suyo is such a popular pick. But that means that theoretically, people will be looking at Kaotizi to be the one that's moving faster.
Yeah, definitely. King Kong will definitely have a tougher time in the early game of the Hayabusa. But still, Hayabusa is a pretty solid pick up against the Suyo. It's not going to be like a game 1 type of deal with the Lucas, right? Against the, what was it, Fredrin?
Fredrin.
Up top, you can see Kirk already getting bullied, but really, CC can't get bullied. It's when you send someone up top, you're just sending him to clear the way because both of you will be bullied by the CC.
That and also you're helping him restore some health.
Oh, good damage over the view. Already used the flicker earlier. This is going to be first blood for King Kong. Kyle locked as well, has a bit of damage. Brusco healing back up.
Completely isolated from the team, and just the timing from King Kong was great. Mid-side though.
Blade Surge from Prince Khan. Oh, he's waiting for the bouncing ball. There you go. He goes back in. One last shot should do it. One shuriken. Flicker out from Ogwen. Respect.
So there's 1 death and 2 flickers out from Team Falcons. And the best part is King Kong doesn't even need to recall. Didn't lose much in these exchanges. Just some abilities. Goes back to farming. Can prep for the turtle. And now Oni PH. Brusco sure it's not gonna hit level 4 anytime soon. But King Kong sure as heck have an advantage.
Oh, you can see that Super Friends has already put a little bit of damage over to Kaotizi. Just needs 1 more snack for the yin-yang reaction. Turtle reset, but Brusco was in the pit. King Kong gets the orange buff. That's double buffs for King Kong. Again, a stun over to Brusco. Now Kirk walks in again. It's going to be the retry win for Kaotizi, but the shadow kill for King Kong gets him down. 3v4 SOD.
He's going to come in, and Marco not able to find much, but the duality brings Kirk back, and that makes Marco's time worth it.
You got to try to outmuscle Onyx Philippines, and that's the muscle. Super Marco coming in late. King Kong going to be looking for the quad shadow here. Finds it on few, but there's a Spear of Misery. Yin-yang reaction. 1 last shot for Prince. Doesn't get it.
King Kong Shadow didn't lash onto Few. I think that would have been just enough to take Few down. He doesn't have the flicker yet. Either way, they did force the recall, and once more for King Kong, he loses nothing. Ogwen is charging out the Tyrant's Rage. Doesn't find anything. Little Wanderer for Onyx.
Onyx Philippines still keeping the lead. Despite losing out on that retry, losing out on the skirmish earlier, they were able to get some cheeky first phase or first few minute picks. And I think a lot of the gold has got to be up top. Kirk is bullying Flapteezy on the high-lows. And you know what? We've been talking about this all throughout the series, Husky. And it's happening now. We're putting Flapteezy on a non-playmaking hero.
It's the most non-playmaking one we've seen the entire series for him. Kara gets a free trip back bottom too, so loses nothing to Super Marco. In fact, once more, Kirk gains priority top side. Not only he bullied Flap, now he's getting extra gold from the turret too. And Kyle, I think he got the small beetle, but it's a small price to pay.
Yeah, look at the vengeance already from Kirk too. Curtain call over to Kyle, zoning him away. Good damage, good chunk of damage. King Kong is actually ahead in farm, in XP. Uh-oh, gank up top. Flap doesn't have the Glorious Pathway, already used it up earlier, but luckily Kirk does not have the curtain call, so Flap is all good up top.
Just continue to bully Flap.
Okay.
You're not having fun at all. Boss side, Kara 1v2 against Marco, and Owen almost kills Marco.
Once the Harith gets a Starlium Scythe.
Diversion.
Hold up. Oh, no one's taking it. Oh, man. I thought King Kong was going to be the one taking it there just to get the quad shadow in, but it will be a free neutral objective. But yeah, when you have a Starlium Scythe, you know that counter that we were talking about? The Harith could, the Moscow could beat the Harith. It becomes a no-no.
We'll find Brusco in the bush, who easily gets away. And Flap is just having a rough time on this high-low. He's walking around the map. He's trying to make something happen. But I think right now, he might have to relegate himself being a secondary roamer for the team. He essentially has lost control of the lane. They went for a lane swap because Marco cannot stay bot side against Kara anymore.
Slow. Very slow from Onyx Philippines, but steady. You can see the gold leaderboard here. Kelra up top. It's not that far off of a lead. I mean, Super Marco is still keeping up. 700 gold lead for Kelra.
Almost by King Kong with the jump to instant
Yeah.
response from Brusco. And nothing gained from Falcons. They did force an AOG, so but there's no objective to be contested.
Super Friends will be caught by the Blade Surge. Also a Queller. Just more poke, but just look at the timing for the next neutral objective. It's so far off, and Onyx Philippines knows it. That's why they're walking up in lanes. That's why they are taking a few more risks here and there. It's because there's no way for Team Falcons to be able to really punish them.
And nothing to gain for Falcons. Onyx Philippines, for them, it's just a chance to reassess the state of the map. Kelra, just wave, goes for a recon, now goes back up top. Both goal laners are constantly just trying to dodge each other. I say that, but it's Marco trying to dodge Kelra. Now Kelra gets another free lane, and Flap is he's just thinking to himself, man, I am not having fun at all.
And you can see Onyx Philippines already. Also Team Falcons like, oh, diversion, Few, caught in a tough spot, will just be poked down by that yin-yang reaction. That didn't even land. That was just like, well, I think one splash.
Yeah, there's one splash of the dispersion. So Nocturno is definitely going to come back up. Flap has an off angle, but he himself isn't enough. Falcons needs to be ready, and I don't think they have damage yet. The fight is going to end pretty fast.
Yeah, look at the bottom lane. SOD thrown at the fight. We'll be able to connect on the Super Prince right now. It's asking me the Lantern Flare from Few. Crimson Beacon is Caltizi was able to steal it out, but it's a Mind Force from Kelra with the Chrono Dashes. Just deal a bit too much as the AOG is used up top over to Kyle Teasy. But he's able to escape. Ogwen, not sure about him. Bouncing ball gets out.
And the fights are ending way too quickly for Falcons to really utilize this Drusin and Hylos. They want to be able to extend these fights to make use of it. Ogwen finally blows his flicker. So the consolation prize is Super Marco getting a bottom tier 1. But right now this Drusin isn't able to be put to full use. So fights are again ending too quick.
It's been really good though. Oh, Flap TZ clears pathway, locking him down. Kirk able to escape. But yeah, for Falcons, it's been pretty good. They have been able to actually secure most of the neutral objectives at the start, despite not having control. It's just been Kyle on the Soul Sever Retry.
I would say that all things considered, I agree. Just 1,000 goal advantage for Onyx PH, right? Like, we praise them, they've been doing almost everything right. But Falcons, they're keeping up. Like Marco is effectively dodging Kelra. He's getting things done in the abandoned lane. And Flap, even though he's getting shafted, still able to keep keep his team held together. Both goal laners will trade their side tier once more. In this state, I think Falcons definitely have been able to stop down Onyx PH's timing. Right now, they get their own room to breathe.
And now they're back to even, by the way. Like, I mean, look at that gold lead. We saw earlier, gold leaderboard, it was Onyx Philippines, Kelra, hold up. Curtain call, that's a taunt. Ogwen is going to fall. I don't think there's any way around it. No, he gets the help of the Revitalize from Flap TZ, but hold up. 5-man diversion, no, 4-man. They're gonna come in all the way. What a taunt from Brusco. Super Marco down, Flap TZ as well. And Kirk is just swinging that yo-yo.
Super Fritz is a magician. Again, those off-tempo plays, they will find Kirk who pops the Vengeance.
Uh-oh, AOG, the Vengeance, and the pullback with that reaction! Super Friends! Oh my lord, that damage!
And it was like, what, a 1 for 4? So worth it. You only lose Kirk, but you gain so much. Mid-tier 2 goes down. Lord just spawned King Kong, steals the orange away. Now that goal advantage extends by another 1,000 King Kongs. Slow a little bit, mid-side, they do catch Prince, but he flickers.
Flickers out to safety, gets an in reaction, and Kelra's on the Zaman Force. They can't get a pick.
Divergent to top 2, they're gonna send Kelra back there as he continues his conquest to farm up that Holy Crystal. He is so close, you can smell that Holy Crystal, that inevitable power spike that's gonna put Kelra in an unstoppable position.
Lord, now going to be contested by Onyx Philippines. As we enter the 10th minute mark, can Team Falcons even fight is going to be the question now.
Ogwen needs like a god cash, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. Conceal already blown. Lord should go to OP.
Definitely no Kaltizi to be seen right here. He's too far away. King Kong gets it. Flaptizi with a revitalized shadow kill, just shredding him down with the help of Kirk. And now it's Ogwen with the bouncing ball flickering out. Kaltizi with the defensive blade surge. The SOD landed, but now diversion. It's an ambush from Onyx Philippines.
Yeah, they leave Marco to create pressure up top, but Onyx Philippines just says, hey, I'm going to slay your entire team. And guess what? Kaltizi held hostage bot side. If you want to recall, you better do the walk of shame. Lord coming down mid.
10 minutes and 40 seconds. This base turret will fall. 2 members down. Zaman Force coming down as well. Now Flaptizi shredded again. Super Marco disintegrated by King Kong.
And that's a 3-1 victory for Onyx Philippines. The Thunder Heralds once more makes a grand finals appearance, this time in the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters, just like the face preordained from the start, Mirko.
A thunderous performance. A thunderous display of dominance in Game 3. Heck, all the way from after Game 1. It was like they saw what Falcons could do and said, all right, that's enough.
Comfort picks once more determine the outcome of the game in the first few minutes. The previous game it was a Fanny on King Kong, but this one it was Super Prince himself, Houdini in the flesh on this Loyi.
Take a picture of this moment, boys. GG, well played to Onyx PH, a 3-1 victory as Kelra hypes out that crowd. Boy, the world champions with momentum look so good. LaFell, thoughts on this game? Because again, I feel like the draft could have been good. There were moments that they could have like turned this around, especially since they had Jushin on their side. We saw the initial punishes.
I feel like just short thoughts because we're probably going for an interview after this, but I feel like if you re-watch the game, watch the first 2 minutes, either Ogwen or Few get separated, and then King Kong is just like, hey, Few's alone. Might as well get a free kill.
Yeah. Get as many
so
kills.
many times.
Yeah, so many times. But that being said, we've got the winners up on stage. Let's hop into the interview.
Match perdana mereka di babak playoff dan langsung saja menjadi grand finalist of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters 2025 Onyx Philippines!
Wow! All right, ladies and gentlemen from across the globe, once again, this is your first grand finalist, the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. And right now with me and Monica, we have Brusco. Hi, Brusco. How are you?
Good.
You're good? Okay, now Brusco. First of all, congratulations on making it to the grand finals. Maybe you can give us a little bit of a refresher because Game 1 and Game 2 seemed incredibly difficult for you guys. However, the following games after that was just pure domination. What happened in the first 2 games? Sige. Ano nangyari nung unang dalawang game? Kasi afterwards, parang online na kayo eh. So bakit ang hirap ng laban nung first and second game?
Siguro nung game 1 parang nabigla kami sa draft nila. Tapos nung game 2 parang nag-warm up. Painit pa lang. Tapos nung game 3, game 4.
I see. So you guys technically got shot by the 1-1 pick and all that. So you said in the first game, actually, they were kind of shocked at the picks that Falcons actually showed up with. You know, the 1-1, that was a very big surprise. And then on the second game, they were still like kind of warming up as it is their first match. So Game 3 and Game 4, they were in the groove. They were just slaying everywhere.
Wow, jadi Rose bertanya ya, kenapa di game pertama dan game kedua kayaknya Onyx Philippines itu agak kesulitan. Tapi ternyata Brusco menjelaskan bahwa memang di game pertama agak kesulitan dengan draft pick dari tim Falcon sendiri. Kemudian di game kedua bisa dibilang warming up atau pemanasan. Karena perlu diingat, ini match pertama mereka di babak playoff. Wow. And Brusco, so you're the first grand finalist and you will be facing either it's Indonesian team, both. It's either RRQ Hoshi or Team Liquid Indonesia. What do you think about that?
Ano sa tingin mo ang makakalaban mo bukas? Sino?
RRQ naman. Sawa na kami sa Team Liquid eh.
He said he wants to meet RRQ Hoshi tomorrow because he's very bored of Team Liquid Indonesia.
Wow! Jadi ini jawabannya menarik banget ya. Jadi kita bertanya besok ya. Kemungkinan grand finalistnya either dari Indonesia, RRQ Hoshi atau Team Liquid Indonesia. Tapi ternyata jawaban Brusco ini katanya udah bosen ketemu Liquid, jadi mau ketemunya RRQ Hoshi.
Okay, last question, okay? The last time you were in Indonesia, you were in RRQ. So since you want to meet RRQ tomorrow, is there a little something that Brusco wants to say to RRQ?
Ano lang, good luck na lang. Good luck lang.
Good luck. Okay.
So jawabannya good luck saja, karena perlu diingat sebelumnya Brusco pernah di RRQ Hoshi, jadi apakah mungkin besok pengennya ketemu RRQ Hoshi karena ada sesuatu yang ingin diselesaikan mungkin dengan RRQ Hoshi, we don't know, tapi katanya Brusco, ya good luck aja ya, kita main besok, kita akan lihat bagaimana. Yes, terus tapi tentunya thank you so much and congratulations our grand finalist Onyx Philippines. Dan tentunya untuk selanjutnya, grand final selanjutnya kita masih akan melihat nanti. So, kali ini kita akan kupas lebih tuntas terlebih dahulu bagaimana match kemenangan dari Onyx Philippines. So, panelists, silakan take it away.
Thanks, Monica and Rose. Now, let's bring it back to the post-games because Falcons unable to find anything in this game. 3-11, 10
Yikes.
minutes, 53. It just got faster and faster and faster each and every game.
Brutal, very brutal. Like game 2, I think the duration from game 2 to game 4 just got faster and faster, right? Like Onyx just kept speeding up. Comfort picks again in game 4. That's the name of the series. Super Friends Loyi, even though they tried to ban King Kong, but it didn't stop King Kong in the end.
How did it go all wrong, right? Like, I see the tools, I see the puzzle pieces. Obviously, there's some clear answers to certain things. And after that punish, there was a little bit of hope in me that Falcons could pull through.
I feel like you can create a montage of how many times few died at the same spot.
Yeah, is that the orange buff right on top?
Yeah, it's like King Kong is like, I wonder who will be at this spot. He either uses the Hanzos, goes in, hey, Fuse alone, kill him. I use the Quad Shadow, hey, Fuse alone, kill him. Why is he alone? Well, Ogre wanted to help a side lane, and then Fuse is like, well, I guess this is it. I mean, like, it's one thing to see it happen once, but after a few games, like, I mean, at this point, you're just giving them the W.
You gotta admit, Phil has had a rough game 2 to game 4, right? Game 2, he was up against a Hanzo. He's getting his flicker blown every time off cooldown. Game 3, he's getting run down by a Fanny. Game 4 is just like, man, I'm a Juicin. I can't fight a higher boost side.
Like at this point, just to make it clear, in case you guys, don't know, I'm not actually going for Few. I'm actually going for Ogwen. Why isn't Ogwen there? Like, were the side lanes losing that hard that he can't protect Few? Because every single time Ogwen is not there, Few gets attacked. It's almost like the side lane is saying, hey, Ogwen's here. Guess who's not at mid?
No bush control. I think that's the biggest thing, right?
Yeah, and I think that's the case. Because again, for Flap TZ, what was this Hylos pick going to do? I feel like the drafts are very, very, for Team Falcons, weird. I will say that much, right? Because this is something we were talking about all the way from the first phase, all the way from the first game. We need Flap TZ on a playmaking pick. We need Flap TZ to have a say in the game. When you put him on a Hylos, when CC's still up, when a Badan's still up as well, Flap TZ became a non-factor of this game, and he can't do anything about it. He's a horse. He just needs to stand there and gets yo-yo'd.
I mean, I gotta give it to him that in the group stages, he had a couple of hot games. When you're up against people like Super Friends again, just the IQ on this guy sometimes in predicting people ambushes is ridiculous. It's just a never-ending series of like, it feels like he's just wall hacking somehow.
He's not predicting. He knows.
He just knows you're there, and it's just like, nah, I'm good. I'm gonna back out of this fight. Like, so many times he's finding these crazy angles against Team Falcons, and these fights just get more and more intense. I think the hardest thing to watch was the fact, as LaFell mentioned, right? Ogwen isn't sure where he needs to be at certain times, only because it's like, you want to find these engagements, but you need to protect, you need to choose who you protect, and then Few ends up becoming collateral damage. We've seen a lot of success from other teams who have beaten Falcons doing the exact same thing.
These off-tempo plays with the Loyi, you know that feeling like you you feel like you're falling asleep and then you jerk yourself awake. Yeah, something like that. It really feels like that. You know, like every single time Falcons thought they got away, boom, OP shows up behind them with 5 men, takes out an extra member, and then again it's the staggering effect. I think the worst, and it's something worse than having your whole team wiped out at the same time is when the death timers get staggered, right? You essentially extend your inactivity on the map.
Yeah, I think it's a little too much here, and even so, the systematic approach didn't work this time round. At least we got a couple of notes of what OP is going to be like coming into that grand finals.
I don't know, I kind of feel like it's like a Falcon-specific thing. Like, they know that few is going to be easy for King Kong to handle. Because, again, look at all the games. And again, it's really like, okay, let Kirk win so much against Flap that Ogwen has to be like, oh, no, I got to make sure that Flap is okay. And then at that point, because it's like, happen one time, sure. When it's 3 times, when it's 4 times, it's kind of like...
It's a habit.
It's pre-planned. I would say it's pre-planned. Like the coach would say, this is their habit. You know it's gonna happen, so punish. And they definitely punished.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, even me and Mirko, we kind of agreed on the potential of a CC pick, right? At one point, you have to sack the high-lows, right? He has lost his, I would say, innate value. He just has to take the beating. You move him around the map, he's not gonna do anything. But the least he can do is to plant himself in the lane so that it doesn't collapse, right? Like, the Ogwen has more places he needs to be when Few is getting completely destroyed by King Kong.
Just stop it. It's already dead, man. The high-lows just like, stop!
He's already dead. You don't need to help him anymore. He's not coming back to life. Just leave him be.
The irony of kicking the dead horse. It just doesn't. Yeah, I have to agree on those parts. I do feel that it's sad that the meta is what it is as of right now, but there are strong synergies. So I can't even deny the logic behind having Jushin on top of the Hylos with Glorious Pathway. But what I mean, coming into this upcoming game, right? Now that we've seen the power of what OP has shown, and I think this is one of the better showings for them throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series. And keep in mind, this team came all the way from the Open qualifiers, right? It's just so ironic. But now TLID and RRQ, what are their odds against the super team?
Again, I kind of feel like this has been every single time when you're facing up against Onyx. Number one, not so much right now, but before this, Brusco and Super Friends never loses the mid lane. They always have priority, and because of that, King Kong feels like this is the easiest role to play, right? And I feel like no one has really stopped this mid trio. Like, you gotta stop that because eventually, I feel like, again, they just know, like, Few's gonna be alone, I'm gonna kill. Against RQ, if they make the same mistake where the coaches be like, whatever lane is so weak that you can essentially get a solo kill on King Kong, everyone else just force a rotation somewhere else just so that King Kong can have that 1v1.
That's a good point. Actually, hold on. We're going to go cut on over because I do want to get some words from Onyx themselves. We got Rose with an interview on the side, and I'm curious to see what they think about RRQ or maybe this upcoming game.
Telah melakukan yang terbaik tentunya karena kemarin melalui Challenge Finals, kemudian Group Stage, dan sampai dengan Top 4, Team Falcon sudah melakukan yang luar biasa.
Yes, Team Falcons already did amazing. Now, Kyle, I have another question. Your team, you guys actually hold 2 awards. One is Ride or Die by Ogwen, and then one more is Best Trash Talker. Okay, now as a representative, who do you want to pass it on to? First, we'll go for Best Trash Talker. Anybody that's still in the playoffs. Kanino mo gusto ibigay?
I think Best Trash Talker is Idok.
Idok? Idok RRQ?
Oke, jadi satu ya, Best Trash Talker dari Flap dikasih ke Idok RQ. Kemudian ada satu lagi, Rose.
Okay, Ride or Die by Ogwen. Kanino mo gusto ibigay? Who do you want to give it to?
Ride or Die. I think for me, Brusco.
Jadi dikasih ke Brusco untuk Ride or Die Support Award yang diterima juga tadi oleh Ogwen ya. Jadi 2 ribbon dari Team Falcon sudah diberikan dan tentunya itu sudah selesai berarti ya perjalanan dari Team Falcons yang begitu luar biasa sepanjang Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters 2025.
Okay, one last question, Kyle. There's only one more Filipino team left, which is Onyx Philippines. Is there anything you want to tell them? Because I remember in an interview, you said it doesn't matter if we or Onyx Philippines make it to the Grand Finals, either one of us will win this.
Oke, jadi kata Rose ya, di interview sebelumnya, Rose ingat banget kata Kyle, jadi nggak apa-apa kalau misalnya tim Falcons nggak lolos, yang penting tim Philippines yang lolos dan menang ya. Jadi kita tanya ada message apa, ada pesan-pesan apa dari Kyle untuk tim dari Philippines yang masih berlanjut, yaitu ada Onyx Philippines.
Ano gusto mo sabihin sa Onyx Philippines?
Galingan nyo, tsaka champion nyo yan para Pilipinas ulit yung champion.
He said, do good, make sure you guys win so the Philippines will be the champion once again.
Oke, kita akan lihat nanti karena kata Kyle, pokoknya lakukan yang terbaik untuk Philippines biar nanti jadi champion di Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters 2025 kali ini. So, thank you very much Team Falcons. You did an amazing job, come back stronger. Dan tentu saja kita akan kembali lagi kepada para panelis di sana yang sudah siap. Take it away, panelis.
Thanks, Rose and Monica. That's the words from Kyle Teasy. I mean, you can see it on his face. He's like not even disappointed. It's like the Civil War has happened. One of us is good. We're going to win the whole thing anyways. It's no big deal. Something to think about for MLBB. But man, I gotta give credit where credit is due. Kyle, he was trying to play a strong game, but I think he knew at a certain point that man, OP is a little too tight.
Yeah, it's the expression of you've been bested, right? You can't even be mad. You can't even be sad. Just go back to the drawing board. It's not the end just yet. They haven't even finished their regular season.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe Falcons gonna win the playoffs in MLBB. So many permutations down the road.
Yeah. It's so cool to see just the development of Kyle TZ, man, because I remember this guy as one of the up-and-coming junglers. At M5, before the Grand Finals, he actually, I think in the documentary, it was shown that he was crying before the Grand Finals. So to see his development from there to now just be also winning the M5 World Championship, obviously, but also now taking the defeat and being like, all right, yeah, it's all good. I'll come back later. W improvement. That's character development right there. He went on an anime arc.
Yes, he did go on to an anime arc. And speaking of which, I feel like Falcons definitely may have a couple of scrims against RRQ. If not, how else does he know that Edok is the best trash talker?
Edok, you sly man. What have you been saying in scrims, brother?
What have you been saying in all chat? That's what I'm curious about here. And dude, the Civil War doesn't end here just yet, because now that we finished the PH arc, now we're going over to the ID arc. Let's quickly look at the updated standings for those of you who are just tuning in and missed out on that best of 5 between these two titans of the Filipino MLBB esports scene. Now we have OP moving on to the Grand Finals, and remember, that's a best of 7. The question is, who are their challengers from Indonesia? Is it going to be RRQ or TLID? Boys.
RRQ.
RRQ.
I feel like 3-0.
Yeah,
RRQ.
I feel like 3-0.
What about you, Gideon?
Look.
Give us your prediction.
I will say my predictions until the best of 5 match.
That means it's
I'm just saying that TL is an organization, one of my favorites, and obviously I'm not gonna go and like start piggybacking and saying that like I've been behind this Indonesian team like
so Kingdom.
So dear Lord, I hope that they have that on a shirt. We'll talk about it a little bit more afterwards, but right now we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, we are going to finally see the best of 5 that most people have been waiting for in Jakarta. It's going to be the ID Civil War arc right after this at the SBS Mobile Masters. We'll catch you when it begins.
Kalau yang gue lihat dari sebelum masuk Onyx PH juga dia udah sangat-sangat jago sih. Dengan hero assassin dia ngerti banget damage-nya gimana, cara dia masuk, finishing, banyak banget sih. Ini gameplay assassin dia jago banget dari dulu. Semenjak masuk Onyx PH ya, lebih terasa lagi bersama tim yang mungkin cocok buat dia ya.
Don't show it all. You could play all assassins at the top level, even thanks to good playoff stuff like Alpha, Fredrin, you name it, he played it all, and this is why he's King Kong.
Parang nabigyan niya yung mga junglers ng motivation kasi halata naman sa laro niya pag nakukuha niya yung mga hero niya eh. Nag-shine talaga siya eh. Kaya maraming namamotivate na tao na gusto siyang talunin balang araw din.
Yang gue rasa dia pinter lah. Dia bisa ambil decision di early setup turtle, lordnya dia pinter banget.
All eyes are on King Kong, so the only expectations that we expect from King Kong is to win the whole tournament. Oh, King Kong's the best. He's the best jungler in the world right now. But for he succeed in winning SPS, there's teams like Team Liquid, Kigoshi, junglers like Susujin and Fabian, they're all coming after him. But he will really have to work hard to get his crown.
Hi guys, Rose here, and today we are over at the Ragunan Zoo, the oldest zoo in Jakarta and the biggest zoo as well. And of course, what's a zoo trip without my personal two monkeys, the super family, King Kong and Kelra? Wow. So, monkeys, are you guys ready?
Ready.
What do you guys want to do inside?
I want to feed pandas. I want to feed kangaroo.
Kangaroo? Okay, we'll see if there's pandas and kangaroos inside. So, you guys ready?
Ready.
Let's go. Okay, so right now we are at point number 2. Guys, amongst all the animals on the board, where do you guys want to go?
Jaja.
Wow, elephant. You want to say elephant?
Elephant.
Elephant. Okay, let's go.
Elephant.
Elephant. There.
Elephant.
Walk.
Walk. Go. Walking. Hop.
King Kong, what's your favorite animal?
Favorite animal, panda.
Panda. Why pandas?
Because they are very goofy and they're very cute and they're very careless about themselves.
Oh yeah, I agree. Okay, now did you know that actually in Indonesia, most famous animals are like orangutan. Now it's also famous here, as well as the Komodo dragons.
What's Komodo dragon? Dragon?
No, not really a dragon. It's just called a Komodo dragon. Okay, I know you guys want to see elephants, but I actually just spotted a giraffe over there.
Giraffe!
Wait, don't scare the giraffe. Let's go see giraffes, okay?
I want to ride the giraffe's neck.
No, don't ride the giraffe's neck. King Kong, that's dangerous. Oh my God, it's huge.
Very huge, like a dinosaur. Where's the dinosaur?
There's no dinosaur.
Do I have a T-Rex here?
Dude, look. Giraffe. Oh my God, look.
First time ko lang nakita niyan.
It's your first time seeing a giraffe?
First time. This is my first time.
Oh.
First time ko lang di makapunta na zoo.
Okay guys, fun fact, this is actually Kelra's first time visiting a zoo. So it is also his first time seeing a giraffe in real life, and as you guys can see, he is very, very intrigued.
The baby looks like a goat.
And as you can see, that's actually that's their height. So they can go up to 7 meters.
What?
Yeah. So
very long.
Very long, yes. Right now they're like what, 4.5 meters?
Yeah.
The tallest I think is around 5 meters, but they can go up to 7. And in some cases, if I'm not mistaken, they can go taller than that.
Goated, that is goated. Goated height. That height is goated.
Is it Sigma?
Yeah, Sigma height.
Can you maybe Sigma to the camera?
Sigma height.
All right, guys, so the animal that you guys actually have been waiting for is right there. I can see the elephant.
Where?
There. It's huge.
So big, dude. Like another dinosaur.
What dinosaur? As you guys can see, it's gray. It's big. I can see one right now hiding behind the tree. Let's go.
Can I ride it?
You cannot ride it.
Sorry.
Dude, the trunk is actually very strong.
Lucky.
Yes. There you go. See, it's eating. It's eating.
Sumpahin ka ng ilong yan.
So, you finally see what you wanted to see?
Yeah, I want to get inside.
You cannot get on top of the elephant.
Get inside and touch.
No. What about you, Kelra? What do you think about the elephant?
Well, gusto ko rin siya puntahan.
You want to go to it? Okay, let's go. Let's walk.
Let's get inside, guys. Let's get inside. Alright.
King, Kel, do you guys know that that's the poop of the elephant on the floor?
Looks yummy. Yeah.
And that's the elephant. So I think they only have one adult elephant here, or maybe other. Sometimes they're sleeping, sometimes they're hiding.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Harmless ba elephants? Harmless?
If I'm not mistaken, they are harmless, but if enraged, they will get dangerous.
Oh.
Not make it angry.
Paano magagalit yan?
You disturbed it. Just like any other animals, once disturbed, it will get angry. ostrich. There you go. It's an ostrich. So as you guys can see, that's an ostrich. And apparently the name in Bahasa Indonesia is burung unta. Burung is a general name for birds. Ibon. Yeah. So burung is ibon. Then unta is, I guess, ostrich.
Yeah. Can I run inside and let them chase me?
Yo, you have very weird ones.
By time.
No, so as you guys can see actually here, the mating season for ostrich is in between April and March.
April and March. April na.
Yeah, so it means it's their mating season. This is when they mate and make babies.
Yeah.
Now that it's the Mobile Masters, what are your expectations this season?
We expect to have so much fun in every game and to work as a team.
Do you guys think that winning again is possible?
Winning again is always possible.
Wow.
Every single game, it is possible.
Okay, now you guys are actually like doing really, really well ever since M6. You guys won and everything. You guys won the Snapdragon Pro Series in JB. Now we're in Jakarta. I have a question. Do you think you guys could be the team to achieve the Golden Road in MLBB?
We think that there's a chance.
There's a chance?
We can't tell that we're going to claim it.
Okay, you guys are still being humble for now.
Yeah, we're gonna work very hard for it.
What about you, Kelra? You've won MSC before na.
Ayun nga, sabi ni King, talagang paano namin, pagpupursigihan namin.
Humble muna.
Humble muna. Wag munang
Work hard,
Work hard. Okay.
Work hard, play hard.
I love that. Okay, now, speaking about play, let's go find some orangutan.
Let's go find some gorilla.
No, orangutan. Let's go. Walk.
Okay.
Okay, guys, so right now we are over at the Orangutan Kalimantan. Now, I can't see it because it's raining. Maybe you guys can help me find it.
Let's find it. I want to see it badly.
Go on.
Is it hiding?
I don't know. Please find
I think
it.
it's hiding.
It's hiding.
Eating bananas.
Eating bananas? I can't see it. Do you guys
I still
see
can
it?
see it.
Do you guys see it?
No.
Oh, wait, I found it.
Where?
These two. You guys are orangutans. Can you do the King Kong thingy that you did before? There you go, guys. Orangutan in the flesh. Okay, guys, how's the zoo?
Very, very nice. Very, very fun.
Sobrang saya and very, very nice.
Okay, I wish it wasn't raining. We could have done more, but you know what? I think that's pretty good for now. So thank you very much to my two orangutans. Thank you to my two monkeys. And to everybody watching, thank you. We will see you guys on the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. Bye.
Hello everyone, I'm Colius and now I'm with the Alpha 7 team from Brazil. Right now they are gonna try the Indonesian food. So we have 4 or 5 different food in the tables and they're gonna rate the food. So first of all, what do you know about the Indonesian food?
So I know some foods. I know satay.
Oh, you tried it before?
Yes, I tried it before. The chicken one. I know martabak. This one as well, I already tried. The baked one.
So it's not too mysterious for you right now. We're gonna let them try the food first because we have 2 kinds of martabak there.
Okay.
It's the baked one and the fried one. And this one, for the satay, we call it the satay here, is the chicken meat and the lamb meat.
Okay.
And the other one is bakmi ayam. So I'm gonna let you guys try the bakmi ayam first. It's like the chicken noodle and using the fried dumpling and the boiled dumplings for the toppings, and they use the diced meat. So let's dig in.
Oh, I love dumplings. This smells good. I'll try the dumpling first.
Wow, it looks so delicious.
What's the name for this one?
Bakmi ayam. You love it?
Yeah. So you try this one? Okay. Yeah.
That one is the fried meat, and so they have the diced chicken meat.
Okay, I'm gonna try the noodle. So good.
Usually for Indonesian, they eat the bakmi ayam with this soup. We call it bakso. So you must try the bakso first.
Okay. The soup with the fish ball. It's a bit like salty. The fish ball is really good as well.
Does Brazil have similar food like this? The bakmi ayam?
We have like the meatballs, like with the cow meat with the tomato sauce.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a very different, and I think the consistency also different. How
Yes,
the
the
meatball.
consistency.
Wow, I see.
Yes.
So on a scale 1 to 10, how good is the food? The bakmi ayam?
10?
10 out of 10?
Yes.
I give 10
Wow.
also.
I would eat this like all day easily for dinner and lunch.
Next, I'm gonna let them try the satay ayam and kambing. So sate ayam is a chicken skewer burned above the charcoal using some of the seasoning, and usually they use the peanuts butter, but this one they use the sweet soy sauce. This one is the chicken and this one is for the lamb.
I'll try the lamb.
I'm excited for this one.
I like this one. I already tried
like
it before. Yes, really good.
I think I want one more. Just to get more taste. This one is too good, to be real. Oh my god.
On the scale 1 to 10.
I'll give the satay. I always give the satay like a 9 because I'm not a big fan of sweet and salty food together combined. In Brazil, we always eat only salty food.
Yeah.
So I'm going a 9 because I really like it, but I'm not a big fan of salty and sweet food combined.
I see. How about you?
I think for me, like, it's very rich, the flavor. I really liked, and I give 1,000. For me, it's 1,000.
Wow. So this one is your most favorite food so far?
Yes.
Okay, for the dessert, we have the martabak here. We have two kinds of martabak. This one is the baked one.
Yes.
So it have, later you're gonna taste how it tastes. And this one is the fried one.
Okay.
So which one do you want to try first? The baked one or the fried one?
The baked one.
Okay, sure. Basically, they just use the flour. And for the toppings, they use the peanut, they use the chocolate sprinkles, and they use the butter.
This one's so good.
In Portuguese, delicioso.
Delicioso.
Muito bom.
I'm gonna steal this plate.
I think it's similar to something that we eat already.
Pancakes? Right?
Yeah,
But
I think so.
More thicker than pancakes.
Yeah.
Pancakes with like the walnut cream, you know? This one's a bit different, right?
Yeah, that one is like fried. Usually they use the egg for the base, and they fried it using the minced chicken meat inside.
Okay, so this one is salty, right?
Salty.
Okay.
This one is salty, and you should try the pickle and of course the chili. The green one is like the most spiciest chili at Indonesia right now. We call it cabai rawit.
Yeah, in Brazil we don't eat spicy food.
Wow, so it's a challenge for you.
Yes, it's really a challenge.
Okay. Usually you take one bite, then bite the chili one.
Okay, this one?
Okay, yep. You can hold the chili and you can hold
I'm a bit afraid. Okay.
I can do it with you.
Do we have drinks here?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You can bite the martabak first and eat, then bite the chili.
Oh my god. Wait.
I think I'm gonna cry.
That is the most, I think, spiciest chili.
Oh my god.
On Indonesia.
I think it's
Oh
hot.
my god. My tongue. My tongue is crying.
Yeah.
Why with the chili? Why? Oh my god. This is the strongest chili in Indonesia.
Oh my god. It looks like a flame in my throat.
Because it's so small, but it's so spicy.
But so good at the same time.
So good. I thought the satay was spicy until I eat this.
You try the cabai rawit, right?
Yeah, it's with the egg, right?
They use the egg as the base and use the minced chicken meat inside and then fried it, deep fried it until it get golden, and they're gonna take it out. For you, do you prefer to eat the martabak goreng, or we call it the martabak telur, without the chili? Or
Without the chili, without the
chili,
chili. Yeah, without.
For you?
I think I want the chili.
Wow.
For the hot experience.
So you love the spicy food?
Yeah.
Okay, for the martabak, the goreng one, 10 with the chili.
Minus 1,000.
Minus 1, yes. Oh my god, the chili, no, 0. The chili 0. And the martabak, the baked one, 10, always 10. Because every time I came to Jakarta, I always eat martabak because it's really good.
I think the baked one for me, I'll give a 9 because it's so soft and light. I think I can eat this whole plate if I want. And for the chili, 2,000.
Oh, 2,000.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's my favorite. I love how it burns.
Okay, good job to you guys to done the challenge. And that's all for you. See you on the next content.
See you.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Yeah, we showing you the power. way to the top, I never stop. It's coming ready or not. Do you have what you say you got? Go till you drop. Go until we hit the spot. Light gonna shine bright. Anything I like. Put it on the line. I've been taking chances all my life. I've been patiently waiting, and we're gonna take it like that. You can't stop what we began. It's the wild parade. We burn this world right now, and then we rise again, like phoenix from the flame. The players in the game, we want it the same. We at the finish line. It's one day at a time to make you feel alive. To make you feel alive. I climb my way to the top. I never stop. It's coming ready and now. Do you have what you say you got? Go till you drop. Go until we in the spot. I climb my way to the top. I never stop. It's coming ready and now. Do you have what you say you got? Go till you drop. Go until we in the spot. The game. Yeah, we one and the same. I've been patiently waiting, and we're gonna take it like that. You can't stop what we began. It's the wild parade. We burn this world right down, and then we rise again, like phoenix from the flame. The players in the game, we want it the same.
It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. I got love for the game, I don't cash out. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Shaking all the city, this is how I like my show. I got love for the sweat that I put in. Door with a foot in, proofs in the pudding. Things I did, all them said that I couldn't. Superhero bouncing like a villain. All y'all rooting, you the fan now. Yeah, you understand now what it took to be the champion that I am now. Head in the sky, it's about the time you land now. And let's see who of us has got the better plan now. Who has got the better plan now? Who has got the better plan? Who has got the better plan now? I'm just trying to understand. Who has got the better plan now? Who has got the better plan? Who has got the better plan now? Who has got the better plan? It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. I got love for the game, I don't cash out. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Shaking all the city, this is how I like my show. How I like my show. Hey. This is how I like my show. Hey. It's a madhouse. Hey. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. I got love for the game, I don't cash out. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Shaking all the city, this is how I like my show.
You get one night before the sun's up. Bang, bang, tear it up. One shot before your time's up. Bang, bang, tear it up. You get one chance before you're out of luck. Bang, bang, tear it up. Tear it up. Bang, bang, tear it up. You get one night before the sun's up. Bang, bang, tear it up. One shot before your time's up. Bang, bang, tear it up. You get one chance before you're out of luck. Bang, bang, tear it up. Tear it up. Bang, bang, tear it up. One army, we unbreakable. Won't ever beat us, we too strong. Take a stand, raise all of your fists high. This is the one. We're fighting for our lives. Don't let the odds run up on us. We fight until the sun comes up. Don't try us, we the one. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang.
They working hard, we're working smarter. Where they're gonna go, we go harder. Hit every swing, roam like a king. Every dream in your head getting bigger and bigger. Isn't it time we start pulling the trigger? Shoot for the clouds, let there be no doubt. We're flowing without any drought. Baddest the baddest, just call me rolling. Playing with folks for the serotonin. Placing your best, yeah, we're going all in. It's somebody calling my destiny. Betting on me, you don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Right from the heart of me, never apart from me. It's all I had and all I'll ever need. Way too close to call it. Taking a leap and we're going all in. Baddest the baddest, just only rolling. Messing with folks for the serotonin. I'm betting on me. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates.
heads turn when I walk through the door. They know I'm hot, better yet ice cold. Heart full of chrome, you can tell when it's on. They can't stop me when I get in my zone. I don't even answer when they call on my phone. Baby, myself, I ain't make no wrongs. Play with me, I don't condone. I'm way too up, but I'm so far gone. Play with me, I don't condone. The man down doing up, beating up the beat till it's going up, doing up. Look at me, look at her, who was she, tickle me, wiggle me, looking good, got the remedy. Look at me, big boss energy, complimentary, they can never be jealousy. When they stare at me, they like legacy, legacy. Gotta leave them one when I feel like I'm lost. Watch me, you wanna taste like what you see, come get close. Watch me, tell me no, I bet you won't, what you gon' do? Watch me, I make it hot, blow the sweat, ready or not. Watch me, 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 pretty, watch me do it, watch me slow. Watch me, make me feel it, take control, let me go. Watch me, tell me, watch me with my legs, if you roll. Watch me, better than me. Cocky, you like what you see. Watch me, who's better than me? Watch me, you like what you see. Watch me, if you wanna taste like what you see, come get close. Watch me, tell me no, I bet you won't, what you gon' do? Watch me, I make it hot, blow the spot, ready or not. Watch me, watch me.
Guess who in the building? One of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. Guess who in the building? One of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. Yeah. I am back in the place, don't have to guess who in the building, cause I'm back in your face. Ready for anybody coming, I am here on my toes. Never was settled for defeat, cause I'm raising the stakes, yeah. And I'm not coming to play, I got my game face on and I'm ready to shake. You see my name will be known everywhere in the world, cause I'm a king, getting strong and I never will break. Hey, one of the chosen, going that's the illest, watch me kill it like a sposter. Never catch me slipping on my pippin', I'm the coldest. The best I ever do it, I'ma show you how I know it. Notice, I am on my way, I'm here to handle business, I ain't come here to play. I see they in their feelings, I don't care what they say. I am one in a million, you don't have to guess who in the building. One of the realest, never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. Guess who in the building? One of the realest, never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. And I'm at it again. I'm a bad man walking around and tell all your friends. And whoever wanna test me, I am standing my ground. As they come closer, I am focused as I sprint with a grid. Yeah. Cause they know I'm a fool, and they know I'm that dude. I don't follow their rules, never bow to their principles, never choke when I move, never fold under pressure, never vouching to lose, yeah. I am on my way, I'm here to handle business, I ain't come here to play. I see they in their feelings, I don't care what they say. Cause I'm one in a million. You don't have to guess who in the building, one of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. Guess who in the building, one of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million.
Yo, I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting dry, yeah, we out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Coming, coming. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild. It's getting wild. Eating them, beast. Eating them, feast. Fire the most, tire the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so useless. I'm so ruthless. New phone, who this? Give no reply to excuses. Got no bite, man, I'm toothless. Living a lie and the truth is, got this power, bringing it. Play my anthem, singing it. Every mountain, ringing it high. I soar, I rise, reborn. Strapped, I'm back like never before. Taking my final form. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here.
Halo semuanya, nama gue Aran, gue explainer dari tim Liquid ID. Hari ini gue bakal kasih tahu kalian pro tips cara untuk split push dan laning di XP. Kali ini gue pakai hero favorit gue pakai Benedetta dengan emblem settingnya ini. Jadi kita main Bennett damage. Untuk awal-awal cara main Bennett itu karena kita cepet nyampe ke lane-nya, jadi coba jalan secepat mungkin. Bisa buat ke L-Bush atau bisa buat untuk cut lane, itu juga bisa. Jadi gimana kondisinya aja. Untuk sekarang gue mau coba untuk cut lane langsung. Jadi tinggal cut lane, habis itu bisa lakuin apapun, bisa rusuhin jungler, bisa jalan ke mid. Jadi kayak terserah kalian, bebas mau ngapain. Di sini gue coba rusuhin jungler ya, kayak gini ya. Kita bisa dapat kill di sini. Kalau udah cukup, bisa lari. Habis itu bisa cut lane lagi. Kalau bisa free untuk cut, tinggal cut lagi aja. Ya, kayak gitu doang sih. as a explainer, kalau udah ada menit 2 gitu, ada turtle, sebisa mungkin kita untuk join ke turtle buat fight. Kita bantu jungler kita untuk dapetin turtle. Itu sih, itu untuk mid game ya. Jadi kesimpulannya sebagai explainer itu sebisa mungkin bantuin jungler kita untuk dapetin objektif. Jadi kayak dari early game-nya, dari landing phase-nya, abis itu di menit 2 ada turtle, kita join turtle, ada lord di menit 8 kita join lord. Jadi kayak as a explainer itu harus bisa join buat fight sih. Thank you semuanya yang udah nonton. Jangan lupa dukung tim Liquid terus di turnamen ini karena kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik buat kalian semua, buat kita juga, buat Indonesia. Jadi tetap dukung kita terus.
Halo guys, gue Sutsujin dari RRQ Hoshi sebagai jungler. Gue sekarang bakalan bagi tips ke kalian cara main Hayabusa. Oke guys, sekarang kalian bisa nentuin startnya dari mana itu lihat turtle-nya guys. Kalau turtle-nya di atas, biasanya gue start atas biar nanti bisa turtle-nya gampang. Kalian start biru pun kalian bisa rotasi ke gold lane juga nantinya biar bisa bantu gold kalian. Nah pas start jungle gini kalian bisa suruh roamer kalian buat bantuin jungle biar lebih cepat rotasi. Kalau enggak midnya kalian bisa suruh freeze hero di mid. Kalau nggak mau bantu jungle, pokoknya Haya harus 2 buff dulu guys, biar bisa biar bisa ganking enak, nyari level 4 biar bisa ada ulti ya. Nah kayak gini guys, kalian bisa suruh tim kalian kayak aduin aja, terus nanti kalian datang geng. Sambil scroll map juga kalian bisa lihat limit. Kalau posisinya kemajuan gini bisa kalian bunuh guys. Jangan lupa skill 2-nya harus kena ya guys, biar makin sakit. Di menit 2 turtle ya guys. Kayak gini musuhnya out of posisi, bunuh lagi. Kalau udah snowball kayak gini kalian udah gampang, kalian tinggal masukin buffnya, masukin jungle-nya, jangan main di jungle kita terus. Ya pokoknya kalian kalau main Hayabusa, kalian rotasinya harus bareng trio mid kalian. Terus juga kalian harus ganking kiri kanan, lihat yang mana bisa di kill. Terus sama maksimalin skill 2-nya sih biar shadow-nya itu harus kena guys kalau mau main Hayabusa. Soalnya stack pasifnya itu penting banget biar bisa ultinya tambah sakit. Udah sih gitu doang guys. Oke guys, itu dia tip dari gua untuk main Hayabusa.
hasratku tak pernah lagi meredam anganku, meredam semangatku. Cahaya mimpi bagai energi terus mengusik tanpa berbisik, lebarkan sayapku, jangan pernah layu. Tanpa henti ikuti langkahmu, bebas lepas belenggu jiwamu, gapai raih apapun mimpimu. Setiap jiwa pernah merasakan sepi, dihantui mimpi buruk dan rasa benci. Tapi ku coba mengakui kelemahanku, berdiri tegak menghadapi mentari. Hati ini terus berharap ketika terpuruk dan jatuh, gelora semangatmu kan menggapai hatiku. Gelora ini membawa mimpi dan menyertai bagai energi penuhi jiwaku, membakar semangatku. Hasratku ini tak bersembunyi, ingin mencari, terus mencari, menggenggam anganku, takkan ku lepas lagi. Ketika aku yang rapuh ini bersamamu, aku merasa tegar dan tak mudah hancur. Hati ini terus berharap ketika terpuruk dan jatuh, gelora semangatmu kan menggapai hatiku. Gelora ini membawa mimpi dan menyertai bagai energi penuhi jiwaku, membakar semangatku. Hasratku ini tak bersembunyi, ingin mencari, terus mencari, menggenggam anganku, takkan ku lepas lagi. Tanpa henti ikuti langkahmu, bebas lepas belenggu jiwamu, gapai raih apapun mimpimu. Gelora ini merangkai mimpi, tebar hasratku tak pernah lagi meredam anganku, meredam semangatku. Cahaya mimpi bagai energi.
RRQ Hoshi with a sweep at Mobile Masters.
Perasaannya ke playoff tentu seneng banget, cuman kita nggak expect bakal clean sweep gitu, cuma ya tapi seneng banget lah. Paling kita mau bahas dendam aja sih Pak, soalnya pas di MPL tuh kita kalah kan, jadi agak ya udah sih kita termotivasi aja gara-gara mereka kalahin kita. Gak begitu banyak perbedaan sih, cuma yang pasti kalau RRQ mungkin dari gameplay idoknya mungkin idok sama Rins, jadi ya mereka lebih agresif aja sih mungkin. Terus mereka kalau agresif gitu jadi kayak lebih ngeri aja sih. Yang gue lihat Liquid itu gameplaynya banyak lah, mereka bisa berubah-berubah gitu kayak random gitu. Jadi ya kita mainnya lawan mereka harus adaptif aja sih pas lawan mereka. TLID key player Widi. Karena Widi sering yang bikin move buat tim Liquid gitu.
Ya rencananya paling kita pasti nonton match dia sebelumnya kayak di SPS Mobile Master, kayak di MPL gitu sih. Lebih buat menganalisis mungkin buat gameplay mereka, jadi kita bisa ngebaca.
Buat lawan tim Liquid mungkin itu nanti coach yang bakal ngasih tahu kita gimana. Cuman kalau buat playernya kita yang penting jalanin gameplay aja, komunikasi lancar, terus disiplin, yang kayak gitu-gitu aja sih kita. Good luck, have fun, kasih game yang seru.
Good luck bang.
The next arc of the Civil War now begins in Jakarta. The Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Master continues with two Indonesian teams looking for the final slot in Mobile Masters to face off against the world champions Onyx PH in the grand finals. My name's Getting Q and this is LaFell as our analyst, professional as ever. To keep you guys entertained throughout the games, it's going to be Eterna and as well as Leo at the mic. TLID's #1 fan, and I'm so Kingdom. Which one's which? We don't know, honestly.
Why would you refer to me both like she's here too?
Oh, I'm so mad at
You
him today. I'm so angry at Leo.
I gave you the layup there. You didn't take the opportunity. You had a pocketed space and you missed it.
I was too focused on not liking Leo.
Oh, that's fair. Look, with the SBS continuing today, as well as one best-of-3 already finished here, I mean, LaFell, give me your thoughts on this particular game, because I think you and I both agree that this could be it could be a sweep.
Honestly, even looking at the video before we actually jump in and introduce ourselves, like we see even Susujin was actually talking, and it looks like they're coming here very unbothered. They're just like, yeah, the coach already has a plan. We just got to execute it. It's really not that difficult. And that just shows that maybe they over-prepared for this tournament. Whoa.
Look, back at MPLID, it was a 2-0 for RQ anyway, so it's not something that they haven't done before.
Well, if you guys don't know and are unaware of what happened in MPL ID, maybe you might not know these faces because they're coming in with some heavy momentum. Let's give it up for the Kingdom. Viva RRQ, Rex, Regum, Keon, a team that has been built upon a legacy of superstars, now transformed to become the ultimate defenders of their fan base. RRQ Hoshi is lifted up by Tyron, Sutsujin, Rins, Idok, and Toy.
Jaya, you missed out. I'm sorry. It's okay, you know. As a member, a welcoming member of the Kingdom, we welcome all. Again, this is a worldwide brand, one of the biggest names in esports right now, and they are currently the best team out of Indonesia. And the way they've been playing so far since, what was that now, 36, 37 days since? Undefeated, clean. I don't think there is a spot in their gameplay that they need fixing. If anything, there's more we're expecting. Confirmed it's Sutsujin, not Hazel. So I guess Coach Kezio wasn't lying. Like, Hazel actually was taking his exams.
Yeah. I mean, like, again, like looking at how they play as well as how they draft, it almost like they can look to the future, because every single time, when I was watching their game during Stream B, it almost feels like they're setting up a trap and the opponent just keeps on taking it.
So you're telling me that there's no potential threat, well, not threat, but no potential weaknesses that could be exploited by the Kingdom here?
I mean, what is TLID gonna do? Pick up a Novaria?
Think about it. Let it settle in, because RRQ sets the bar at Mobile Masters. But do you agree with this, Eterna? Because again, TLID's #1 fan, I would imagine that you got some hopes here against the Kingdom.
No.
None?
None.
Huh? Why?
This isn't going to be reflected in my my predictions later on, but if I had to speak as a caster, it's 3-0 RQ. Oh, I don't know what else can be discussed here.
Well, I guess somebody's not getting a jersey this time around. And look, RRQ...
I'm sorry, Kodan. I love you, Kodan. You know I love you.
Look, RRQ, fastest game times, and also one of the few teams who have actually achieved a Savage very early on in the group stage itself. They've set a standard that most, I would honestly imagine coming into this tournament, that TLID would have set much earlier on.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like for TLID, especially yesterday, it really does seem like they're overthinking it. and they're trying to achieve what RRQ is already doing. So I feel like the reason why we're a little bit lost for words is because RRQ, they are very prepared, and TLID is almost like they don't know what their objective is. Like they don't even know like what was good, guys, and then they're just throwing things on the wall and hoping it works.
Here's the problem with TLID right now. It's because TLID has been functioning on comfort for so long. And it's also understandable that these teams would want to explore beyond that, right? Because of the change in meta, the change in patch, we see new heroes surfacing into the Land of Dawn. So obviously it looks like they are still trying to explore that. The problem is it's like a contradictory thing with what they are actually like. It's like their base identity. And it's unfortunate as well because we've only been seeing Aran, let's say, for an example, only succeeding on the Hilda compared to everything else he's picked up so far. And that's something that other teams can easily utilize to their advantage.
I think it would be great if the Kingdom banned the Hilda to unlock something from Aran, which, in my experience, I'm not sure that's worth it. That means whether RRQ is on blue or red, we're getting into draft-specific points here, you're going to open up another comfort, which is the jungle. You're going to allow Favian to pick up the Suyo, which is one of his main heroes. And then you're also going to allow Yehezkiel, the Jushin, the Vex, the Eve, the Nova. Say it as a joke, but sometimes it works.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But again, they haven't left us with a lot of confidence. And if you're wondering who we're talking about, it's TLID, Team Liquid Indonesia. Let's pull up their roster here because this is a team that was in the coming to be considered the best in the world. Having their only short fallings was against Onyx PH time after time after time, all the way up to the M6 World Champions. And Team Liquid ID looks to correct those mistakes with Aran, Favian, Yehezkiel, Witty, and Aaron Shiki.
Honestly, this is an amazing roster, but throughout Mobile Masters, we have to remind the people at home is that RRQ Hoshi has the shortest game average, and TLID has the longest, and it's not like by a few seconds. It's a whole,
4 minutes.
4 minutes. 4 minutes worth of difference in average game time. Like that really shows you that both teams play on very different tempo, and I don't know, the way that RRQ has been playing, TLID, their draft has to be really good to be able to hold out until the late game.
By the way, fun fact, speaking of, game durations, back in MPLID, it was RQ that kind of broke that record against TLID. It was 9 minutes for their second game. It was 11 minutes in their first game. So
as in broke the record for the fastest game?
Fastest game against TLID.
Hey, and they also broke their own record here at Mobile Masters. Let's pull up we pulled up the average game times all over again. 13 minutes, 16 seconds average game time. That is huge. And yes, we did mention the 4-minute difference. That's, oh my goodness, that's a lot of time.
I mean, like, here's the thing.
4.5.
Girls don't get it, but 4 minutes is a long time.
240 seconds. We could get a lot done in that time.
4 minutes.
That's 2 Lords.
Oh.
It's a long time, like trust me. You're unfamiliar, but just let you know, 4 minutes is actually impressive.
Oh.
It's a very long time, yeah. So
can't relate.
I don't know how TLID can really like
take advantage.
Not take advantage, but it's like survive.
Ooh, survive.
Especially if RQ just goes and I don't know, picks up something like the Jawhead and just speed up the game even more. Like it's gonna be difficult for TLID.
I don't know, because this is a team with so much potential, right? Because from setbacks to stardom, this is a team that has broken out. It felt like they came out of nowhere in MPLID, right? Initially, we were thinking that TLID wasn't going to be the one last year to do it, but then they shot to stardom so very fast with star players like Aaron Chiki and Favian in particular showing the rest of the world how it's done.
Which is kind of weird. We're like not giving them confidence, and yet according to M6, they're the second best team in the world.
Exactly.
How time changes so fast.
I feel like it's patched.
We're talking about how 4 minutes is a long time, but so is 4 months. 4 months since M6. That's a couple of big major patches that have dropped, and the game is changing. I think that's one of the main strengths RRQ is presenting, which is why we're shaky with TLID. The numbers say so.
Yeah.
The stats say so. Previous history, recent history say so. It's just, again, undying loyalty that's keeping TLID going. Again, the cavalry ever behind them. But I think they're outnumbered by the Kingdom, even in Tennis Indoor Senayan, 10-1.
I mean, that's a normal thing for anybody who's ever experienced MPL ID's fandom. The RRQ, they have built like a cult following.
Yeah.
There's no better way to put it. I've never seen so many bodies in an arena before until I went to MPL ID.
Even outside.
Even outside. It literally trickles in.
I think it's pretty healthy.
I do agree it is healthy to a certain degree, but when you're packed up like sardines in a tuna can, I mean, how much can you really enjoy it, especially if you are a TLID fan getting surrounded by the masses?
I'm used to it.
Call it a tight-knit community.
1 to 5, you know, 1 to 10, I'm used to it.
It's a fire hazard when the kingdom comes together.
Yeah, it is. It is. I think that at least for TLID side, I hope that we do get to see a little bit more from Iran, and I feel like RRQ might just be the team that might push them out of their comfort zone finally, right? Because Fabian, we're hoping for an experience where he is able to hard carry games like he did last year on Joy, because this version of RRQ has set template plays, and we haven't even talked about the classic matchup of Mr. Kez Cute Batman Vengeance himself watching over his team and Mr. SDL Saint DeLucas to try and concoct a cool draft.
And it's already bad enough to have a creative, you know, coach like that drafting these drafts, but it's worse that all the kids on the team can actually execute it properly. So I think that's one of the main strengths that we're seeing coming in from RQ Hoshi in this current lineup against TLID, because again, there's not a lot of things that TLID can actually utilize that is different to what you already use. And I'm talking about strategy. I'm talking about drafts. So coming into this, there's more information and there's more that we can expect from TLID as compared to RQ, who can, you know, pull off so many different things in their gameplay.
Which is, I think, contrary to the stats. RRQ is through the roof when it comes to success. But when it comes to like out of pocket and out of meta strats, it's TLID who's in the lead. Yes, they have a fixture on Hilda and they prefer to have Fabian on the Suyo. They also like Yehezkiel on the Zushin, but check this out. Aaron Shiki has played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gold laners, has a positive win rate on Granger, Claude, and Beatrix, 100% on the latter two, and even in mid, you have 100% win rate on Yehezkiel with Vex, Eve, and Novaria.
Yep.
So laugh as we will with the Novaria, but they made it work, especially last night.
Here's the thing, but that's just an SPS.
Oh, what? No. I think that SPS is an extension of what has happened from MPL ID. Yes, obviously, we have seen a little bit more, and you've experienced it yourself locally, seeing these teams actually show off more in different strategies. But based on what we've seen here so far, especially from RRQ side, they haven't really broken out of the template that Keskute has set that plan for. Let's pull up the report card and talk a little bit more about this, right? Because it's A+ to A when it comes down to just overall how we are viewing these teams. I would even argue that TLID, that A score, can have some diminishing returns.
Looks like here the weakness for RRQ is chaos. And honestly, there are a few games where, of course, they didn't lose, right? But it does seem like that's kind of how you win a team fight against them. And instead of going for a front to back, you kind of split the fight, making it like a two different team fights kind of situation, which I guess TLID has done every once in a while. But
last night they did that night against Onyx.
Yeah, but this is RQ.
This is a close, honestly, almost even parallel universe to what we saw to the previous best of 5 between two teams who kind of fall into these same archetypes. One liking to be going more systematically. I mean, Falcons PH, very comparable to RRQ, and I would say RRQ is a little bit more polished in that area, and then TLID and as well as Onyx PH both can be very chaotic teams. But the versatility doesn't really inspire confidence in me, especially with the performance specifically from eDog. I think he has been an absolute monster this Mobile Masters.
Honestly, I feel like if we're going to talk about chaotic, we got to talk about Weedy. Like, you win and lose because of him, right? Like the Jawhead able to get perfect picks. It only happens like twice in the game, but sometimes that's all you need.
Game changing.
Yeah,
literally turned it around.
So I don't know. I feel like based on previous game where Onyx Philippines was able to successfully choose one target and make sure that person doesn't get to play. I wonder if RQ has that discussion. Who are they going to target actually? Like, do they just want to punish Witty? Do they want to make sure Aaron Shiki doesn't get to play? Favia doesn't get to play? Like, there's options there.
They actually did that once back in MPLID. The first time that they met this, you know, this season. RRQ, TLID 2-0. If you take a look at the drafts, it was a lot of jungle bans. So they were actually targeting their strongest, and I would say that's Fabian. So
Okay.
Suyo was taken away, Joy was taken away, all these picks that he's used to was taken away, and I think that really put a stump to the gameplay of TLID.
Sir, I'm gonna put you in a really uncomfortable spot here because now if we're talking about history, we're looking at the current scores of MPLID. Currently, they're on a break while Mobile Masters is going on. First place RRQ. TLID in 5th place. As the TLID's #1 fan eternal, what is your
Or
argument?
1.5.
Or 1.5. I mean, it depends on your argument right here, right now. I am giving you the floor. There's no alley-oops and pockets of spaces for Mr. Kingdom to come on in.
All you. I
So
allow
what was
you
the question?
to be first.
Sell
You
me
didn't finish it.
TLID.
I can't. That's the problem.
That's why you're 1.5.
That's the
Your
problem.
TLID is 1.5 fan.
Hey,
Here.
sometimes fans follow blindly.
All right. Okay,
Hey!
Mister. Okay. No, you know what? You know what? Let's show it turn out how it's done. TLID's #1 fan. Put down the So Kingdom right now. You are So
go, go,
Cavalry.
go.
All right, y'all ready for the stampede?
I'm ready.
Okay, y'all talk about how witty is a coin flip. Get ready for this. Here's a surprise. Yes, he is a coin flip. His Cho and his Jawhead are sitting at what, like 50%, 60%. They got here by beating Onyx. So best believe they've fixed their record from losing, via sweep in the group stage. But he has a 100% hero pick that not many are expecting. Pop quiz. That is
What, Khalid?
Kalia.
Kalea.
He is at 100% with Kalia. So if RRQ are not careful and focus on attacking Fabian, focus on again taking out that Hilda. Oh, Aran can only play Hilda. Then they should be careful about what they give to Widdy again. But also, I don't think it's a good idea to attack Aaron Shiki because again he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heroes. And guess what? His weirdest hero is the hero that gets banned out anyways. That's the Harith. He has never won with Harith in Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. So allow him to get these weird heroes and, St. DeLucas and Facehugger are going to plan around that. So again, the fact that we are building this up to be such a David versus Goliath moment is maybe what the Cavalry want.
Well, but you heard it first from TLID's #1 fan. We know who's going to be getting a jersey very, very soon. With that being said, though, we do have words from Moman himself, and it looks like he's got somebody special on the line. Let's throw it to him to see what he's up to.
Thank you so much. And now back with me again with my expert Mo.
Yeah, I'm an expert.
How are you today, Mo?
I'm feeling good. I mean, the weather here in Jakarta is pretty hot, but still the crowd here is pretty insane, right? Outside the carnival, there's a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
They're still filling up the
Definitely.
seats right now.
Oh, yeah. So you are enjoying Jakarta so far?
Yeah, I mean, Jakarta has been a great place, bro. You've been showing me around.
All right, so for our upcoming match, we're going to see TLID against RRQ. What do you think about it? Like, about the strategy, about the play style, and anything?
Well, yeah, we just finished the segment, right? RRQ, TLID. I'm wearing the RRQ shirt. I'm rocking the RRQ colors. I think it's going to go to a best of 5. 3-2 RRQ favored just because of the fact that they play the Franco.
Arashi going to be happy.
Yeah, Rashi's happy, of course.
Okay, so who's the players to watch? What do you think?
Personally, I'm looking out for Toy, whether or not he can really synergize well with Edok and Susujin, who have been performing super well for RRQ. And of course, from the other side, TLID, Fabian has been stepping up, but Aaron Shiki, he's been consistent. He's been way out there, always so consistent. But Spicy Aaron Shiki's back.
Yep.
So he's saying, he's talking trash, and I'm loving it.
Yep. So it's gonna be between Toy and Aranshiki. The battle of the gold laner.
Yeah.
So let's see later because the match's gonna start. What do you think, panelists? So, panelists, time to shine.
Look, those are the words from Moman. Thank you so much,
Interesting.
Moman, as
Yeah.
well as Kulios. Do we necessarily agree with this right now? This is where we play devil's advocate. Panel, any words about it?
I mean, he looks like he wants to say something.
No, I just he was like, okay, he talked about RRQ. He was like, okay, sure. It's like Fabian stepping out. I was like, okay, sure. It's like Aaron Shiki has been. It's like, Aaron Shiki, he's definitely not M6 form. And then to be fair, I feel like there was an interview where even Fabian said like, yeah, M6 we were way better. Right now it's like plummeting down. So I don't know. Personally, for me, I want a little bit, not a little bit, a lot more from Aaron Shiki,
Yeah,
honestly.
no, he got away with so much because nobody was paying attention to him. Last night was, I think, the best Aaron Shiki we've seen all of Mobile Masters.
Yep.
So maybe that's what Mo was talking about. Mr. Mo Saung, maybe that's what he was, just last night. Aaron Shiki was the
Recency
best.
bias.
Yes.
Yeah, recency bias.
RB.
That, or he's just been watching like only Stream C games exclusively, nothing else, hasn't even bothered to check the others.
And fallen asleep to M6 over and over again.
So accurate here, but we need to make the comparison because if we're talking about overall, it's Toy versus Aaron Shiki
That's
in
a
that
big
gold lane.
difference.
It's, dude, it's a crazy difference.
837 against 773.
Literally
69.
like 64.
Nice. And 63. And average KD is 17.83 against 4.22. That's
Toy can split up his KDA, share it with everyone, and then he'd still have better than
Oh, don't say that.
Oh yeah, you're gonna hurt TLID's number 1.5 placed fan right now. Okay.
You know what? I'll let you have it.
What?
Yeah. You'll
I'll
get
let you
half
have
for
it.
sure, Eterna.
I'll let you have it.
Have what?
Fine.
Have
one.
There's nothing to give to me.
It's
What do you
okay.
mean?
You can have it. It's fine.
It's my
I'm
post.
okay.
Look, here's the thing. No matter how this clash goes, it's still a very big win for MPL ID as a whole, as an esports scene. Because again, a lot of these core key players, majority of them actually come from the MDL. With obviously there are exceptions like Edok for an example. But again, this scene coming in, the next generation of MLBB is very, very bright for Indonesia as a whole.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like right now, if we really want to say that Indonesia has really risen above the horizon, one of these teams, whoever is going to win, they're going to face against Onyx PH. And I feel like if it becomes a good match, amazing. If it's a 4-0, then I don't know. It still seems like a long way to go.
It sounds like your guess coins are on the Kingdom right now.
I actually hope they become the champions.
Really?
I actually hope they become the champions.
Okay, that's kind of interesting.
And I'm not even the Kingdom's #1 fan.
I'm looking for a reaction on the opposite side.
No, because let me say, I feel like the list is kind of like the entire Indonesia. I can't face that.
No, there's 3 countries worth of population.
Exactly, yeah.
And then there's the #1 fan.
It's hard to compete.
It's extremely difficult to compete, but guys, we haven't even started these games just yet. This best of 5 will begin very shortly. But let's have a look at our predictions here to see whether people are talking smack or they truly are what they say they are. Leo, of course, Soul Kingdom right now. 3-0 sweeping victory for RRQ. And Eterna, still 2-3. Despite your predictions, I mean, I thought it was going to be RRQ for sure, but actually 2-3 in favor of TLID. And the rest of us, 3-0.
From the Kingdom.
Huh. You took it out of your butt?
No, they gave it to me. It's from my my magical satchel. Wait, that doesn't sound right.
It's from his bag of holding. Oh boy, this is...
I'm so Kingdom.
Nice crown.
I don't know how that's holding on to your head, but you know what? It's just raw belief, raw faith, I would assume.
Again, it's very rare that objectivity, personal opinion, and a character I've created merge into one, into this perfect moment wherein, again, I think Eterna put it right. The caster in me objectively cannot say that Team Liquid can take this, so I'm just going to go lean in hard on the fact that RRQ are on a roll, and I think they got this. I think, don't y'all want to see that Super Fam versus the Kingdom? Come on.
I do. I personally want to see that happen, actually. And
like I said, that is going to be yellow.
Today's going to be yellow, all yellow.
It's
going
to be super Asian today.
It's
yeah.
It's going to be super Asian. Keep in mind that the Grand Finals is actually a best of 7. As much as we've been talking about the best of 5, which I think is like the perfect balance of like getting into that long marathon and a bit of a short sprint. I feel like RRQ, have we really seen them gone through like a full-on marathon?
Have we? I mean,
with this roster?
That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, like to be fair, like Toy is new. Like it's been Skylar the entire time. So, yeah.
But Snapdragon was already Toy, right? Was it Toy?
Yeah. Was it in Challenge Finals?
Yeah.
All the way back in Challenge Finals? It was Toy.
Yeah, Skylar last played in the groups.
That's as close as we got into it.
Yeah.
And I mean, TLID, I mean, they've been tried and tested.
No matter what, I still say RQ. Like it's hard to convince because again, like going back to earlier today, the game yesterday between TLID and Onyx ID, it was such a special game to me because it's very rare when I'm watching, and I'm disappointed in both teams.
You could actually taste the spit in your mouth.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
literally just to make sure that you remember this one.
I was hurt yesterday.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Look, I try my hardest to try and get you on board, but it is overwhelming odds. As much as it feels like David versus Goliath, the level of polish is just on a different level for the Kingdom right now. So we're hoping that this could be an upset, if anything, to show them going back into form. The crown is being held by Mr. Leo himself as of right now, but you guys could be holding the crown if you give us some feedback. Scan the QR code while you still can, or log on to esl.gg/SPS viewer survey live-en and give us feedback on how you feel about the show, how you feel about the games, or maybe some of the teams. We'd like to hear your opinion before we start heading into this best of 5. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, Mobile Masters will continue with the second arc of the Civil War. We'll see you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The arc of the Civil War continues here today, and this is part 2. Indonesia versus Indonesia. Only one of these teams will be facing off against the world champions in the grand finals in a best of 7. We've got Kolios on the line here on stage, and it looks like he's got a couple of special things to say with a special someone.
Award, but anyway, Kolios is also having something for Darren. What is
Boleh
it?
dilihat, Le. Ini penghargaan yang Le dapatkan. Le Diren dapatkan. Kill Stealer nih. Kill Stealer. Buat Le Diren. Rin setuju nggak Rin? Kalau dia sering nyampah nih emang.
Setuju banget. Setuju banget.
Setuju banget ya?
Ya.
Kalau kau
killnya banyak banget.
Oh emang nyampahnya banyak banget ya? Kalau kau setuju nggak Le? Kalau dia ini memang skill shot king. Kayak ngekernya bagus sekali Le.
Oh itu emang dia emang udah veteran gitu Le. Emang mantan penembak jitu gitu dia.
Okay, so that was the answer of Rins and Dyron, that they agree that they are capable and they should receive this award.
Iya. Tapi mungkin itu aja. Jadi selamat buat penghargaannya dan good luck buat pertandingannya nanti. Jadi kita bakal lempar kembali ke panelis. Take it away.
Hide your kids, hide your wife. Dyron here to steal your kills. You better pack them real tight and close to the chest. Woo, boy. The king of skill shots and the kills stealing themselves side by side. You better be careful, man. The kingdom is looking so good right now.
I mean, like, when people say hide your kids, hide your wife, isn't that like optional? Like in case you do want to keep them?
Look, that's... I would hope you keep them.
That makes sense.
Like, I feel like over time, their stance changes, you know? Like, you know what? Take my kid.
You know what? Have him.
Like, he's 30 years old and he's still in the house. Like, just...
Actually, valid argument.
Right?
I'm with Lafel on this one.
Arashi, I'm sorry.
Hey, look, the best of the best will be playing against each other. Two titans of the Indonesian MPLs. We've got the walkouts here as both teams are going to equip themselves with the best equipment as they walk onto the stage to get onto the battles. Hey, you guys all right here?
She's holding it in.
Is the GERD coming back?
I'm professional.
It's not GERD, dude. It's something else entirely. This matchup is one hell of a bout. I'm excited.
I'm excited for it too. But you know, one of the standout players for me and has actually dabbled in our own professional league in MPL MY, Sutsujin, the mercenary, has been looking better and better. I mean, last year is like, does he fit with RRQ after his splint? And now coming in, he just looks perfect.
Why the heck does he keep using tanks in Malaysia, man?
He didn't have a choice. I felt like
it's not his fault. It's not his fault.
He's a team player is what he is.
Who was the coach during that time? I can't remember.
But I mean, even when he was in Evos before he flew to Malaysia, it was like the Akai player, like the Akai player. So that was kind of his signature already to begin with.
They should have put him a Hayabusa then as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of times where I felt like I was one of those hater fans who was just like, the mercenary, he ain't paid enough to do what he is doing in MPL MY. But now it's like, honestly, he already could. He just needed the right team to do it.
He's just like that guy. He's like I guess lack of a better term is like super submissive. Like whatever the coach wants him to do, he'll just like, yes, I will do it. Damage dealer, tanks. Heck, if you ask me to do Angela, say less.
That's some power bottom energy right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
He's empowered by being submissive.
I don't know if
his weakness is he cares about too much for the team.
God,
I know I'm gonna have a hard time, but I gotta do what I gotta do.
It's like I always listen.
He kills every interview. Every team wants him at this
he's
point.
so nice.
He is nice, but
I randomly asked him to do 3 poses. He doesn't even question it. He's just like, okay.
What were the poses?
I don't even remember. It's like I already like asked him, like, oh yeah, you have anything to say to your fans? And I was like, we got time. You know what? Hey, could you give us 3 poses? And he's like, okay, bang. And it's like, And I don't remember the poses, but I'm like, he actually went for it. It's like, okay, you know what?
That's funny because, you know, back then he was actually compared to Lemon.
Yeah,
Like very
I can see that.
cold,
I can see that.
stern type of person.
I don't see it. Even before I was so Kingdom, we already followed each other on Instagram.
Did
you? We're tight like
Your
that.
Instagram followers are amazing, by the way.
We're tight like that.
Yeah.
Him and me.
We'll verify that in just a little bit here in a moment. But even so, it feels like overall, when you see Sutsujin, especially after seeing the performance of like Toy in their individual, in their local league, it felt like Toy just, I don't know, connected better and brought something out of RRQ that we've never, well, somewhat, some would say never seen before, but that aggressive side from that very systematic side that we saw very early on in the year.
Because I think now the gold laner can kind of chill a bit, finally.
Toy?
Just whoever goes into the lineup of RRQ. I think back then when Skylar was still in the roster, it was very Skylar-centric. So they had to play towards the gold lane. But now that the gold laner can chill a little bit more because everyone else is really stepping up. Rin's in the mid lane. He's also acting really well as a secondary carry. Sutsujin or even Hazel, you know, whoever you guys want to say is the better jungler, both of them really fits really, really well into RRQ. So their game plan isn't necessarily one-dimensional like it used to be.
I agree. It's no longer a tent-pole style of lineup. It no longer just waits for Skylar to be ready.
Yeah.
The kill shot could come from anywhere. Winning for RRQ now matters from many different parts of the map, not just that gold lane.
Yes, so it's like, good job on the coach because it legit feels like every single member is just like, honestly, we don't care. You ask us to jump, we'll say how high.
I mean, that sounds great and all, but I want to play devil's advocate here because we've only seen one template come out from RRQ side. We haven't really seen them really stretch too far. We've seen the boundaries be stretched within the template, but not something that hasn't been a completely different profile at all. With that being said, the teams are about to walk out here. We're going to be throwing it over to the stage with Markan as well as Rose.
Dan di sini sudah berkumpul semua fans di sini. Tenis Indoor Senayan, mana suaranya? Wow, it's really amazing, Rose. Ini begitu luar biasa karena hari ini, di match kedua hari ini ada dua tim Indonesia yang akan berebut untuk satu posisi di Grand Final nanti, Rose.
Yes, you are right, Monica. This is a rematch of MPL Indonesia Grand Finals last season. And there is only one ticket left for the Grand Finals tomorrow. And the first team is on a quest for a chance to reclaim their rightful throne. A team that is yet to drop a single game. Coming from Indonesia's lineage of royalty, Kingdom makes some way for the Kings of Kings, RRQ Hoshi. Di Semifinal match Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters 2025. Kemarin mereka sudah unjuk gigi, tapi kali ini tentunya tidak akan mudah karena mereka akan menghadapi Raja dan mana suaranya The Cavalries untuk tim Liquid Indonesia. Wow, Rose, this is very amazing. Ini luar biasa karena di sini tenis Indoor Senayan sudah begitu panas dengan semangat parah. Ada Cavalries dan juga Kingdom di sini karena dua tim ini akan bertanding. Tapi kita akan melihat ya Rose, ini menarik karena apakah rematch dari Grand Final MPL Indonesia season lalu akan memberikan hasil yang sama ataukah ini adalah ajang balas dendam? So tanpa berlama-lama lagi, panelists silakan take it away.
Thank you, Monica, as well as Rose. Our players are ready to battle it out. They are at their battle stations, comfy as ever on their Anthros chairs, backs fixed, but they need to make sure that they are going to play well in this game. It's going to be a high game of execution because what made me worried is when you see TLID walk on out of there, against the odds, against every single RRQ fan in their faces, they're smiling.
Yeah. Denial, man. It's... That's
Excuse me?
That's not denial, Lafel.
No, I had to get that joke out. But yeah, honestly, like, seeing them in a good mood, at least it sets them up where at least, I don't know, first game, second game, they're, I would say focus, you know? It's focus of, you know, I think if there's any issues between them, it's not here right now.
I mean, yeah, I would agree with that, but I also think that the scary thing is this simulates the environment that they were in last year when they were considered underdogs as almost nobodies before they got into their stardom run.
And I think it benefits them the most. Again, just to throw back, before M6 when TLID upset all of MPLID and they won Season 14, it felt so refreshing because they didn't have the baggage of RRQ missing out on the grand finals year after year after year prior. They were such a fresh face that had no spotlight on them prior. Again, Aura before this was finding highs, but then when they got the new banners, like, what do we expect from this new squad? I think I get that same vibe here now. It's like, RRQ are on a run here. They cannot lose. And then suddenly, what if we get the same S14 run?
I mean, but with that argument, this is the, you know, the MPL ID Season 14 champions, runner-ups at M6. So they're not coming into this with no accolades. They're coming into this as being known as one of the top 2, you know, teams in Indonesia right now. So I think even that has a little bit of pressure.
That's why I'm the number 1 fan. Oh, you're still claiming number 1 fan, Mr. So Kingdom here? Wait until this gets put on a shirt and then it's going to get very uncomfortable. Until then, it looks like the draft has already begun. Let's see which side these teams are going to be on with RRQ Hoshi on blue side. First pick, Team Liquid ID, red side, second pick.
Oh, wow. Okay. Whoa.
For the second time of the day, Fanny gets let open.
That's a Fanny debut for Sutsujin.
Hey, again, super submissive. It's like, just tell me what to do, I'll do it.
Yes, Mr. SDL. I will play Fanny this time. I will try and carry this game. But Team Liquid ID, Kalia, and as well as making sure that they get the Jushin. I'm surprised that they didn't lock in the Hilda, but it got banned out, so no choice. Granger, high loss, the follow-up from RQ.
Is this not what we talked about prior? Is it Kez Cute going to just take out all of the comfort picks? That's literally it?
Yeah. And right now, okay, they pick up the Joy. I was actually considering like maybe pick up something like a CC early, so kind of deters a lot of the tanky front lines. But maybe TLID just really wants something tanky, not with a lot of damage. Tigre a good band though.
Then again, Jushin is technically fulfills that role, right?
Sure.
They'll slap you around a little bit, see what happens after that.
So now for RRQ Hoshi, like, do they even consider batting out the golem? Because like Leo said, Aaron Shiki has been using like 6 different heroes. At this point, he'd be like, yo, ban all of it just so that I can have an excuse to use a fighter.
I think...
Whoa.
I think... No.
That's not too much, sir.
Yeah, I had to think about that for a moment because there is some validity to the argument. But at the same time, based on the bans that we're seeing from TLID, they're leaning more into getting rid of the major problems. One of them is Edok. He's been having a lot of good games, and especially with still...
It's not banned.
It's not, but I think they're okay with it, honestly. Because at least Iritho can't tech unless, well, I mean, it's hard to run away from the steel cables, to be fair.
And the Moskov has been banned, so the other anti-assassin is Brody, but even Brody got buffed. We've not seen any Brody so far.
It has not been good in the meta, I'm not gonna lie. Feels like, I mean, I guess it's ease of play, but that's about it.
But even with the changes in Killing Spree, I thought that maybe we'd see
right.
Brody.
Yeah.
But hey, I mean, group stages have already told us pretty much the entirety of the story. Now, Gatot gets banned out from the side of RRQ Hoshi. Are they trying to set something up for Rids? Oh, okay.
Oh, wait. Which? Okay, I think I actually saw this. I think it was Kalia EXP.
Yeah, Dyron did
Right,
that.
yeah. I feel like there was a time in Mobile Masters he used the Kalia EXP.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. But this time it's going to be, I'm going to assume Aran is going to play it.
I think so too. You don't want to touch that 100% winner on Witty.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Okay, I mean, like, Ruby is a good counter against the Cho.
And maybe even the Joy if you misstep a little too close.
Yeah. This is kind of like it's almost like the Ruby is some kind of anti-dive, right?
But yes,
So if TLID wants to go in, Ruby dives whatever. Good enough CC, stop them.
Could this be like a potential takeaway from Aaron Shiki? No way, right?
No, I feel like, honestly, a Claude would be okay here because at least you can play around with the Fanny and it's not a bad matchup against the Granger.
I want to get your thoughts on this before this last pick. I'm pretty sure Ruby's interaction with the I'm Offended compared to the Tsunami Slam, you can still connect. You can still connect damage on that Tsunami Slam, but can you displace?
No, because
you shouldn't be, right?
During Tsunami Slam, you're anti-CC,
right? Okay.
Oh, it looks like they pick up the B-Tricks.
So it's all about picking off your targets, right? Two ways of doing it. Insta burst, insta ult. Worst comes to worst, just let Fabian do the rest. What do you think about the drafts?
I wonder if Aaron, like, Wesker has been buffed, but we haven't seen a lot of Wesker play coming in from the B-Trix. So honestly, this is very interesting. I feel like if they're able to survive from the Fanny, then there's a chance for TLID. But I don't know, looking at draft, I'm all RRQ.
All right, looks like LaFell feels he's a Soul Kingdom as well. I'm going to give it over to both Eterna and as well as Leo to take you guys over for game Best of 5 Civil War Series.
Thank you so much, boys. It's me, Eterna, alongside with Leo. Now, we got a little bit of a taste as to what LaFell was thinking about the drafts, but, you know, he was Soul Kingdom. Leo, are you still sticking with Soul Kingdom?
I mean, you can't take the kingdom out of the man, but you can see a little bit of light in the cavalry. They drafted well to try and answer that first pick Fanny in Sutsujin's hands, but you're holding out for hope. It's very specific what Liquid ID have to do to get over the fact that RRQ are so comfortable. You see how fast they picked that Ruby? They knew what they were getting into.
Exactly. It's Keskute in action once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into game number 1 in this best of 5 series. A civil war brewing between two Indonesian teams, RRQ Hoshi and TLID on the other side. For the second time of the day, we are going to be seeing the Fanny let go. Now, the big question is, do TLID really have an idea on how to stop Sutsujin right now? Because so far, it looks like he is still A-okay in his own jungle. There's been no aggression, no dive either.
Yeah, no, more than comfortable. It looks like they have a plan. Team Liquid ID actually put Aran on the Kalia while Witty gets his signature Cho. Down bottom, a little bit of action here. Sutsujin deep behind enemy lines. Still no fights just yet breaking out, except this one. Oh my God, Sanguine Claws displacing the Usurper. Fabian on first blood.
On his signature pick as well, right? Joy second to the Suyo. It's one of his heroes that he actually, you know, in the start of the season when the Suyo and the Joy was meta, he'd actually opt for the Joy more than the Suyo. So he's already not having a good time on something of a comfort pick for him, and that's going to be a problem again, right? The Joy needs a little bit more time to get into the flow of things. Very different to maybe like a Suyo or even a Fanny right now who's already at 100 KDA. That's a slam coming through. A run on the Kalea. Debut pick, I believe.
That's right. He's only played 3 heroes prior to this, and now he's trying to make it work against Dyron's Hylos. Turtle already started, approaching half health mark. Oh, huge Sanguine Claws here. Down comes the Glorious Pathway. Fabian with a steal, and he gets away with it. That's a Tsunami Slam sent away. And it's going to be used to help disengage Team Liquid ID recovering.
That's huge, right? That's huge for TLID. And the idea that RRQ Hoshi would have a little bit more ground in the early game, especially with the Fanny on Sutsujin, Team Liquid Indonesia are able to pick up that first neutral objective of the game. And it looks like they're not stopping there. Fabian already 1v1ing. Mrs. Sutsujin there. Rince caught in a bad spot. Should still be able to get out. But going back onto the board here, it looks like there are 2 Purifies on the board for RRQ Hoshi, so they have full respect. Wait a second.
Oh, they collapse on the Shiki behind that L brush, and they find Witty too. Also to Jin barely getting away. One more hit. Fabian not able to find it, dashing through. We get that retry on, and finally Sutsujin falls. A massive trade, a win for Team Liquid ID. They're not done. In mid, Dyron looking for that kill, but Dyron taking too many hits. The ghosts him.
That's a 3-4-2 trade, right? That was a 3-4-2 trade. Haskell gets 2 kills, a double kill over. Man, TLID, they're picking up the tempo, they're picking up the space. What do you think happened in that team fight? Why do you think that went wrong for RRQ?
I think RRQ were on the front foot. They were pushing forward and they weren't ready when Team Liquid ID pulled the Aikido on him. They found the joint, twisted it, and then used that force against them. It was a no-touch takedown wherein Team Liquid ID said, hey, look, their damage sources are off of the front lines. Let's take advantage of these people overextended. And that's what allowed Team Liquid ID to trade out so good. What was it? Witty for the 3 of them.
Exactly.
What?
It's uncanny, man. You get a coin flip with Weedy sometimes, right? And in this particular game, he's been able to find these opportunities and look for these moments as well so far. But it has only been 4 minutes. Later this game goes, RRQ still have Rins on the Sicilian, so that's a saving grace for them into the later stage of the game. Meanwhile, going back to this 4th minute, we do see the turtle already spawning into the Land of Dawn. That's a pick-off.
I'm offended. Yesgil does pull the trigger on the Crimson Beacon. They find the kick. Edok goes down behind Tier 1. Again, it's the overextension. Team Liquid ID did this last night to Onyx ID, and they're doing it to RRQ.
And remember, this is the pick-off strategy that they have, but they look like they are looking for more right now. Dyron already in the front lines. That's Sutsujin's damage.
Oh, underneath the pit. Sutsujin gets taken down. That's a no-go. One more. Dyron falls. And the turtle taken here by Fabian.
2-0, Leo.
What? And look at this rotation. Witty with the conceal. They're going to try to find Toy. Toy hiding in the bush here. Backing off. Edok to the rescue. Oh, they're outnumbered. It's a 4v3. Oh, Witty takes too many hits. In comes Sutsujin. The mercenary claims the untouchable.
And it looks like RRQ are going to be able to strike back here. Witty down for 9. Aaron Shiki as well also gets taken down for the 2nd time of this game. Again, we're seeing this toss-up with Aaron Shiki lately. Well, not lately. I think even since seasons ago.
It's been a growing habit for him to try and be a hero, try and find fights when he just isn't ready yet. All this while, though, in the lower quarter, Fabian did commit Grand Theft Origin. Oh, wait! No, not like this. No! Oh, that is a Tsunami Slam putting Edok down. They tried to save him, Dyron with the Glorious Pathway, but it wasn't enough. Another pick-off for Liquid.
So that is a little bit of a, a good thing, I guess, for TLID here. A little bit of a setback coming from Aaron Shiki, but he's still able to get another kill out of it. It's important to note that him on the Beatrix right now, not going for BOD straight, but he actually went for a Malefic gun instead.
We've seen him do this. Yesterday, he instead went for a Sea Halberd first. So now, again, what did we say last night? He's solving problems before being a problem himself, and he's doing that right now so that he has better range, better engagement. Aran falls. Riz gets the kill. Crimson Beacon used defensively. Goes Pathway, set him down. Weedy gets taken down by Toy, and RRQ Hoshi happy with the 2 free kills.
Absolutely, but it still looks like TLID are holding on to the gold lead. You do see the snipe damage coming through from Aaron Shiki, but with only 1 item in his arsenal right now, he's not enough to actually take anyone down just yet. If we look at Toy now, already 2 items in, he's actually 1,000 gold ahead of Aaron Shiki, more or less. A Hunter Strike and the Sky Piercer. So technically, he already does have the damage to be able to have a little bit more say into these team fights, a little bit more impact in these team fights. And you can see both of these teams corralling once again for the next neutral objective.
It's the last turtle spawning in the lower quarter. Big chubby wave left in by the Kingdom. Does get a passive push up top. Sutsujin now has a Malefic Roar. So we're seeing how the Kingdom will make the most of that power spike. Again, you have a Hunter Strike and a Sky Piercer on Toy. You want to put him in the front line. That's why he's here, but I'm scared for him for Witty. Oh, Witty does find the angle. Wrong direction kick. Down he goes. Sutsujin gets the kill. Oh, but Fabian had eyes on the turtle. That's all he wanted. Dyron gets blasted by the untouchable Aaron Shiki there. Scoring 1, serving it up to someone else from Liquid. And currently, again, Liquid are making the most of these engagements. They get the turtle, they get a trade.
So in the end, it is still in favor of TLID, right?
That's true.
And it's unfortunate because coming into that, RQ went full force in knowing that Sutsujin is so far behind of Fabian right now. Look at the differences in EXP. Sutsujin level 11. We see Fabian at 13.
Almost 2,000 gold.
Exactly. 1,400 gold ahead for Fabian. And you can see the items already built in for him. You have the Starlium Scythe as well as the Holy Crystal straight in.
Dear God, he skipped an item. You usually go HC third, but here he's like, I'm going for the throat, man. We're very early ahead of RRQ. Let's do it now. Toy gets caught out. How does that happen? Sutsujin to the rescue. Oh, he does try to burst Witty, but on camera, Fabian does get a kill. We barely caught a glimpse of his takedown on Ido. What is happening to the kingdom?
They're crumbling down right now. That's what's happening here, Leo. 8 minutes in, TLID, 2,500 gold lead. And for some reason, they're always able to make these trades worthwhile. Taking down Toy is going to be amazing in the later stage of the game, but they do still have to address either one. They take this game down as fast as possible, or they have to consider taking down Rins.
Oh, in the middle of it all, pinned down underneath the fire of Aaron Shiki, and Witty does get punished for it, as well as Aran. So that is a negative trade for Team Liquid. Oh, the snipe from Shiki downtown. Sutsujin falls. What was that?
2 for 2, and that's super worth it for TLID.
Now it's a winning trade. Look at the
Fabian?
back line. He's not done. Goes for the electrifying beast, looks for Toy, finds him. The Usurper gets another, while Aaron Shiki and the rest of Liquid push.
TLID woke up today and chose violence with so much doubt corralling around this team right now. Look at what they've been able to do in this game. A 3,600 gold lead. They're holding every single lane dominance right now. And it looks like that's going to be a free Lord given over to TLID in the 10th minute of the game.
Oh my God, 3 for 3 on the Turtles, winning trades up to this point. Look at the entrance on Aran. He's fearless. He's willing to give himself up for the greater good.
That's what is needed, right? I mean, coming into this, everyone thought that, okay, Aran only being able... Oh, let's see the snipe. Boom! Oh. Now you see him, now you don't. Feels bad. We haven't seen a Beatrix in quite some time. We see it now more so, but we're always just... Those shots just come in so unexpected, and it's so unfortunate for the opposite end of the coin.
Oh, one more. They catch Edok. Hit him with that Tsunami Slam while the rest of Liquid push in. Lord wailing away at this tier 2 in mid. Down bottom, Fabian's working on that tier 2 as well. And the map is looking red. Oh, Fabian gets away with a third of his health.
Oh, that was so close. Divine Glaive now, by the way, in the hands of Fabian right now. KDA-wise, 614, still leading, I think. Okay, I can't say right now, it's blacked out, but he is still leading in terms of gold. And it makes me think that everything has been just mind games for TLID, right? We think Aran can only perform on the Hilda, but look at him on the Kalea too.
Oh, coming in, gets punished by the damage profile Team Liquid ID's playing with. Sutsujin and Dyron get blasted just by merely stepping in. Team Liquid ID, what are you made of?
They're going to be able to pick up this turret as well in the top lane. They're taking every single tier 2 turrets. None for RQ Hoshi, and Sutsujin has not been able to be given the space to show his Fanny off. 4-4-1 KDA.
This is one way to stop a Fanny. Just blasted the Kingdom Come. Oh, jump in. Aran looking for Tsunami Slam, purified out. Does get punished. Toy gets a kill, but goes bye-bye. That tier 3 in mid.
Okay, they're not going to commit onto that. So Aran went a little bit too deep there, but they were still able to trade it for an inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Understandably so, it's not the best inhibitor you would want to be able to take. I would reckon with the Lord already spawning like 46 seconds on the top side, you'd want to have the, the bottom tier turret, I think, in order to be able to utilize that in the Lord dance. So it's not as bad for RRQ, and they can still come back.
Yep, you're counting blessings here for RRQ. The Kingdom are in dire straits. I'd say the worst shape they've ever been in all of Mobile Masters, and of all the teams that do this to them, 8,000 ahead, the Cavalry are charging forth, and now Fabian is doing what we mentioned he should. Take control of the long lane. He's taking care of that wave, making it good and chubby, so that RRQ have no choice but to take care of it and give up the Lord.
Hey Leo, this is revenge, right? RRQ Hoshi completely obliterated them back in MPLID's Season 15, and TLID's not having it, right? Imagine a 9-minute game being taken from you as someone who won against you in the grand finals of the opposite season.
Witty catches Sutsujin. Does spend the flicker, but it was like nothing. Hit him with the way of the dragon and kaput! Sent him to another dimension.
That's GG, right? That's a free lord given over to TLID, the second, I believe, lord of the game. How does he find these picks? Where did that information come from?
Witty's always been good on the show. Witty has always had amazing instincts, high game IQ. Great in history too, if you'll ask him about his high school days.
Yeah.
But again, Liquid are just able to find this state of mind, a state of flow, unlike any other team in Indonesia found before. So that is the wrath that RRQ are facing right now. Sure, you have a system, sure you have the prep, but in the face of Team Liquid, who have found a mid-game awakening, this is a Liquid Stampede like we've never seen before.
And it's going to be so difficult to get into the backline, right? Because even if Sutsujin dives back, Wind of Nature already secured by Aaron Shiki, plus it has claws. So he should be able to stay in these team fights a little bit longer with that.
Oh, Glorious Pathway set in by Dyren. Trying to slow down Liquid's charge. Very low. Aran is the kick. Displacing Dyren, blasts him. Aaron Shiki gets one. And they continue the siege. That bottom lane tier 3 falls, and all that's left is this top lane, RRQ's last bastion.
Why is the damage onto Dyren so big? Who was dishing out the damage? Aaron Shiki doesn't have a penetrative item. Is Dyren not building defense?
I'd reckon it was from Yehezkiel's glowing wand. Just soften him up. Just take him down.
Oh.
All right, tier 3 in Japanese. Sutsujin barely survives. Not the story we're gonna go for Edok though, and Rins falls as well. Sutsujin falls. They're in the base. Liquid ID are looking to stampede through the prior undefeated RRQ, and he's trying his best. Dyren is trying his darndest, and down goes Aran. Down goes Toy, the last member of the kingdom standing. Liquid ID takes game 1.
Wiped out, ladies and gentlemen. What a way to start this best of 5 series between these two Indonesian teams. There's beef, and I definitely can see that TLID are not having it today.
That's my favorite kind of meat, Eterna. I want to see that beef. I want to see it well done, even though my preferred way is medium rare. But the Cavalry are very happy with this game number 1. It sets the tone of what is to happen in this best of 5. But LaFell, what did you see? How do you break down this game?
First of all, if they get strength from doubt, then never believe in them anymore, man. Because TLID look so strong. Like let's bring it back and talk about individual strength here. Fabian, this is M6 Fabian. I haven't seen his joy doing that much. And honestly, like, I was surprised every single time the Fanny wants to go in, try to get an assassination. If Fabian's there, Sutsujin just explodes, like disappear, even without any kind of crowd control. Like legit, like if you slow it down, he cables in, and then Fabian's like, ding, 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 and then he just dies.
He just rips that set, man. It's
that's so much damage.
It really is, but also this is an interesting way to actually deal with the Fanny without having, you know, the traditional Moskov. Yes, the Cho is there. Just kill her first. Yeah. Look, the only times we saw TLID actually drop a fight is when they had to use both the Way of the Dragon and the Tsunami Slam onto Dyren. And even then, I mean, probably could have found better targets.
And honestly, at this point, like, if I was the coach, I'd be asking you, like, okay, would we rather go up against Aran's Hilda or Kalia? Because his Kalia, though, that was... Whew, I don't like Sakura, but with that kind of gameplay, I'm all in.
I don't know who's a better Kalia, Aran or Witty.
Yeah.
Now I'm confused. What a weapon.
Fearless.
What a weapon that TLID have unlocked here.
Let's pull up the post-game stats because there are a couple of interesting adaptations when it comes down to the itemization, specifically coming in from Fabian, because usually when we see Joy, we expect the concentrated energy to kind of last a little bit longer in fight. But no, the opposite. Lightning Truncheon as the final item to guarantee these kills if they don't find the initial burst with the help of Aaron Shiki.
If I kill you first, I'll never die.
Exactly,
the best defense is more offense. And yeah, again, like, I love that watching in this game, TLID almost looks like, yeah, don't care. If you see, go for it, right? Like, Aran sees an opportunity, flickers, whatever, use every single thing, get it. We see Weedy down the bottom lane. He sees the Fanny. I don't care about flicker. I'm gonna use it, kick him, we have the damage to take down this Fanny. TLID, zero hesitation. I love that about this game.
But I think it really helped with the fact that Fabian was snowballing out of control and leading with so much gold and, you know, EXP over Sutsujin. Now, what I couldn't really connect the dots with was why did Sutsujin fall so far behind?
Oh boy, I mean a couple of things. Number one, it's just that mid control coming in with the help of Yehezkiel at pushing away Rins, and most importantly, the punishes on Edoc allowed like some pretty early invades from TLID. That's why we saw so much contact between the two teams in the first 5 to 8 minutes of the game. And I have to admit, Sutsujin in the list of junglers who play Fanny at the highest level is pretty low down. He missed some pretty important cables to actually escape scenarios where he doesn't give over his shutdown, if not at least a kill over to Fabian.
Now it looks like, in hindsight, RRQ's draft wasn't made to win. The way that they drafted was, how do we not lose as fast? Because they were playing for that Sicilian. They were waiting for Rins to get online. They were hoping that Sutsujin, if you can't snowball in the first minute and a half, you just play the off lane. And that's already planning to avoid Fabian. You're assuming the worst of Fabian, that he would get to this point wherein he is just colossal. Something you guys also noticed there, specifically now with the golden EXP graph, you'll notice the funneling of resources.
Yes.
There was very little money on the people who did not need it for Team Liquid ID. Aran, Widdy, Yehezkiel were basically playing with scraps, and that's what they needed to do. They need to give this man all the money and Aaron Shiki as well to do the job.
Honestly, like, for me as a roamer, that's why I love Kalia. Legit, no need items. That's why we see a lot of professional players building components into a fleeting time. Because Kalia is just one of those heroes. Even if you build tanky, you're gonna die fast anyways. So might as well just optimize catching people off guard.
Yep. As well, you'll notice Yehezkiel only had one item. You don't see that?
Yes.
Yehezkiel just had glowing wand and then a good bunch of nothing items.
Yep. I mean, the Gleaming Gem is like, it's kind of nice, I guess. Every once in a while, he levels up and it's like, oh, yay, this is nice. But other than that, he's just been he is a fly trap. He's a Venus fly trap whenever you see the initial rat trap trigger from either the Cho or even the Kalia. We saw multiple times he's able to pick up 2 people at once to find value.
It's very low to the ground. I love it. You know, Liquid ID should be drafting this way to try and stop all the haters from saying their early game execution is trash. It's not. There is a way for them to play wherein money is scarce, but for the right reasons.
That kind of play, I'm like, you know what? Why are you giving him the Hilda, man? Harun is so good on that Kalia. It was disgusting.
Yeah, I think now we at least have a little bit more material with TLID. We haven't seen this out of him before, and I think, you know, honestly, even Miracle was telling me in the back rooms just now about how TLID is a weird team, and he mentioned it in the pre-show that they just power creep themselves depending on their opponents. And now, or this just could be like a traditional, you know, brawl server, ID versus ID. It just brings out the best in them for some reason.
Could be.
Oh,
and RQ doesn't like chaos, right? So it's perfect.
But also last night, remember how TLID was so out macroing Onyx. So what is this? Like, who are you, Liquid?
Hey, they're just following.
Have multiple personality disorder here?
I think they do have a little bit of...
I think it really just boiled down to the famous words of Mr. Bruce Lee himself. Be like water, my guys. Be like water.
Oh, I thought you were saying, water! I thought that was...
I was going to build it up if they picked another Cho again. I was saving it for later, but we'll wait and see.
Be like water, liquid. I get it. Be like water, liquid. Yeah, hey, makes sense.
You did it. I'll get back to that. I'll bring it up on a different time. Anyways, coming into game number 2.
That's pretty cool.
I think that RRQ are going to be looking at this as like, all right, number 1, Sutsujin, you ain't touching Fanny no more. Not with a draft like that. But we might only find that out in game number 3 because I'm only assuming that Keskut would be very happy to just move on over to red side.
I think...
Red is which one again?
This side.
Oh, yeah. Love it.
Actually, no. For us here in Mobile Masters, it's either way. But I think they would want to stay blue.
What?
They want to stay blue. Loser picks, right? So they want to stay blue.
We'll see in just a little bit. We're going to go on a short break and allow these teams to actually simmer down and think about the adaptations for game number 2, as this best of 5 will continue right after this short break here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. We'll catch you back then. The semifinals continues as the civil war heats back up as TLID has taken the first point in this best of 5 series against RRQ. We're gonna go straight into the draft here at Mobile Masters. Cut quick to the action because now things are about to get even spicier.
Hold on, let's drop this real quick. TLID looks like they are first pick banning out Louis. Lucas is interesting, and then banning out the Harif, RK Hoshi, banning out the Fanny, the Suyo, as well as the Hilda. So TLID, there's a number of things that they can first pick here. Do they want to first pick the Joy, the Jushin, the Granger? There are really a lot of options here, but with the bans, it looks like they're going for Jushin. I wonder what Araki Hoshi they really want. Like they're shrinking the jungle hero pool, like forcing Fabian to get a Joy again.
I totally agree here. And at the same time, okay, Hayabusa, something that's a little easier to execute for Sutsujin, the mercenary himself. But what are they going to pair it with? Because the last time we saw TLID pick up the Jushin, there was a lot of heroes that she had natural synergies with. You got CC,
nice
Jushin
deal.
loves it.
Nice deal. Take away the Kalia and then keep asking Aras, like, okay, what else do you have? But at this point, doesn't it really look like they're just baiting Liquid to take the Joy? Which I hope is like they have an answer for it, not just like, ego challenge.
Possibly. I'm more concerned about what the mid lane is going to look like because that was the big pain point in the early stages for RRQ Hoshi when you don't have that control.
Okay, so yeah. Joy.
All right, looking for RRQ Hoshi to lock in one more before the first phase ends. There's a lot of prio heroes open, actually. Your Gatot, your Phoveus, your Hylos are still there. A lot of ways to stop that Joy, if that's a question we're still answering. And there it is. The Phoveus, look, so much money already this Phoveus is making off of the dashes in the first phase alone.
I mean, yes, but it's also punishable by that Jushin, right? If you go a little too deep, you execute just, you get a little too hasty with it, you can get punished. But this draft is really progressing fast.
Yeah,
You know what I realized?
Yeah, what?
Matilda's not touched at all this series.
I mean, as I heard, people really prefer Matilda if you're going to use a fighter jungle. And Suyo's not there, Luca's not there. Maybe that's kind of, they're like, what was the point? Like, do we want to go back to Alpha, right? And yeah, the Joy and the Hayabusa, I feel like that's the reason why we don't see a lot of Matilda. And now Araki Hoshi, they're batting out the glue. So yeah, really trying to push around to see what else does he have. Completely ignoring Aaron Shriki because he's already proven to us like it really doesn't matter. He can work with scraps.
I agree. I mean, with Hilda already banned, I would only imagine that RQ Hoshi is going to double down on the EXP lane, get rid of that
Uranus.
CC. No, stop
Okay.
it.
All right.
Stop it.
All right.
I don't want that little stink finger anywhere near me.
Well, Aran's used the Edith.
He has, and that's it. That's all his hero pool is in Masters.
What about CC?
He's never played it in Mobile Masters, so maybe.
In MPL, he has, I believe.
He has. I think even high loss would be okay. Just if it's not about the lane, you're benefiting the team fight.
Oh wait, he hasn't. He's only used. Oh wait, he has. And Gatot.
Because I feel like CC against the Phoveus is a good matchup. I'm honestly not entirely sure how the CC against the Kalia is. My own experience is that even if I can catch a CC, the CC doesn't die anyway. So I feel like it's an okay pick, but who knows?
Kind of depends on the battle spells whether you want to like directly answer the Tsunami Slam with the Purify or if you decide to take Vengeance. But even so, our RQ are like, you know what? Let's leave it up for grabs. We're going to ban out the Granger instead. And here we go. Valentina, the quick lock-in for Team Liquid ID for that very final ban.
Why Valentina ban?
That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Why Valentina?
I think Liquid are going to be sandbagging a lot of big ticket ults. They already have one big one in the way of the Dragon.
So Araki Hoshi, will they keep on hiding their gold laner? Yes, they will. They pick up the Sicilian again. So okay, the only change here is that they have the Kalia, so there's a bit of healing, so they can sustain the mid a little bit more. I guess a little bit more kill pressure as well. Moskov is still open. Other than that, I don't see any other S tier gold laners. Yeah, Harif, Granger, yeah, Moskov. Moskov's the only one that's open here for Enshiki.
I mean, there's Edith, there's Gathod. Okay, Moskov gets locked in pretty quickly for the side of Team Liquid ID, but they're debating on what their EXP lane should look like, and they go for Edith, the Swiss Army knife of MLBB EXP lane.
Yep, Aran is pretty 50-50 on it here in Snapdragon. Like, it's not a remarkable stat he has on the Edith.
What?
So, don't make it work. Araki Hoshi puts Bruno into toy.
This is so interesting. Last thoughts here before we start heading into the game, LaFell.
Honestly, RRQ Hoshi led TLID, except for a run, to have a pretty comfortable draft here. I want to see, like, it's all on a run. If his EDIF is good, TLID might get another win here.
All right, let's see how it's going to look like. TLID has a very good chance of winning if only Aran can perform out of his mind for the Cavalry. We're going to throw it over to both Eterna as well as Leo to take care of you guys on the mic as we head on to game number 2.
Thank you so much, Gideon. Thank you so much, LaFell, as we are going to be bringing you into game number 2 in this best of 5 series. A little bit of a deja vu into the grand finals of MPL ID Season 14 between both of these teams. But it looks like TLID are now leading 1 point. Best of 5, game number 2. Let's see how this pans down with the Bruno now in the hands of Toy. I would say that this is a considerable safe pick, considering that the Bruno can pick up the Purify against a lot of CC and dive coming through from TLID.
Yeah, better coverage now compared to what RRQ brought into game 1. That was way too much of a top-heavy lineup. Here, they're aware, especially since they had to give up the Cho over to Witty, and they had to give Fabian the Joy once again. And of course, Yehezkiel's comfort mid. What is going on with these previously artillery mages now playing front line? Rin seems to be the only one we can trust to say, hey, if you can play Sicilian, always play Sicilian.
That's the thing about Rins. He's always been a very aggressive mid laner, so the fact that he's stuck on heroes like the Sicilian is actually quite interesting. He's still very, of course, you know, dependable and consistent, but I guess we won't be able to see that flair when he's on something like the Valentina, so maybe that's why we saw the Valentina ban earlier.
Yep, as well to cover up for the Edith. Again, that spelled everything out for Team Liquid ID. Lane to lane, it looks like Fabian is trying to give Dyron here a little bit of a headache. While down bottom, these roamers are babysitting their gold laners. They don't want anything fishy happening, you know, stumbling their investments early on.
Yeah, especially a big, you know, considerable amount of focus from TLID onto the gold lane, right? The Bruno needs a little bit more snowballing, so I think that's what we're seeing right now reflected into the gameplay of the laning phase. But as these teams are getting past that laning phase, it's also important to note that Yehezkiel opted for Impure Rage this time on the Jushin. It's not something that we see too often. He's usually more, you know, utility focused with the fighter emblem.
The Brave Smite. Yeah, but here instead, he wants to do a little extra damage and heal up a little bit more mana, maybe spelling out a more aggressive early game. But RRQ Hoshi are first to the turtle here. Team Liquid ID has no room to contest. They can't even cross the river at this point. What's going on?
So what's their plan of action here? They let go of the turtle. There seems to be a rotation towards the bottom side of the map, but RRQ are very quick on this too.
Dear God, Edok forcing Yehezkiel to back off. Already spent that Purify Crimson Beacon forward. Edok, about half health, gets hit with a chokeslam. Crimson Flare allows Aaron Shiki to draw first blood.
All right, so that's the trade, right? They're looking for a little bit more pick-off. Instead of these neutral objectives, they don't want to overcommit into something that perhaps they aren't ready for. Considering Sutsujin on the Hayabusa, a little bit more, I would say, early folk. Would you consider a Hayabusa more early compared to the Joy, who needs a little bit more items?
Yep, Sutsujin, as soon as he hits level 4, reaches a peak of his utility. Again, the only thing that makes a Hayabusa better come the late game is just his damage output, you know? Once he picks up the Malefic Roar, the Blade of Despair, like that's what makes him better in finishing the job. But he's still the same kind of hero ever since he starts hitting level 4. So now, Liquid knows that. I'm seeing shades of game 1. I don't know, turn out maybe Liquid will start taking down Edok up to the point where RRQ Hoshi start to doubt themselves.
Maybe. Let's see how this all pans down, because like we mentioned, I think even pre-game, RRQ Hoshi is a team that requires opportunities also made in by Edok. He's one of the key players of this team, so if Edok gets shut down, if Rins gets shut down, it's a Hail Mary from there. We do see an invade coming through from RRQ onto the purple buff.
That's huge. 4 members of RRQ threatening Fabian's purple. I could only guess if Fabian actually got it because both junglers actually hit that red tree. Where's Fabian? What's the usurper doing?
We'll see in just a bit. Oh, he has it. He has it. He has it.
All right. So, you know, the cavalry can rejoice knowing that, despite RRQ Hoshi actually having a small gold lead.
141, but it's still very back and forth, very ping-pong in this early game. Again, TLID are playing this very patiently, though it looks like this time they're looking for the contest.
Oh, Tsunami Slam answered by Eroshiki's SOD. Look at this. Sutsujin securing that turtle, but the first to fall will actually be a member of the kingdom. Down goes Enoch. Fabian getting out of there. The rest of Team Liquid ID charging forward, galloping towards RRQ's jungle as Dyron tries to stop him with an infernal pursuit. Gets a little bit more. Oh, Sutsujin coming through, dashes back. Not worth it, says the mercenary, and RQ Hoshi back off.
1-for-1 trade, a turtle for Edok earlier on. And again, with Edok taken out so early before the team fight even occurred, RQ technically don't have any stoppers. Sure, there's a little bit of displacement coming in from Dyron, but in the grand scheme of things, TLID have a lot more tools that they can play with, right? They have Yehezkiel, they have Aran, and they have Weedy to cause these, displacements from happening in these team fights.
You're talking about many tools. One of those RQ Hoshi's missing is actual peel. None of their heroes actually take a hit the way you want them to. Sure, Dyron can be in the front lines, but he can only do so much. He can't even get out of there most of the time because he's going to use his Purify, his Flicker, to reposition. And he's going to get caught out here. This is what we were talking about. Way the Dragon committed the takedown. Dyron, he goes underneath tier 2 in mid. Headed out for Aran, but they're not done. Weedy gets away with it. SOD finds its mark. Eroshiki with a Spear of Misery. Taken Rins into that wall. Sutsujin falls first, gets another, serves it up to Fabian. Rins has fallen. They're not over with it. Oh, tried to get the Tsunami Slam, but mid-air gets taken care of. 3-for-1. Team Liquid ID gets the kills.
They do, and they get 2 kills onto Aaron Shiki on the Moskov in the lane against Toy on the Bruno. So not the best scenario, I would say, for RRQ, as they also lose their mid turret. In accordance to that, a 1,000 gold lead now for TLID.
Expected to balloon even further, Eterna, because down bottom, they got that chubby wave with the untouchable one escorting it. And then this top lane also has that wave that Fabian could have committed to. But oh, wow, that's all he needed. He trusted the Siege Minion to do the job.
Yeah, didn't even need it. So TLID pick up yet another thing on top of what looks like a turret in the bottom side, handed over to Eren Shiki. And you guys did mention during the drafts, this is what would happen to Dyron.
Yep, he's trying. Infernal pursuit up. SOD hits it. Sutsujin secures the turtle. Shields for the kingdom. Down goes Fabian and Eren Shiki. But they're not done. They're looking for the trade. Weedy with a kick. Gets Toy down. One more. Weedy kick and Dyron 6 feet under the ground. 2-for-2 the trades. RRQ Hoshi does walk away with a turtle 3-for-3, but suffered losses on the way.
They did, but the way that they played that team fight was so patient as well, right? They waited for the SOD to land. They knew that the SOD would land, and then Sutsujin utilized his arsenal, we'll see it here in the replay. There he used Shadow Kill very patiently in order to be able to take down Eren Shiki, one of the main factors in these team fights, to be able to take control over RRQ, and then the rest is history.
Yeah, I think Liquid were just trying to get back a little bit of value. They did trade down. That was their gold laner and their jungler for, what, frontliners? So that's a small win for RRQ. And again, I think they had their eyes on the turtle anyways. But for now, Liquid has a pretty solid 1,000 gold lead. Where's the gold on? Majority of it is on Fabian, sure. And then a little bit of it is on, wow, Weedy?
Yeah.
How is Weedy making this much money over Edok? Well, Edok dies a lot.
I mean, Woody's 303 right now.
Oh, yeah. Carry Cho?
I don't know. I guess he's, he put on the seatbelt and was like, you know what, maybe I'll get the job done here in the mid game. But
he's in for the ride.
He is. He definitely is. 303 at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Still looking for these opportunities, but he knows that Rins is not rocking the Purify this time around. So it is a valuable target.
Whoop, onward. Compromising Edok. He does get out of that L-brush. That's where the damage is being dealt, and down goes Weedy. And Eren Shiki with an SOD, popping Edok from downtown. But still a winning trade for RQ Hoshi. They make a beeline for the Lord.
Absolutely, 2-for-1 trade. TLID went all in onto Edok, who naturally didn't get taken down as soon, but they wasted so many resources that RQ Hoshi was able to punish and capitalize over that fact. So now RQ are the ones walking away with the Lord. We'll take a look at the instant replay right now. See, that's the jump in through. You see Fabian not actually committing to that. Really good SOD at the end to make it a bit of a trade, but in the end, TLID in these team fights, a little messy.
messy as it is, Liquid ID are getting away with more than a lesser team would. They plan out these fights so that if anyways they lose, something gives on the map. That Lord and those 2 kills, they got 1 kill and a turret down bottom. So it's diminishing returns, yes, because eventually there will be less turrets to try and trade bodies for. Liquid ID has to clean up their act, because if not, RKOshi are going to scale out of control. Again, you're still looking at a Bruno, you're still looking at a Sicilian, and look at how far back Liquid gets pushed in.
Yeah, that's the Lord going to be taking down that second tier turret. I think the shield should pop. And it does.
Wow, that is the worst way to pop it. They wasted that. They could have kept that shield for like 2 more minutes.
Yeah, unfortunate stuff. But the fortunate thing for TLID is the fact that Aaron Shiki has hit his power spike, right? Already with the Corrosion Scythe, the Golden Staff, and the DHS.
Le Trinity.
The Trinity of attack speed.
Yes. And they gotta watch out. He no longer will just need to hit these SODs. Like, he will be a legit threat in team fights. A Spear of Misery will now be the death of Rins if he doesn't reposition himself accordingly. Toy even, who if he doesn't do like Savero last night, or if he does like Savero last night and refuse to press the Purify, then it's over. You know, the comeback is set for Liquid ID, but the window is very small.
Very, very. They're on a timer right now, especially like you mentioned. The scaling coming from RRQ is still on the table. It's still a looming threat to TLID right now as we're entering the 11th minute of the game. Interesting thing is Fabian is going for his build earlier on. Wait a second, that's a jump.
That is a Tsunami Slam displacing Witty. He answers back in kind. Flickering in, does not get the kick, gets his Immortality pop. And Rins popping his ult this time around before he dies. Fabian finds him, traded out for with Witty and Yehezkiel. Finally, the Usurper falls as well. Dyron keeping everyone honest. Aaron Shiki can't pre-hit. In comes the Mercenary, gets a double, and Dyron takes care of the last member of the Cavalry. It's a wipeout.
RQ say, hey, TLID in that first game, you were able to wipe us out in the final stage of the game. Here, let's see how you do with a taste of your own medicine.
And they are in the base, just waiting for the waves to come in. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a ball game. 1-1. RRQ take game 2.
Ooh, an equalizer to the series, ladies and gentlemen, as RRQ is going to be able to find victory in our second game of this best of 5. We're going to pull over Gideon and Lafel back into this. What do you guys think?
I'm just thankful that they equalized to make sure that the Kingdom still feels so Kingdom right now. 1-1 as the beef continues to cook, but I gotta admit, Lafel, it's a tough game to judge who exactly is target priority because the counterattacks we've seen from both sides, really back and forth.
No, honestly, like, looking at the mid game, even I thought, I was like, oh my god, Liquid might make it a 2-0, but then at the very last team fight around the purple buff area, not gonna lie, I zone out just enjoying myself, and I was like, wait, one's down, second, and then all of a sudden, it was a wipeout. Like, that was one of those moments where you're just like, oh, you're just enjoying yourself, and then you realize, wait, the game's over.
Yeah, it's just as quick as that. And I think that overall, I was wondering whether Edok was going to find any value considering that, you know, TLID were punishing him pretty hard and he wasn't finding like great Tsunami slants until we got into the second half of the game.
That team fight that Lafel was referring to single-handedly and decisively won RRQ the fight. I don't know where there's banos were in day 1 of the playoffs, but that new RRQ signage that says together we are one, that's what that fight was all about. They knew exactly who to target and what the others were thinking to try and survive and get the most value. And again, if there was a better trade for Liquid, this game would have continued. But they protected the right targets, they found the right members of TLID, and they turned it around, ended right then and there.
One team fight, man.
One team fight.
Like 10 to 11 within 11 minutes. Like, yeah, this blink and you'll miss the entire game, man.
It really was. And honestly, there were moments where I thought, okay, finally, we get some profit for the Kingdom RRQ. And then TLID sneaks in an SOD to take out Edo. There's just so many cool moments and a great test of skill. It just goes to show, Brawl Server, they've got their fists for sure. They're brought up in a Mortal Kombat-esque environment. You got to fight to the death.
I gotta say, in this best of 5, Aaron Shiki as well as Soy, they're just like finding out like besides Granger and Harif, what else is there? Because honestly, the Bruno looked good in the previous game. The Beatrix looks good. Like, they are making this out-of-pocket picks look much more viable. Now, personally for me, I kind of feel like in that last team fight, Rins is the MVP, and I feel like within the last team fight, we have to look back into the highlights. I feel like there was just a lot of destruction. Like, you got the pull coming in from the...
Sanguine Claws?
Yeah, from the Sanguine Claws, and then the... the Phoveus as well. Like, there's a lot of pull. Pull from the Phoveus, pull from the Sicilian. So, personally for me, looking at a team fight, I think is mostly about we're just annoyed. We're getting pulled everywhere.
Yeah, and it's difficult to leave these types of fights as well from whether you're dealing with the Jushin, whether you're dealing with the Sicilian. Although I will admit there were moments in this game where I was kind of questioning whether or not Dairon was going to find any value in this game with how easy it is to actually disengage from him and a couple of like missed attempts at locking them down. But then we see that in the fight itself, he does kind of create that battle line.
Yeah, and again, looking back into this team fight, yeah, there is a lot of destruction because the very first instant of the fight, I feel like they were pulled by the Sanguine Claw, and then the good follow-up coming in from Dairon with that Phoveus. And I feel like there was one knockup by Edok as well, but basically like they're chaining their CCs.
I think you said it best, that this game was heavily dependent on TLID's very own Aran on this Edith to set and make that play, to set the tone of what this game should look like. We didn't see that come through for them this time, but hey, it doesn't mean that it's over just yet. It is a best of 5, and at least this time it is quite the back and forth.
You want to say something?
No, I'm like best of 5.
Oh.
Look,
dude, there's a lot of scenes like, high 5, best of 5.
I want to say something.
5 more minutes.
I got a question.
That was testing chemistry. And
like
seems like you guys
my
don't know
hand
me
is
enough.
itchy.
No, I never questioned it.
My hand is itchy.
I never questioned it.
Why wouldn't you just scratch your hand?
Because you want someone else to do it.
That's weird.
Chemistry.
That's weird, bro. Nah.
Chemistry at its finest right there. But still, the score is 1-1, and I don't even know how they could like possibly adapt further than this unless it really is just going to be a test of like how deep are your pockets. But I hope that we do get to see something similar to game number 1, because I think this is the time now. TLID, of course, looking to be on to the second pick red side and then forcing RRQ back on that first. But we're going to go on a short break to continue this off later down the line. Let's give these teams a bit of a breather. It's 1-1 between the Kingdom and as well as the Cavalry. We'll catch you back here at the SPS Mobile Masters right after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
I can slap myself.
The Civil War continues right now. 2-1. The current scoreline could be worse here as both of these teams are looking to achieve that next point. It's difficult because we don't know which way it's going to go. It's 1-1 thus far, and after this game, we're going to see a team take the lead and into match point. Boys and girls, how are we feeling here? Because this, I mean, the showing that we are here today after doing an entire pre-show of like, so Kingdom, the cavalry has come to play, and even the Kingdom's like, we're not going to make it easy.
First of all, it's like, she's enjoying herself, for sure. And maybe it's just the ultimate caster curse, you know? Like, something about being a caster, when you love something, pain is inevitable.
I heard that Chantel and as well as Regina are on the other side taking care of this game. I don't know if that Castle Curse has anything to do with this.
They're both casting?
If ever... No. Chantel is casting, Brigida is
On
panel
desk.
hosting, yeah. So if ever it was to kick in, it should have kicked in the first series. So here today, we do not have anything to, you know, point to if it is them in effect. But as
remember, Nefin is also casting in Indo.
So is that a thing?
Yeah,
It
Nefin is a
thing,
curse.
yeah.
Okay, either way, 1-1. If this goes all the way, then yeah, as LaFell says, you know, like this is a heartbreak at its finest. I'm torn already, you know.
Like, you gotta have some faith in them. You gotta have some faith in these boys. They're already suiting up to battle it out one more time. As we're gonna be heading into the draft in just a little bit, and I think even from between KSQ as well as SDL, St. DeLucas is probably thinking like, okay, you got us in game number 2. I thought the draft was pretty okay, but we need a little bit more spice, a little more something to get us across the finish line.
Some mala.
I feel like TLID looks most comfortable when they have two different engagers, right? Like there are situations where Weedy can start, certain situations where Aran can start. In game 2, it looks like it was mostly Weedy. Like Aran could not find that angle.
Was it because of pick? Because technically he was on the Edith, right?
And like you said, like it was 50-50. It's like, it's not bad, but it's not like Kalia good, you know? Like with the Hilda, he can zone people away. He doesn't have to think about it. He can engage in that kind of way, right? With the Kalia, you don't see it coming. All of a sudden, he's in your face.
I feel like there is a comfort component to it because Edith is one of those heroes who has like an awkward amount of range, whether it's just with the onward or even with the Earth Shatter. It's not exactly easy to get off unless you have the flicker. Epiphany?
Suyo's open.
It could be banned out here in this next one coming in from RQ because RQ Hoshi...
It's almost like you can see the draft before it begins.
It's
I don't know, man.
It's open.
It's open.
Us, number 1 and number 2 Team Liquid fans can see it coming.
Picked up?
It's gotta be.
Game changer.
This is Fabian's number 1 hero.
And there we have it. Blue Yo locked in for TLID. You can see the faces of the fans. They're like, yeah, high win rate hero. This should be an easy win.
I like when we zoom in on TLID's fans. The moment they zoom out,
please,
feel a bit bad, you know.
Hey,
it's
look,
more than BTR, but still.
that is true, but at least they're not doing a side-by-side comparison.
Yep. And they're missing a couple, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're missing 2. We're number 1 and the 1.5.
We're big-time Liquid fans, and we got a job to do.
Yeah. All right. The next half of the draft is going to continue here. Let's see. It's going to be Granger locked in for the side of RRQ Hoshi and also the Kalia. Seems like RRQ do not want that Kalia to fall into the hands of Team Liquid ID considering what Aran did in game number 1.
I would prefer if TLID picks up Aran's hero right now. Like, I feel like you don't need it to be a surprise, right? Just get it on something good.
But they do something uncharacteristic. We know that St. DeLucas has high stock in the joint, but why the Iritel so early?
Yeah.
What is this?
Maybe he just really wants a good lane against the Granger. Maybe he asks Aaron, and Aaron is like, you know what? This toy guy, he's a dark system. Give me an actual winning lane, and let me smash him. Because I like to smash. and then this guy is smashable.
All right, calm down, Mr. Hulk. Like, it's not going to be as easy as it looks like, okay? These teams can battle it out. We've seen them fist fight in lane and in team fights 5v5. And now the second half of the draft comes through. My big concern, Valentina is nowhere to be seen just yet.
Oh, yeah.
It should be banned.
Should ban it, yeah.
There's no way it's going to be left open.
And there's no reason for them
Right?
to steal it, because, again, I hate these blind Valentina picks. If they don't ban it, they don't pick it, then they're asking for it.
They're hoping for it even. Could be part of the play. It's tough to read into Kescute's mind here, especially with the contingency plan upon contingency plans.
Well, right now, looking at the bans here, TLID banning out that Matilda. Again, Naruto versus Sasuke, both of them like Matilda. I don't know what Matilda would be in the Naruto universe, but she's definitely helpful. Hyla's getting banned here.
So it's not the Valentina.
I feel like the Valentina is going to get picked up.
But if you do, you literally have there's nothing to steal right now. You don't want unstoppable force.
It's just for. Oh yeah, you're right.
It's to protect. It's to protect Sutsujin.
RQ can take it now.
Yep.
Oh, I don't like it. I'm gonna say it out loud. I don't like it.
Maybe Kescute has just done it again. This is fitting his portfolio. He's planned it out, and unfortunately, I mean, it falls into his hands in the second half of the draft. Unless TLID, Mr. SDL St. DeLucas has something to punish it. Because as much as we want to believe that Valentina has like at least one ult in the unstoppable force, it does put her in a bit of a compromised position.
It's an asterisk. It's not a real thing to steal.
But it's a stopper.
No, if you take unstoppable force, you're killing yourself.
Man, Valentina.
It's a stopper.
Yeah.
No, but here's the thing. Yehezkel has no mid laner just yet.
Exactly,
So
that's
whatever
why.
it is, it's gotta be a worthy pick. Liquid ID have a small
Don't
choice.
pick up an Eve.
Vexana,
Technically Sicilian?
Eve,
Oh my
Farsa.
God.
There it is. Okay, so this is worth it already, and this is a debut glue pick for Aran, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is interesting because again, if we're talking about
Yes,
like
it
matchup,
is.
Yeah.
matchup to matchup right now, it's Kalia into the glue. It feels like a non-lane at this point. What do you think, LaFell?
I zoned out. What?
Draft. Last thoughts.
Dude, it's great.
For who?
It's just great.
Yeah, exactly.
I will concur. With that being said, the last picks are already in for both RQ Hoshi and Team Liquid ID. Good luck to both of these teams as we head on over to game number 3. Leo, Eterna, it's your time.
No good luck for us? No? Nothing? Wow.
Mike's cut off.
Okay.
Mike's cut off.
Oh, yeah, I can't hear LaFell at all. But thank you, boys, for
Good
this.
luck.
Game number 3,
Thanks,
ladies
Gideon.
and gentlemen, is upon us as we are and should be heading over to the Land of Dawn very, very soon. But that Valentina pickup coming in from RQ, now you see the value, right?
I mean, it was bound to happen because Liquid ID needed a power pick in mid. They needed to give the Ghost something to play with. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's worth it because it's still always a two-step plan when you have a Valentina. Get the ult, set up the ult, pop it. For Yehezkel, for the rest of Liquid ID, it's just, all right, we're going to kill the Valentina.
Okay, I would understand that sentiment if it was not a Valentina on Rins.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, you're right.
We talked about in game number 1, Rins is a very aggressive mid laner.
He
He's the
is.
type of person to flicker in front just to get that final say in the kill.
I fell in love with this Kadita in F6.
Exactly.
And they lost that game.
But, okay. Hey! What? That's not nice.
That's my team
Rins.
I'm talking about. I'm Soul Kingdom.
You're so Kingdom? That was nice.
Hey,
I was laughing
a
now.
good friend would never lie to another.
That's true. But the fact that Rins on this Valentina opted for a little bit more sustainability does, put to show that he does want to be a little bit more aggressive and more forward with the Valentina. So it is in line and in suit to his identity as Rins.
Yep. And with this Tigreal in Edoc's hands, which is still at 100% win rate, Yehezkel and Witty are going to have a lot of trouble. That Jawhead, again, can only do so much, and if anything, it's a 50-50. You're throwing a Tigreal who wants to be in the middle of everything, a Lucas into the middle of everything.
Sorry, I was thinking about it. Fabian Impure Rage, not Killing Spree.
Yep, that's pretty old school.
So it does make sense. I think Sutsujin is a lot more, tanky, I guess, as a Lucas.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe that's the plan that Fabian wants in this particular game, wants to respect that outcome.
RKO have ill intentions here. Oh, the flicker! And the Sacred Hammer! They're trying to fight back, but it's not enough! Edok does go down, but a winning trade for RRQ. Fabian falls.
That's exactly what they have to do, right? Punish Fabian on the Suyo. Suyo is only as strong as how long he's alive. So the fact that a takedown very quickly at that, RQ should have the better foot ground on this neutral objective. So Tsujin should be able to take it, not even using the retribution. So he still has that to spare in case he wants to go in for an invade, like he might be looking for right now.
Yep, these small incremental advantages, stealing away that rock golem, using that retribution there. I mean, he could have went for something else bigger, but already RQ are off to a great start. 500 gold up, and the purple buff here barely secured by Fabian. And look at how Edok is just making the river a no-go.
Always just constantly pressuring into the enemy jungle. And that's going to be a problem, right? A lot of information given over.
Yep.
So Fabian's going to be punished.
Oh, unstoppable force on the one. Weedy gets punished hard. The feathered airstrike coming through for Yehezkiel, but they couldn't stay put. RRQ Hoshi refused to stand and take those salvos to the face. Now we're facing another issue here. With Aran on the glue, Weedy on the jawhead, this is the same situation a lot of drafts find themselves in. We don't have real peel. Like, these are two forward pushing initiators. Like, they don't have a way to keep their opponents in place.
Wait a second, Dyron though, 2v1.
Okay.
He's holding his ground.
That's a tsunami slam incoming. Dyron repositioning for the dare strike. The flicker away for RRQ's XP laner. No dice.
2v1 still survives, buys enough time. Man, that's rough for TLID, right? Looking like a good pick as a good trade in the first few minutes of this game to a final leveling moment, but unable to look for that.
What's Weedy thinking? He's just sitting in that L-brush on the west side of the river. And Yehezkiel is doing his best to kind of fire him up. And look at this, Edok. He's just a little statue there.
He's a sentry. Is that what you call it? No, a ward.
He's both.
He's both, all right. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we do see the Toy and Aaron Shiki lane. It looks like
Shiki's having a better...
Toy
Yeah. Toy
is ahead in gold.
Toy's ahead in gold, but this could be much worse for Shiki, so he's holding out. Turtle fight already started. Yehezkiel pre-fire on that feathered airstrike. Turtle secured by Sutsujin. In the paint he goes with the Unleash the Beast, still holding on to that Shockwave Blast. The split, and the bite down. Fabian falls. And now, that's a grab by Aran. Oh, he's going nowhere. They're just waiting for him to eject himself, and he gets blasted. Double kill for the Mercenary.
He's 3-0-1, Leo. Sutsujin on his signature pick, Lucas. 3-0-1, killing spree as well. That's a lot of damage. How do TLID kind of, combat that?
At best, they find an ejector that's isolated onto him, and then Shiki goes wild. I guess that's the only other part of this equation we don't have yet. The solution might be in Shiki.
I mean, technically, Sutsujin has a layer of anti-CC on the Lucas, right?
Yes. But, again, the damage that Sutsujin could only take is so much, so that's where we're hoping Shiki can fix it. Oh, tsunami slam on the Weedy! Taking that little girl with him. Oh no.
Not the little girl, man.
1 to 5. Oh, the stolen feathered airstrike. Denying Team Liquid ID the defense. 2 feathered airstrikes, but it's not going to take care of that minion wave. One more hit.
Ooh.
Toy's looking for it. Finds it.
Yes, the turret finally falls in favor of RQ Hoshi, and that's a 3,000 gold lead now for the Kingdom, the Kings of Kings, as they are rallying against the Cavalry here in this third game of the series. 5 minutes in, saving grace, Aaron Shiki, only 1 item so far. Has claws, 2,000 gold behind of Toy on the Granger, who's already picked up the Sky Piercer, as well as that Hunter Strike.
Yep, he is about 1,000 and change ahead, which is huge. And plus the range situation, don't get me started with that. Team Liquid ID definitely behind now, 6.5 minutes in. Final Turtle spawning in the lower quarter. Yeah, Liquid can't even contest. Like, they can't even think. There it is up top.
They're both at the same level, though. So Fabian's technically caught up, but they are playing the opposite side of the field. That's a lot of damage given over to Aaron Shiki. Still able to get out, but I'm pretty sure this tower is going to fall with the turtle. So much more trades coming in for TLID. Wait, RQ Hoshi. TLID picking up that tower on the bottom side only as a trade.
Yep. That Fabian taking care of business here, but that's miserable. Come to think of it, you know, these are Ling things, these are Joy things, these are Hayabusa things when you have a split pushing jungler wherein they can't really pick a fight. But now it's Fabian doing it on a Suyo. Concealed play by Idok, looking for the usurper. No one home, and the engage, the unstoppable force. Oh, the jump in! Coming in from Dyron, the punish on the Witty, forcing the flicker back. And now Witty falls. Yeheskiel here as well, down underneath. Toy gets 2, and they push him back into their base. RRQ happy with the 2 kills, and of course his turret they're about to take.
2-for-0 trade, and it feels like TLID are engaging in these team fights the exact same way like we saw in that previous game, right? It was Witty jumping over onto Rins, Rins still able to get out, and the re-engage coming through from Dyron, and then they're able to make the team fights a lot more messier for TLID. And RRQ, with the damage that Sutsujin is holding, with the damage that Toy is holding, are able to finish it off.
There was a time where Messi would be the Team Liquid ID's branding.
Right?
But now, they're trying their best to just get farm on Fabian, get farm on Shiki, and all of these fights happening all over the map is just cramping their style. It's denying them the gap closer. 6,000 gold is a lot. 6,000 gold is a full-on tax bracket.
And you don't be fooled also by the damage that is currently being given over by Rins. He was number 2. Toy was below Rins in the damage dealt. What is his build right now? Just glowing wand. Oh, he was for the Starlium side.
There you
go.
go.
Yeah.
Again, it's not even the amount of damage, really. It's what he's done to get to this position wherein he will always get the steal, the feathered airstrike. He doesn't waste time on other ults. There is no second option for Rins and the rest of RRQ. When they say we go for this, they get away with this. And by this, we mean the first Lord of the game, 9 minutes in, marching through bot.
I guess the trade-off was Aaron Shiki being able to pick up that tower in the top side of the map, and that is a permanent structure, but in the grand scheme of things, what can RRQ do with this first Lord of the game?
It's an inch in a 50-mile run.
Yeah.
Mid is where the Lord spawns. I stand corrected. It's a toss-up, and as it is, I think something's gonna break. Something's gonna break. Cause look at that. Look at bottom. Look at bottom. Edok and Toy are working on it.
But remember, Rins doesn't have Feather Airstrike right now, so they don't have the range necessarily. Aside from Toy only, yet Yeheskiel has the Feather Airstrike.
Oh, Yeheskiel taking care of business. Clearing out that wave in mid, even before Lord can jump in, and Liquid taking care of business, taking down that Lord. And now they catch on the one. It's Dyron. It's a bait. It's a Tsunami Slam.
Uh-oh,
deep behind enemy territory. Down goes Witty, traded out for Edok. And oh, look at that shockwave blast. Dear God. Liquid ID, 3 members down to half.
That's a disgusting amount of damage. That's going to force a recall. Plus, buy them a little bit more time to put more damage onto this mid-side turret.
Eterna, a recall even inside their own base? That's miserable. Liquid ID are drowning in their own misery. They are down, what is this right now? 8,000 gold.
I think it could be more at this point, right? We're going to see in just a second. But again, 1-for-1 trade, but it looks like still the map control, the dominance still holded on for RRQ, Hoshi, and the Kingdom.
This whole time, though, Shiki hasn't died. That is a silver lining.
Yeah, it is.
Look at how they're protecting him. There's literally 3 bodyguards, and then Aran just patrolling.
There's Berserker Fury finally being built up for Aaron Shiki, but I think still far from the next item.
Nope. Edok with the concealed play finds Witty. Goes in, gets the ejector, the answer, the takedown. Fabian finds Edok. And look at the back line. Sutsujin gets Aran on him. The grab successful. Aran deep behind enemy territory, looking for that one more.
No.
And no, he's gonna get hit and gets taken down 1-for-1.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, but in the end, it's still yet another kill given over to Toy. 402 plus a Sky Piercer, so it's still a stack that builds up for him as well. 8,200 gold lead still for RRQ Hoshi.
They're keeping up. Again, they never really stopped. They held onto the waves a little bit, a level of freezing done by the Kingdom, but to be honest, there's very little they have to do to wait. It's 10 seconds until the Lord spawns upper quarter. Team Liquid ID can only pray for more resources at this point.
Which is why in the drafting phase, it was so weird that Yeskiel opted to go for Farsa into the Valentina, considering you're already seeing that being like a big hindrance. There was a Sicilian Open.
I guess.
It's not so much of an ult that has this much value like a Feather Airstrike, right? And we're seeing that Arky Hoshi, every time they go in for the Siege, it's not as great when Rins does not have the Feather Airstrike.
That's right, but it would have been worse in the early game. At least the Farsa can take care of itself with a Purify and a Wings by Wings. So it was a, you know, pick your poison kind of situation. A catch-22 set up by Kez here.
But at least they would have something more to fight with
That's
in the
right.
late game,
They would have held on. Here, at this moment, 12.5 minutes in, 3-9, 3 inhibitors. Yeah, you would have preferred the Sicilian. That would have taken care of Arky Hoshi even more, but Kesara, this is the choice that the Ghost made.
Yeah.
It was a team choice to say, hey, we'll invest in the early to mid, but don't blame me if they keep stealing your ult. Don't say you wish you had the Sicilian. Team Liquid ID now hunkering down, biting down, ready for that 3-lane defense.
Oh, but Toy goes in for Wind of Nature as his final item. That's interesting. Yeskiel still has the range.
Respecting Aaron Shiki here. Edok with the concealed play. In goes Rins. Blasting Aaron Shiki into the back line. Committing to the bit. Goes for the fair airstrike. Point blank. Aran trying to go for it with the grab, but it might be too late. Too many have fallen. Arky Hoshi are on the base. And now they are at match point.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ. Match point, signature Rins movement, by the way, in order to collapse into the base of TLID. And the Kingdom are feeling it over there in Jakarta, Indonesia.
My Lord Rins, please forgive me for ever doubting your blind Valentina pick.
GG, well played. The Kingdom once again stopping the Cavalry, saying no, this is sanctified ground. Do not defile it with your 4 horses, because one of them just kept getting picked off time and time again. This game is showing why the Kingdom is at the top, at the peak of MPL ID.
Honestly, for this game, we gotta bring back the numbers. What was the win rate of a Lucas against a Suyo? Over 90%. I gotta say, Lucas with the Frog Kumite is showing superiority, because the very first turtle, the amount of damage dealt on many different people. That was absolutely amazing. Like RQ, their idea is just making sure that Fabian doesn't get to play the early game. He was not there. He had to go to the side lanes to get some farm.
Exactly. And they also, you know, really made sure that Witty also couldn't find these like big turnarounds as well. 1-5-2 and being the target for a good amount of Tsunami slams as well. I mean, we were talking about this in game number 2 earlier. We needed 2 engage systems, and they found it once more. And I think this is why TLID initially was like, we can't just be giving it over. And at the same time, RQ is like, nah, we're even stronger with it.
Yeah, Dyron as well, 009 on this Kalia. But Edok as well, like you guys say, he was just a statue. He was just moving around, just like, you know what? I like this bush. I feel like if I stay in here, my blood pressure goes down.
I live here now.
Exactly. And then eventually it's like, hey, it's the CEO. I'm going to get him.
You shall not pass, Mr. Fabian. You cannot go further than this. An absolute wizard in bush tactics. Ah, man, RRQ. Yeah, it's my favorite movie franchise of all time. Look, I think that RRQ have definitely kind of set the tone here against Team Liquid ID. They can get as creative as they want, but the way that I'm seeing it is that if we see RRQ find that early game tempo, that pressure, that playbook that we see time and time again during the group stages, they replicate it here and now.
I gotta say, man, like, game 1, it was either because Aran had an EXP laner where he could start something, or it really was just Sutsujin was entirely comfortable on that Fanny. Because right now, it almost looks like Onyx against Falcons earlier today, where Onyx just needed some warm-up time. And then after that, just like, you know what? We're back in the game. It's all good. GG's. Good night.
But also the Ruby pick, I think, was weird.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
That was kind of weird. They
freestyled too much.
A little too hard, and they may have hurt
this
themselves.
is lucky, right?
Look,
right? 888 for GPM.
It is, because Toy was playing a hot game. His Death Sonatas, yes, it's looking for those big executions, but also it's actually setting up for a little bit more. The pressure that he's putting on the backline itself, or even if the frontliners like Aran or Witty try to escape, it's not going to be easy because the Death Sonata on contact already provides soft CC. That's slow.
Oh yeah, and just to, I remember what Eterna said about Suyo having some NTCC. I believe earlier Mirko did mention something about the Lucas. Lucas can interrupt Suyo. I don't know which part of the interruption, but there's definitely some kind of interruption there. So yeah, some kind of interaction. Because looking back at the team fight, it's good for Lucas because Suyo just like whittles everyone down to like 20% HP, and then he just needs to hit just a couple of shots. Not to take away from Toy, but Susujin really set it up easy for him to get those kills.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I can tell you the exact interaction here because, again, Lucas, when he transforms, yes, he does get anti-CC. You can't stop that animation, but when he built 2 stacks and uses that skill 1, if Suyo is currently in that Soul Sever hold, you can cancel that entire animation, put it on.
I forgot he's a Lucas main. Yeah.
Lucas main Gideon.
Like, he's the kind of main where when we ask him, oh, is he that hard to use? Like,
nah.
You just have 1 or 2 skills. It's not that hard.
You literally press 2 buttons the majority of the game. It's true. You barely touch your ult half the time. You only press it like every once or twice, and even then, it's like it's only if necessary. But regardless, I think that RRQ at this point of time is they've built that momentum. The walls are looking higher than ever. They continue to take ground upon the Cavalry. Even though we were the ones expecting the Cavalry after their big shakeup onto RRQ in game number 1 to actually eventually be overthrown.
On me.
We have a what? Oh, soft recap.
It's
soft recap, yeah.
It's a draft recap.
Oh, draft recap. Why did I hear soft?
Hey, look, you're thinking about soft CC here. Maybe a little limp, but don't worry. The draft recap up on the screen, just in case you guys didn't watch the first couple of games. Game number 1 was all looking kind of weird. Again, Beatrix coming into the gold lane.
Ruby.
Makes sense. Yeah, the Ruby. Just what's even going on there? But Jushin has been a large proponent of those first 2 games.
It's a talent. It's Paape.
Paape?
Paape.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
Something about the Indo slang. Like, I had to Malayize it, and I was like, okay, I get it.
That was a CEO of RQ with
Paape.
his talents and brand ambassadors.
AP, yeah. That's the dude you got to be talking to.
They call it
Leo.
Pe, like Pete.
AP.
Come on.
Yeah, Pe.
Mr. AP, Mr. AP,
like
you know.
Ape. There.
Mr. AP.
Yeah, be careful on the Pak because sometimes it can sound a bit weird.
Ginoong
The PK
AP.
kind of sounds like an F, so just be careful around that.
Look, Leo, that's the guy you got to be talking to,
right?
To
I'm
make
so
the shirt.
glad I didn't say that.
Exactly, that's why be careful.
Oh my god.
Guys, if you want to help improve the show, if you want to be part of this ESL experience, you can scan that QR code right now. We want to know your thoughts on the show and how we can improve in this survey itself. Save your time by typing that URL and scan the QR code to save as much time as possible because the next game is going to be starting ever so soon. We don't know if it's going to be a 2-2. We don't know. And we would honestly think that the sweep is very possible now that match point has been achieved by RRQ, the Kingdom, but that's only right after this break because you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. We'll be back to see what these adaptations look like.
Gelora ini merangkai mimpi, tebar hasratku, tak pernah lagi meredam anganku, meredam semangatku. Cahaya mimpi bagai energi terus mengusik tanpa berbisik, lebarkan sayapku, jangan pernah layu.
Kingdom, moments away to finish their conquering spree, to make it to the grand finals here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. The Cavalry need to find their counterattack. They need to find that equalizing point to make this a full 5-game series. My name is Gideon. This is LaFell, Eterna, as well as Leo here on the set to make sure that you guys are informed and entertained as the games go by. Adaptations are going to be pretty difficult this time around with the momentum that we are seeing from the Kingdom, boys and gals.
No, I said it's my thing. Stop.
When you say gals, isn't gals like
TLID
plural?
was my thing, and then you took it, so it's only fair if I take something from you too.
I don't see how the logic works, all right? And if there's any logic in what's happening in this series is Liquid has to put out or get out. Like, this is it right now.
I don't know. It's tough because Koleos right now...
English is difficult, okay?
Look, Koleos right now is with the Kingdom right now. Let's quickly cut on over to him. Let's see how much TLID can put out.
All right, now back with me again, Koleos, and now I'm one with the brand ambassador of Team RRQ. So, Ayu, game ketiga tadi baru aja beres. Sebentar lagi bakal masuk ke game keempat. Menurut Ayu, apakah RRQ bakal langsung memenangkan game ini?
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully mereka bisa menang dan semoga Kalia-nya nggak di-ban.
Wow. So she hopefully that RRQ can win this game and Kalia is not banned by the Team Liquid. And now I'm gonna ask you guys untuk chanting ke belakang kalian ini untuk para penonton, oke? Jadi kasih cheering buat tim RRQ. Boleh ya? Boleh. Oke? Dalam 1, 2, 3. Viva! Viva! RRQ! Alright, now back to panelists. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Koleos. Fans come out in droves. Leo, I mean, you followed every single one of these talents coming in from RRQ to know exactly how this team works, especially being so Kingdom.
And not a single one of them followed me back on Instagram. But here's the thing. They're off to a great start. They have forced Liquid ID to choose Harith, a very low win rate hero on Aaron Shiki. So this must be their put out or get out strategy is, all right, we've tried everything. Nothing is stuck except for that Kalia starter. Let's do this. RRQ answered back by stealing away from Yan Suyo.
It's gonna get harder though. The one pick that I'm looking for is in that mid lane, that Zhu Xin. If we're talking about getting out, this is the hero that will literally pick you up and throw you out.
There's so many outs in the previous 5
It's not
minutes,
happening!
I gotta say, man.
It's not happening! There's no room for the Zhu Xin! RRQ stole it!
Oh, actually, Liquid's right beside... okay, Aaron Shiki low win rate, sure, but... Oh, but the Phovias, though. The Phovia kind of counters everything that Liquid ID has right now. I don't know about this. Actually, RRQ Hoshi, I feel like they're having the better opener here.
I suppose, but this is under the assumption that the early game, it doesn't go in Team Liquid ID's favor, right? If we find that initial snowball coming in from Favian on that Joy, things could look very different. Speaking of which, the second phase now begins. We're thinking of bans here. Where's our head at?
Actually, now I'm thinking of picks because, again, going back to game number 1, you guys were talking about it, how everyone else really doesn't need items, so everything goes on to Favian. So I'm also trying to think, besides Jushin, what other mid laner that really doesn't need items? I'm kind of drawing a blank.
Yeah, like a low to the ground mid laner.
Yeah.
Aurora is the other one.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But actually,
Vixana needs to scale.
Yeah, the only thing about an Aurora that I'm worried about is just that will they have enough damage to make it so that RRQ Hoshi does not invade inside of the jungle? Because that's also another thing that Suyo can do.
Yeah, the Eve that RRQ Hoshi banned is the other hero. That is a high-level performer, even with very little items, and wins in team fights more than I think the Aurora. But yeah, that RRQ Hoshi closed the door on that.
I think we're also looking for mid laners that have high base damages as well as the meanings to compensate if they want to capitalize on these picks. But TLID making sure that Edok doesn't get his hands on another engager. We might not see that double engage coming out from the side of RRQ, but we might see it coming in from TLID.
You know, looking at the ban TLID, very good ban on that Tigreal because, again, I kind of feel like having Jushin is already a big problem. Having another form of CC is just going to be obnoxious. RRQ Hoshi batting out the Sicilian. Okay, respecting that, to be fair.
That's the what if from earlier.
Yeah.
then what's the follow-up coming in from TLID?
It's the other 100% win rate hero for Edok.
Full respect onto Edok here. I'm looking at Cho now as an option if they still want to go for that kind of pickoff strat.
Oh, actually, if we're talking about low to the ground, Selena hasn't been touched in any of these games itself, right? What's the disgust
You
for?
can't use Selena?
Like 0% win rate?
Oh, really?
Even from MPLID?
He did try his best then. He was forcing it. That's a term. He was forcing it.
He was forcing it, but RRQ on that second phase, first pick, they decided to go with the jawhead this time around to kind of find that disruption. Yeah, very extremely fast. But TLID, I think knowing that Jushin might just be by herself, if there was a time to force that Selena, now seems pretty good.
Hey, put up or shut up, right?
Put up or shut up. They've got to do something.
Put out or get out.
Yeah, dude, English is difficult, man.
We're trying.
After this, I'm gonna go full Japanese.
I got Portuguese.
All right, there you go. We have options.
Look, I got one language, guys. I don't have much to work with here. Not at all.
There's the Aurora.
That's the Aurora.
All right, so Aurora is going to be a little bit more reliable. Even if you do end up dying, you still have that secondary life, that passive, to be able to kind of bring you back into that fight. However, the glue is going to be the follow-up pick afterwards. So now, if we're talking about just like matchup to matchup, even in the EXP lane, it's looking pretty good for Iran for the time being, but the Jushin could prove deadly in these team fights.
In this game, honestly, like they have a draft that they can get Fabian ahead, and Fabian needs to get ahead, because if he doesn't, I feel like he's gonna get interrupted so many times by the Phovius as well as the Jawhead that will make their entire lineup crumble. So I feel like the moment we see the early game not going towards TLID, it's not going to be looking good. We might finish the series with another 3-1, which has been happening since the very first game.
And that's why the faith is being put in both Fabian as well as Aaron Shiki, right? If one doesn't come through, the other has to. There's no choice. This is it. Match point for the Kingdom. RQ Hoshi on the red side up against TLID, looking to equalize on the blue side. It's Eterna as well as Leo to take you through game number 4.
Thank you, Gideon. Thank you, Lafel. We'll catch up with you later after this game, because this will be the deciding game for both of these teams. Tournament lives are now at stake for the former MPLID Season of 14 champions, runner-ups to M6. And right now, it looks like the kingdom that they have built for themselves is now at jeopardy for the real kingdom, for the real Kings of Kings to finally make their mark.
The Sangha Raja are one game away from the grand finals. It's been a hot minute since we last saw them at the peak of an international event, and here in this game, they could secure just that.
I love how Lafel put it, right? TLID need to find a way to grasp over this early game, because RQ Hoshi, with the composition that they have right now, has so much to say, right? This is the classic Suyo Jawhead composition in the early game that is going to be as impressive as this. Hopefully Aurora, Anya Heskill, will be able to become that stopper that is required.
If anything, just to put into context, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the most aggro lineup that RQ Hoshi has ever drafted. They are pushing forward under minute 0. You see how much they went into Fabian's jungle there? And now, Sutsujin just taking over his jungle first, and then you have there's so many ways you can ragdoll the members of Team Liquid ID.
And even in terms of like emblem choices, already very aggro too, right? Sutsujin on the killing spree this time around. Not the same way or method that Fabian was earlier on the Suyo, and as well as Rins. Very, very aggressive, wants to go into the front line. You can see it with the choice of his emblem as well, the Brave Smite. And look at this rotation now coming through from RQ, but Aran is still able to get out.
You see that finesse movement? Just force in the flicker from Aran via smart missile just walking up. Now a 4-man gank squad from RQ Hoshi threatening the otherwise from Liquid ID. And the flicker and the ejector! They collapse onto Witty. They find them. Crimson Flare down underneath. First blood drawn by the Kingdom.
1-0 now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the early game pressure. This is the early game prowess that we were talking about for RRQ. And it should be a turtle given over to RRQ as well. Neutral objective already secured. No fight whatsoever from Fabian. He just needs to catch up in items.
Aran here, forcing split defensively, returning back to his lane, a reset. RQ Hoshi, either way, the game is to their tempo now. We mentioned how the Aurora might be lacking damage. We mentioned how that mid lane might not have as much priority. Folks, that's what you're seeing now. Like, Team Liquid can't even stand in their own mid.
No, Rin says no to that. Weedy almost got out earlier. And then, you know, Rince comes in and he's like, yeah, no, maybe not today. Pulls him back in. And the finisher coming in from Dyron on the Phoveus. Top
lane might be a different story. What's Shiki like right now? Level 4. All right, he's okay with the EXP. But oh, just as we peek in, Toy just giving him a piece of his mind there.
What is he, half health now? Very dangerous now for Aaron Shiki. They are level in terms of gold. And it's not that far behind, but even looking at the pressure and the fact that Toy still has that second skill to utilize, it's not going to be as easy for Aaron Shiki in that particular lane.
So far, the game has stalled to a point of the next turtle. Nobody willing to commit battle spells to try and get kills here. They're waiting for their cores to scale. And the jump in coming in from Witty, looking to take down Dyron. The rest of the kingdom crashing through from seemingly out of nowhere. Crimson Flare coming through with 4 Rins. And the grab onto Dyron. Aran regrets that. The Crimson Flare pulls him back. Aran gonna get taken out here. Off camera though. Toy catches Aaron Shiki with an SOD. That was a close call.
Oh, but that's just how beautiful back into, you know, the bottom lane RQ Hoshi and their synergy is, right? The entire collapse after the initial pickoff coming in from Weedy, it was beautiful. TLID knows that Fabian is falling behind in terms of EXP, so they couldn't go for the neutral objective 50-50, considering, oh, wait a second.
Dear God, Fabian pulls the trigger, but backs off, and oh, finally, Yehezkiel finishes the job, and oh, what's this?
No
Edok
way.
Looking for one. The ejector in place. Smart missiles, not enough in the tank for the Jawhead alone to finish the job. In comes Dyron Zaman Force, committed here by Aaron Shiki. Down he goes. Rins gets the kill. Another falls. Witty gets taken out. So does Dyron, though it's a trade. 2-for-1.
2-for-1 trade, but again, we were just discussing how RQ made it work in the bottom lane, and they found yet another opportunity in the top lane as well. It was great for TLID that they were able to take down Toy before he goes in for the snowball, especially on a pick like the Moskov, but the fact that they were able to trade it back for Aaron Shiki, not as great of a trade for TLID at the end of the day.
Yep, these are what they call lost leaders. They're giving up early game advantages so that in the late game, they clap back. And it's not even really the late game RQ is waiting for. It's the mid game. They push down bottom. They're slowly clamping down on the rest of the map. And they have a, what, 2,200 gold lead? This is huge.
Yeah, it is. It is. In the early portion of the game, it definitely is something that they can work around against TLID right now. We do see yet another rotation coming through. This time, Weedy a little bit more focused onto Aaron Shiki, trying to figure out a way to make Aaron Shiki the save and grace for the team, because technically Fabian is also not there just yet. Only one item so far, Starlim Sight. I'm wondering if they're looking to go for yet another Holy Crystal second item, but this time they are on the back foot.
Yeah, the last time they did that, they were completely running over RQ. Here, I think Fabian has to keep it low to the ground, buy the items that they need, not the items that they want. Oh, Aaron Shiki caught out 4 members. Make that just 3. Ito wasn't even part of the engagement. He rotated with RQ, but they found their man.
Aaron Shiki was there for so long. What were they expecting? RQ Hoshi, they're just continuously looking for these opportunities, are continuously rotating, and Aaron Shiki gets caught out for the second time in this game.
They touched him.
They touched
He was supposed to be untouchable.
I mean, a lot of people have touched him, to be honest.
All throughout, yeah, starting with Kelra, showing everyone, hey, he's not so untouchable. And now the final turtle goes over to the kingdom. His lane also gets destroyed. The map is shrinking for Aaron specifically.
He can't work in the bottom lane because that's already taken down, and now he can't go into the top lane as well. He needs to look for gold elsewhere, and Sutujin makes it a little bit more difficult as they will be able to get this second-tier turret from TLID.
Eternally, you know what makes us the worst?
What?
Widdy isn't even really a babysitting roamer. Like, it would be a waste to give him that responsibility. And look what he has to do now. He has to go and tend to Aaron Shiki. And there's 3 members. Rins goes for the Crimson Beacon. Aaron Shiki drops the Zaman Force, but it might be too little, too late. They're able to take him down, put that white-haired little boy to a nap. And Aran flickering out. Oh, Liquid ID, they're scrambling. They're like lost stallions over in the open meadows.
Is this game?
I mean, it seems like it.
LaFell mentioned the early game having to be favoring TLID and 4,000 gold lead for RRQ now. Aaron Shiki getting caught out 3 times.
At 8 minutes, and Toy just, making easy work of these turrets.
He has the golden staff now, Toy. He's just 1 item away from that
Trinity.
DHS.
Yeah. There's one more from the Trinity.
That Trinity is going to be a huge power spike for him, and I don't know if TLID will be ready for it. It's only been 8 minutes. I think he can get it
Before 10.
3-10, yeah.
Again, they enforce another flicker from Yehezkiel this time. Aran in the crosshairs of RRQ. Sutujin committing Grand Theft Orange. At least Fabian is getting his purple, unless he didn't. He's just really running through his own side of the map. Look at the items here.
He is, I think, going for Holy Crystal, right? Fabian?
Yep, he is.
Starium Scythe.
I don't know if that's financially responsible right now.
But I guess that's the thing that they have to do, right? Make a big leap or go home. Go big or go home. That's the term. Go big or go home. Holy Crystal in. They need the damage coming through, because where is the damage going to be coming from in these particular team fights if they're looking for that big play that can turn this entire situation around?
Yep. But Team Liquid ID have to understand that they are outgunned right now. 5,000 gold, that's definitely something you will see in fights. Like, why are they not dying? How come Dyron is so hard to take down? Why is Edok still deathless? That is what's answering this question of what is 5,000 gold to RRQ, and they make quick work of that Lord. Nothing Team Liquid ID can say to that, and the lead is growing. Oh my God, 6,000 now, Eterna.
It is growing, and it is growing bigger by the second. The fact that they have so much control over all 3 lanes at this point. Technically, they don't have the best of clear from RQ, right? They have the Jushin, a little bit of range to work with, but as compared to someone like Yehezkiel, Yehezkiel look for a big ult against RQ Hoshi. Is that what they're waiting for?
That's something that Liquid ID can hold on to hope for. They have better wave management. If anything, RQ should be thankful that they're actually winning, that they are so way ahead that they don't have to deal with a high ground defense, because you're right, you pointed it out. They would hate it if they were on the back foot here, but luckily they're not. They're actually knocking on Team Liquid ID's doors, and the cavalry do not want to open up. Like, if this happens, if they get into the base, if they crack out 2 inhibitors, all the more, best believe, Shiki's gonna suffer even more.
And they were able to break the shield on the Lord before the Lord came. Huge movements coming from RQ as they look for that inhibitor turret. It's definitely going to fall. There's no way they can defend.
They're in the base. Lord still standing at about half health. Edok here with the conceal, looking for a target. The jump in from Witty. The Tsunami Slam. The Zaman Force spent in by Shiki. Down goes Edok. Crimson Beacon already used up by Rins. Backing off. And they do take down that inhibitor in mid. The last one standing down bottom.
It's definitely still worth it for RQ Hoshi in the long run, right? They lose Edok for the price of 2 inhibitor turrets, and one of which is on the opposite side of the next spawning Lord. So yet another advantage that RQ Hoshi can play with. But if we're looking at the glass half full, TLID are still able to delay and prolong their lives, because once again, what's at stake right now? Match point in for RQ Hoshi. 1 game away of saying goodbye to a Snapdragon Pro Series altogether.
Weedy with a stationary CC there, but Dyron ain't having any of it. Neither are the rest of the kingdom. They take him down. Dyron gets the kill. SOD, no one home. Zaman Force here committed by Shiki already. Aran falls. They're still in the base. The winner crowned by Dyron. By in time, Yehezkiel falls. It's just Fabian and Shiki left to defend. RQ Hoshi at the cusp of eliminating Team Liquid ID. They're going straight to the Grand Finals.
The Grand Final, the second Grand Final spot in for RRQ Hoshi as the Kingdom corrals behind them the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. And they know that it has been a long time coming. Still unbeatable, still undefeated. They dropped a game earlier on, but at the end of the day, they are still the Indo representative to make it to the Grand Finals against the Titans of the Philippines, Onic.
Beef
squashed. RRQ showing that they are a prime cut here above the rest. TLID could not keep up with what the Kingdom had to offer. 3-1 victory for the Kingdom. LaFell, break this game down because, man, that was so fast-paced.
I mean, like, you know it's good when Gideon referenced a food and a sport. Beef, squash, and honestly, man, like, going up against Suyo, Jawhead, and a Jushin, I gotta say, playing in the mid trio, that's not a good place to be. But yeah, I'm actually holding my analysis until we confirm whether we're gonna have the
breakdown.
No, it's like this person asks a question and then that person answers.
Interview. It's called an interview.
Yeah, like, you know, just in case if there's an interview.
That's what they call that?
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. We're not sure.
I thought it was a Q&A.
It's going to happen, boys and girls. Look, I just don't know which player we are going to get, but just look at the droves of fans all out for the Kingdom here to make sure that it is known this is a team to keep your eyes on for the next international. This is a team that they are going to support when the Grand Finals comes around, because there can only be one Mobile Masters at the end of the competition. With that being said, we have RRQ at the stage.
The King of Kings, RRQ Hoshi, as the one Grand Finalist yang melengkapi Grand Finalist di SBS Mobile Masters 2025. Kingdom, mana suaranya untuk RRQ Hoshi?
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our Grand Finalist is finally completed. RRQ Hoshi is taking that last slot, going up against Onyx Philippines tomorrow in the grand finale. And right now with me and Monica, we have Idok, who is awarded the best trash talker about Caltizi.
Jadi Idok, kita dikasih ada ribbon Best Trash Talker dan katanya itu dikasihnya ke Idok dari Caltizi. Nah, Idok merasa bener nggak? Katanya trash talker, jadi suka ngomong-ngomong yang pokoknya ngomong-ngomong gitu deh.
Ya benar.
Bener? Coba buktiin.
Nah, ada emang so asik aja sama orang.
Okay, but anyway, Rose, this is the important thing. Karena kita bilang ya, ini rematch Grand Final MPL Indonesia season lalu. Ini apakah revenge, balas dendam kalian untuk tim Liquid Indonesia? Udah puaskah?
Ya nggak ada dendam-dendam sih. Ya kami main lawan siapa yang di depan kami aja.
Oh, there's no such thing as revenge. They just go up against whoever is right in front of them. Idok, I have a question. What happened in game number 1? Team Liquid took that win convincingly. And then suddenly, in game 2, 3, 4, suddenly RRQ was alive. Apa yang terjadi? Apa yang terjadi di game pertama kalian begitu tertinggal dengan Team Liquid, tapi di game selanjutnya kalian, wah,
menunjukkan dominasinya?
Ya di game pertama kami udah plan emang buat nyoba-nyoba gimana gameplay dia sih.
I see. So it was actually planned. Game 1, they were trying to see what kind of strats TLID was going to bring to the table. And once they got a hang of that in game 1, 2, 3, 4, it was theirs. They were already heated up.
Apalagi dari tadi kita ngelihat ya, ada BAB Talent, ada Pak Ape juga di sana tadi ya nontonin kalian. Tapi ini yang penting nih, karena besok mereka bukan hanya mewakili RRQ Hoshi, tapi mewakili Indonesia, Indo Pride. Kalian bakalan ketemu dengan Onyx Philippines. Ready apa kalian nih untuk besok?
Ya pastinya 100% ready.
Alright, tomorrow they will not only be representing RRQ Hoshi as a team, as an organization, however, they will be representing Indonesia as a whole, and they are 100% ready to go up against Onyx Philippines. Okay, Idok, just now we were talking to Brusco on stage, and he said he's bored of going up against TLID. He wants to meet RRQ Hoshi in the grand finals. What do you want to say to Brusco or to Onyx Philippines before the grand finals tomorrow?
Jadi tadi kita ngobrol dengan Brusco ya, yang mana kita tahu Brusco nih mantannya ya, dan dia ngomong katanya udah bosan ketemu TLID, maunya ketemu RRQ Hoshi. Nah, dari Idok sendiri mewakili tim RRQ, ada yang mau disampaikan nggak ke Brusco?
Ya buat Brusco kasih game yang seru aja.
Alright, so Brusco, you know what? Give a good game, give a good fight. I agree, I love that. Thank you very much, Idok. Congratulations on making it to the grand finale. The Kingdom in Senayan is raging with fuel. Don't go anywhere. Sabar, sabar.
Don't go anywhere.
Sabar. He's excited to go celebrate. And thank you very much, Doc. With that, let us go back to the panel to break down what happened in this match.
Thank you, Rose, and as well as Monica. Those are the words coming in from our winners of RRQ. Edok puts it perfectly. Yes, he is a trash talker, but they're just warming up in game number 1.
Yeah, it's like try your best against our Tier B draft. And if you can take that down, then okay, we'll make it clear. Because honestly, look at this: a Suyo, a Jushin, and a Jawhead. Talk about firepower! Like against that kind of draft. And then you have an Aurora, a Kalia, and a Joy. That doesn't really scream like, yes, we will fight you head on.
This is the lineup for TLID that says, yeah, we're trying not to lose.
Yeah.
That's it. They're very little invested to actually winning. So that whole strat they pulled in game 1 wasn't going to fly, not like this.
Not at all. Lafel, do you think this is due to Kescute's just mastermind draft here? Or is this where SDL has fallen a little short?
I feel like it's more in Kescue because, again, we've really seen him, like, whenever we have the sequence of the picks, we're just like, oh yeah, this is good heroes, oh yeah, this makes sense. And then once all 5 heroes are picked, and then you start to see the synergy, how they complement each other. And I kind of feel like that's what Kescute is doing a little bit better compared to other people that's experimenting as well. Like, he's experimenting, but at the same time, there's a chemistry, right? Jushin, control. Damage, a bit high, but not the highest. But then you have the Jawhead as well as the Suyo to complement. And then the Jawhead, you can pull someone in. The Suyo has a lot of damage, but just in case if it's not enough, Jushin has a little bit of that CC as well. So there's always like this layer where if one person is not enough, someone is there to back you up. And the mechanics is not that hard to execute. So less room for human error.
Take out the human element as much as possible. Make it as consistent as possible, and you will get graphs of Golden EXP looking like this one. It's just walking into an ocean when you're playing against the Kingdom sometimes. If anything, right, what would you have changed? If we're looking specifically from the side of TLID, could it have been better?
I feel like one thing that could have changed is actually just have Yezikiel on a very strong early mid laner. But again, Eterna said that he's not really all that good with the Selena, so yeah, I feel like that's just unfortunate they don't have any other picks besides the Aurora.
Because that definitely would have helped, especially when you're getting bodied by our MVP. Dyron here on a full tank Phoveus. Fight me all you want. Try and punish me all you want. I have a team that's going to follow up, and I will buy them every precious second.
Yeah, I like Dyron on this Phoveus because it really does feel like Phoveus, not Phove me, you know? Like he's playing with his team, not all by himself.
Yeah,
but even if
he hogged up a lot of the kills.
Yeah.
He's hopping up as much as possible. I mean, just look at the item build here, right? Third item, Winter Crown. He knew exactly what he was doing. He's not looking to jack your kills, but I will take it if necessary. More so, those precious couple of seconds is just going to be another stack that Jushin can just land those butterflies on you and eventually pick you up. Oh, the toy's got to work on his photo game. He's got to work on. He's doing it at eye level, and he's a tall boy.
He's new. He's the newest member, so you know.
He needs a girlfriend.
Does he have a look?
Honestly, after I have a girlfriend, then my pictures are a little bit better. Not good enough, but a bit better.
Okay.
Interesting.
The pressure it has on you as a guy, as a man.
It's so real.
It's real, man.
Huh?
It's so real. Don't
like once you get a girlfriend, you'll understand. But like when you're in a relationship with a girl, the pressure is different.
Oh.
You're lucky you get to have a relationship with a guy. Guys are great, but girls, man, I gotta say. Different creatures.
Different expectations.
I'll take it.
Being said.
I'll take it.
Oh boy. 3-1, the final score for RRQ to make this all happen. Now,
every single game, by the way.
We do have unfortunately some punishments to get done here. I mean, yes, we do have an upcoming interviews down in the line, but I think who voted for TLID being the champions?
Leo. Whoever said that is not gonna have a good time.
It was Leo.
Wait, what's that?
In my hand is a matching to my suit color, of course, because this was the prediction here. I'm gonna throw it over to Mr. So Kingdom. Almost
Good
a
catch,
bad
right?
throw.
Good catch.
Almost a bad throw. What was your punishment in tournament, if you would like to tell the audience?
I said
I am embarrassed that I know how to open this.
You did it so efficiently.
Yeah.
really well too.
How did I know that?
I said
Again, once you have a girlfriend, like your life changes.
I said if TLID does not win, I will allow my fellow casters to draw on my face with lipstick.
I gotta say, I'm not gonna do it. I'm married, so. I
Oh,
can't
don't
do it.
worry. Don't worry. Mirko! Mirko, if you can hear us in the back rooms, it's time. It's time, sir. Now,
How do you even use a
lift the
lipstick?
mic up?
Huh?
How do you even use a lipstick?
Ideally on your lips, but in this case, it's
Is
for
this safe?
entertainment.
Is this dermatologically safe?
Yes, it's dermatologically safe. Don't
I
worry
mean, like,
about
I'm pretty
it.
sure she has insurance.
That too. That too.
Does
I
it work
know.
in Malaysia though?
Yeah, that's the question.
It does. It does. We have confirmation.
Okay.
It's a go. Go for it, Leo. Now, while they're doing this, this gives us a little bit of time for...
There you go. See, we start friendly. Show the camera right there. See? Just a little heart.
I feel like you should put RQ on their forehead, you know?
Oh, baby.
From one TLID fan to another, we start this way. So this is
This is the way to go? This is the way to go?
Go ahead. Somebody do the RQ thing.
Okay, all right. I'll be that guy.
Or her forehead is big enough, you can actually make stick figures fight.
That sounds out of pocket. Like,
I mean, like, look,
there was a little too much in that quick.
There's a lot of landscape
than
there.
just the lipstick. All
Okay, I'll talk us
Get
through
this over here. Get this over here, right here.
Like, can you like use this
Yeah,
camera?
this one over here. This one, please. This camera.
You wanna come in, Marco? Yeah, come in. Because you wanna draw on your face too, right? You're not married, so it should be fine.
He does. Oh my God!
Oh, that's a very good RRQ on the forehead. Like
We got an artiste. We got an artiste in the house.
Like, can that cam come so that you can actually see?
This one, please.
Like that one, please. Like,
She is
producer.
so RRQ.
Producer.
She is so kingdom.
Yes, thank you. She's so kingdom right now.
So kingdom.
And
Your
Mirko
turn.
hasn't started
Your
yet.
turn. No, I already put a heart on.
Yeah. I feel like another thing that you can put on the other cheek. Nah, I'm not gonna suggest anything.
Oh,
oh, you broke the lipstick.
Brother man.
Oh my God. Oh, he's making both.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's doing
I
everything.
was BTR.
You put BTR on her cheek?
Here, if you could put that back in and pass this on over. That just happened.
Give me that.
Oh my God. This
I
is,
can tell that he has pent-up rage over something.
Mirko drew enough on her for you.
Yeah. I consent to that. Although to be fair, I don't know if you consent to that. But either way, it's just like out of your hands at this
It's
point.
consented.
I have enough of a mess on my hands
Me
as much
too.
as you do on your face.
High five.
That's not permanent, right?
It's not permanent. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry. It comes. It looks. It looks so funny on cam. I can't. Oh my goodness. This is
I
great.
deserve a jersey now.
Yes.
Okay, Kodan.
From RRQ or
Yeah, no, you have RRQ written on your face.
and BTR.
I deserve all three.
Boys and girls, here's the updated brackets. The punishments are still going to be rolled. I'm so happy that RQ won because mine is significantly worse. With that being said, here is the final brackets. Our two grand finalists looking to contend for the title, the Mobile Master here. It's either Onyx PH or it's the Kingdom RRQ. But we also have to say, give our condolences, of course, to our fallen brethren, Falcons PH, as well as TLID.
Look at this. Every single game is a 3-1. What kind of conspiracy is this?
All right, the grand finals can't end on a 3-1.
It can't be, right?
Unless,
I mean, again, like, God is great, man. Anything can happen.
yeah, force majeure, like something goes on.
Like,
We're in
3-1, blackout.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there's no way any kind of blackout can happen in an event, but who knows?
Not in a venue as, you know, as history does tennis in Senayan.
Yeah, I would agree.
No way. Like, so we're
Actually, now I want a blackout.
We're gonna get a banger. We're gonna get a banger for the first time in a while. Indo versus PH, but with a different configuration. And I'll tell you now, I think RRQ is looking much cleaner and stronger than Onyx.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. That's like... In my mind, it kind of stings to think about this. The world champions, so soon are they going to be shaken this early on in the competitive season? Like, we still have an entire year before we even get to M7. And if they get shaken here, I don't know. EWC MSC is going to be a spicy time. Spicy time.
Hey, it's been what, 3 months, 4 months since they won that World Championship. They've already been to what, 4 countries and defended their pride and dignity as world champions. So
that's true.
who's to say that in Indonesia they can do that again? I say that RRQ looks cleaner and stronger than Onyx in relation. In relation, you know Onyx PH has climbed to this spot too. So who knows?
I can't take this conversation seriously.
I feel like I can't say anything serious either.
It's like I'm looking at Leo, but I have to look at Eterna as well, and then I'm like,
just look at Cam 1 and give your honest opinion. That's what we're looking for here. Just an honest opinion.
I feel really defeated. That's an honest opinion.
I think it's a fair opinion at the bare minimum.
Yeah. I've never been on broadcast with lipstick just smattered all over me.
It's first time for
like
everything.
You, yeah, but like still.
That's what she said.
Hey, it's all
if she said that, what does that mean?
Who is she?
Who is she? And why would she have a situation to say that?
The only situation to say that is if you're in love with this chair, because you gotta fix your sit sometime, some way, somehow. Everybody, this is the Anthros chair. If you're wondering what our players are really getting comfortable in, but also still having that competitive edge, then fix your sit, because Anthro has got you covered. Backed by science, tested and built and designed for the human experience. The greatest and the best. Now, well, I mean, obviously we don't have Anthros chairs here. Anthros, just shouting out to you guys. Just send it over, please, dear God. Dear God.
Anthros chair can make you taller.
I'll follow you on Instagram, Anthros.
Why are you looking at me when you say that?
Because
I can't look at you.
You are so aggressive today.
Eterna,
you should. Okay, Eterna. Let me just say, out of every makeup that you've worn,
yes,
with this amount of lipstick, I can't take my eyes off of you.
Eterna, you are like
so
a lighthouse at sea. You are what help bring boats in the middle of the night so we don't crash into the cliffs.
This doesn't feel like a compliment.
Are you still talking about the lipstick?
I'm talking about her beautiful complexion.
Oh. I mean, you look good, don't get me wrong, but at this moment, it's like, wow, you're stealing and breaking someone's heart.
I'll be honest with you.
Somewhere probably.
I'll be honest with you. The person who really ripped on you was Mirko. So can you imagine if this was done in MPL ID? It'd be significantly worse. I feel like we gave you just little love taps, just like
Everyone else is nice except for your partner.
Look, in the face of defeat, we have to look at tomorrow's schedule. The grand finals is finally upon us, boys and girls. The Mobile Masters will be decided in a single best of 7 with 2 of the best teams that have proven themselves time and time again. Onyx, oh boy, can they be defeated this time round? Or are they just gonna get another trophy in the bag? Will the Kingdom shake the esports world up one more time to regain that legacy?
How many teams have Onyx PH defeated just to defend? They've beaten TLID, Onyx ID, and now RRQ, and probably others that I can't remember right now, but like, just for them, like, you said in 3 months. In 3 months, how many teams have they defeated just to stay where they are?
Too many.
Too many. Dozens.
Dozens. They've got names
That
on
reminds
a
me of
list.
donuts.
I love donuts.
I want donuts tomorrow.
We should probably get donuts tomorrow. With that being said, we're going to be closing things out here on the main English broadcast. Thank you so much to everybody who has been watching the show. More punishments to be had tomorrow. This is Leo.
Use Cam 1.
This is Eterna. This is LaFell, and my name is Gideon as your host. Cut the Cam 1, please, while we still can. The punishments will continue tomorrow when we find out who are the final 2 teams, and more importantly, the Mobile Masters to close things off. Thanks for watching. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters.
It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some handouts. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. I got love for the game, I don't cash out. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Shaking all the city, this is how I like my show. Showing me some handouts. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. I
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Waktu yang